lifts his third strip from the plate at the center of the table. Viviana plucks it out of his hand just as he tries to take a bite. "No, it comes from pigs. And you've had 2 strips already. Eat your fruit, and then you can have some more." He grumbles, but stabs a strawberry with his fork. "Do pigs come from chickens?" Viviana sighs and launches into an explanation on why interspecies births aren't possible, and it's also normal. I can't remember the last time I sat down at a table and had a meal. Since Viviana and Dante moved in, I've taken most meals in my office, or I get home too late and eat leftovers at the island in the dark. This is different, especially as Dante ducks his head and tries to slyly grab another piece of bacon without Viviana noticing. She lets him get all the way to the plate and lift a strip of bacon before she rears back and swats it out of his hand. "Stuffed!" She picks up the bacon and takes a bite. "Get that out of my house, Dante. You aren't sneaky." He sags in disappointment, but he can't quite stop a smile from spreading across his face. Viviana ruffles his hair and pours him some more milk. It's normal, but also bizarre. Watching them feels like watching some nature documentary, because this is nothing like breakfasts in my family. My parents weren't playing with me or gently reminding me to eat my fruits and vegetables. We weren't smiling and laughing together. I can't remember a single time my entire family sat down to share a meal. The only reason I woke up early this morning and ordered a big breakfast is because I couldn't stay in bed with Viviana for another minute. She was asleep next to me, her lips parted, her lashes fluttering as she dreamed. I could have stayed there next to her for hours, but I knew when she woke up and rolled over that I'd be done for. She would blink up at me, a sleepy smile on her face, and I'd want her too fucking much, more than is good for either of us. What are we doing, Mihail? I have no fucking idea. So I got up and took a cold shower, but here I am anyway, wanting her. Even worse, I want whatever Viviana and Dante have. This ease that lets them love each other and coexist. They've had 5 years of practice, so it makes sense that they're good at it. But it still makes me wonder if this is what things would be like if I'd known Viviana was pregnant with Dante. Would breakfast together be the norm? Would I be the one blocking his attempt to wolf down an entire package of bacon in the morning and ignore his fruit bowl? No. Everything would have been different. I never would have been that parent. We never would have been that kind of family. We can't be. I stood over Alona and Anzelina's graves and promised I'd never replace them. Anzelina was so young that I barely even know what being a father was like anyway. Viviana's hand lands on my wrist. Mihail? I jerk away from her touch and don't miss the hurt that flashes there. She would leave if she could. I can see it in her eyes when I look at her. If I gave her the opportunity, she'd take Dante and run. I can't forget that. She tips her head towards our son. Dante said your name. Dante is looking up at me out of the corner of his eyes. He's chewing nervously on his lower lip. Viviana does the same thing when she's nervous. What's up? I ask as cheerfully as I can. He shifts in his seat. I like Mrs. Steinman and the games she has. She taught me checkers, and sometimes I get to color with markers, but I want to go back to my school. Viviana stiffens but doesn't say anything. Mrs. Steinman is your school, I tell him. She's your teacher now. Dante looks from his mom to me, trying to make sense of this. Am I ever going back to kindergarten? You're in kindergarten right now. He shakes his head, huffing in frustration. Am I ever going back to my friends, to my normal school? They would both leave if they could. I carry my plate to the sink and rinse it off. No. I'm not going to see Emerson anymore? Or Gianna? He grabs Viviana's hand and tugs on it, his voice watery. We were supposed to have a pajama party because we learned all of our sight words. I have a book from the library, and Mrs. Witt says we get in trouble if we don't take them back. You're not going back. comes out more harshly than I mean it to. I take a breath. This is your normal school now, Dante. You aren't going to see them again. I can see him shaking his head out of the corner of my eye. But you need to get dressed. Mrs. Steinman will be here soon. Your mom can help you. Viviana is staring down at her plate, but her knuckles are white around her fork. It takes a significant effort to lay it down on the table and stand up, but when she does, a paper-thin smile is smeared across her face. Come on, bud. Let's go find some clothes to wear. Dante starts to argue, but Viviana swipes the last strip of bacon off the plate and dangles it in front of him. He snatches it out of her hand and trots down the hallway, happily snacking. I'm alone for a blissful 15 seconds before Anatoly whistles. You gonna get it from Viv later? Go away, Nat. She looked pissed. He plucks a raspberry out of the fruit bowl and plops it in his mouth. What do you think, Raoul? Raoul slinks out of the back hallway, his head down. At least he has the decency to look ashamed for eavesdropping. It wasn't great. He asked me a question, and I told him the truth. When he asks if Santa Claus is real, make sure you really let him have it, Anatoly suggests. Kids these days are too soft anyway, with all of their childhood magic and hope. Fuck off, it's not the same. I shove away from the counter and head for my office. Anatoly and Raoul fall right into step behind me. If you want my advice, Anatoly starts, you should... I don't. You should take it easy on both of them. I slam to a stop and spin around. I'm giving them a roof over their heads and making sure Dante has the best education money can buy. I'd say that's taking it pretty easy. That's all nice, but it's not the same as freedom. Raoul slides his hands into his pockets, his shoulders hunched. Living with you was better than being with my parents, but it still wasn't quite. At first it wasn't the same. It took some getting used to. I understand why Raoul sees similarities here. The only reason Viviana has any connection to the Novikov Bratva at all is because her father handed her to trophy him on a silver platter. But it's different. Viviana is different. She isn't some consolation prize of war. She isn't a slave. She's my wife, the mother of my child. She's different. But I can't explain that now without Anatoly making kissy faces at me, and I'm not in the mood. So I nod. Yeah, I'll keep my cool. I'll give them both time to adjust. And I mean it. Or I want to mean it. Then, 10 minutes later, Viviana throws open the door of my office. I swear I see heat rippling off of her. You had no right, she growls, arms crossed over her chest. She's changed into her work clothes and the buttons on her top are straining with every ragged inhale. No fucking right. Dante misses his friends and his life, and you told him he was never going to see them again. He's heartbroken. He looked heartbroken, I snark. It took 20 whole seconds and a strip of cold bacon to take his mind off of it. That shows how well you know him. Dante needs time to process. He's okay now, but I'll be the one holding him again while he cries again because of you again. Even Anatoly thought I was harsh with the kid, so I can own that. But the rest of it? Whose fault do you think it is that I don't know my own son, Viviana? I stand up, rounding my desk slowly. You kept him from me. You're the reason he's not prepared for the life he's going to lead. She flicks her hair over her shoulder, one leg cocked to the side. A life where he hides away in this mansion all day and doesn't have friends? Doesn't sound like much of a life to me. Better than hiding from who he really is. It's better than running forever. Fire burns in her eyes, and I still want to pull her close. What in the fuck is wrong with me? We were only running because of you. She squeezes her eyes closed and rubs her fingers into her temples. I can't do this. I can't. I want to take Dante home. He is home. To my home. Our home. She says, squaring her shoulders. You can still be in his life, but there's no reason we need to live together. We're married. Legally, she points out. In every other way, it wouldn't make any difference whether I'm here or not. It's not like you care. Of course I don't care. Why the fuck would I care? Why the fuck do I care? I care whether my son lives or not. You can't protect him in that shitty apartment. The doors are paper thin and the security is non-existent. I did it just fine for the last 5 years. Because no one knew who you were, Margaret. I stop in front of her looking down. Is this about Tommy? It takes her a second to switch gears to understand what I'm talking about, who I'm talking about. My neighbor? You think this is about... Jesus, Mikhail, this isn't about him. This is about me and Dante. This is about what's best for us. This is about what you think is best for you, I sneer. You want to hide out in that apartment and pretend to be Margaret. You want to date a boring man like Tommy and hide from what you really want. Her eyes narrow to slits as she glares up at me. And what do I really want, Mikhail? I lean towards her. Instantly her face softens. Her full lips part. She's so responsive to me. She can't help herself. I want to pin her against the wall and show her what she wants. I want to give it to her. Now, later, every day until I'm fucking dust in the ground. Instead, I step away. This isn't about you and me, Viviana. It's about Dante. What he needs is to learn what it takes to become Pahan. He's 5, which is 5 more years of freedom and innocence than most heirs get. You said... Her voice breaks and she swallows past a lump in her throat. You said he could have more time. And you said you wouldn't try to come between me and Dante anymore. I remind her. Moving him out of my house wouldn't exactly bring us all together, would it? So you're not going to let me leave? The words are little more than a whisper. Viviana can't even look at me. She's staring at the wall over my shoulder, her gaze far away. I knew Viviana would leave if she could, but hearing her admit it out loud, it does something strange to me. I shove the feelings aside. They don't matter. We're a family. I tell her, the words ringing every bit as cruel and hollow as I intended them to sound. Families stay together. Chapter 34. Mikhail. Raoul and Anatoly are huddled together in the entryway. When I walk into the room, they split apart, looking guilty. Viviana just left, Anatoly explains. If you wanted to catch a ride to work, you missed it. I'm working from home today, and maybe every day this week, this month, however long it takes until I don't feel every inch of distance between myself and Viviana. When I stop thinking about closing that distance, maybe then I'll head back into the office. Does that mean we're going back to deal with the father and sons? Raoul asks. Anatoly perks up. The idiots who stole from us? I want to come. You need to stay here with Dante. It's been so long since I killed someone. Weeks, he complains. Our reputation is becoming a problem. People are too afraid to cross us now. That's a good thing, Raoul points out. Not for me. Anatoly kicks his shoe petulantly against the seam between marble slabs. You can come next time, I tell him. Right now, you need to stay with Dante. Viviana is a flight risk, but she won't leave without her son. I want you to keep him close. This is all because I'm better with kids than Raoul. Charisma is my curse. Anatoly sighs dramatically. Raoul ignores him, focusing on me. You think Viviana is going to make a run for it? I shrug like I don't care, like it doesn't matter to me either way. She wants to. She asked me if she and Dante could move back into her shitty apartment. And you said... Anatoly prods. No, obviously. She can't take my son away from me. Anatoly rolls his eyes, looking towards Raoul. Glad he decided to take our advice and go easy on her. Raoul is deep in thought, which usually means he's about to say something I don't want to hear. Thankfully, my phone rings before he can. I pick it up without checking to see who's calling, grateful for the distraction. Hello?
Why am I hearing that you've been waltzing around town with some blonde bitch? My father barks. So much for a distraction. Nice to hear from you too, Achets. How have you been? I'd be better if you weren't throwing away your future for some no-name bimbo. My hackles rise at the way he's talking about Viviana. If he knew who she was, he wouldn't be complaining. He's the one who set her up with Trophim in the first place. The Giordanos would be a good match for our status in his eyes. Even still, the way he's talking about my wife makes me want to cut out his tongue. It's no longer any of your business who I'm seen with. The only reason you have any business is because I built it and handed it to you. I took it, I remind him. So that means I should sit idly by and let you run it into the ground? He pulls away from the phone to cough violently. When he comes back, his voice is hoarse. You're 35, Mihail. It's time to think about what comes next. You need to sire a legitimate heir, which isn't going to happen if you're out sticking your dick in everything with two legs. Believe me, that's how things get complicated fast. Anatoly can't hear what our father is saying, but I can tell by the strain in his face that he knows who I'm talking to. This isn't complicated, I tell him. The woman is no one. If my father looks into Viviana, he'll figure out who she is in an instant. He'll realize I already have an heir with the daughter of Agostino Giordano, and all hell will rain down. Helen Drakos and her father won't take kindly to the insult, that's for sure. If she's no one, then keep her in your fucking bed, he snarls. There are eyes everywhere, Mikhail. If this gets back to Helen, our plans could go under fast. My plans, I correct. Unifying with the Greeks was my idea. He sighs. Then you should care more than anyone about seeing it through. The line beeps in my ear as it disconnects. I curse under my breath and pocket my phone. I assume our dear father knows about your house guests? Asks Nat. Just one of them, I say. But he doesn't know about Dante or that it's Viviana. I want it to stay that way. Raoul frowns. For how long? You can't keep them a secret forever. Until I know who killed Trophim, and can make sure they aren't coming for Viviana or Dante next. That's how long. Until I can get this ache in my chest under control. Until looking at Viviana and not touching her doesn't make me feel like I'm crawling out of my own skin. If you want her to want to stay, Raoul advises, maybe you shouldn't use her kid to blackmail her into it. Anatoly winces in agreement. It's not a great way to get close to her. Then it's a good thing I'm not trying to get close to her. They both go unusually quiet. I feel them staring at me without even needing to check. They don't believe a word out of my mouth. Viviana is here because of Dante, I explain in an unconvincing monotone. The only reason we're married is so she doesn't end up dead. I figured you, out of all people, would understand that, Anatoly. He flinches at the cruel, casual mention of what happened to his mother. I shouldn't have thrown it in his face, but then again, they shouldn't have backed me into a corner. Before I can say anything else, Raoul steps between us, almost like he's shielding Anatoly from me. You've been through hell, Mikhail. We both know that and understand it. But treating Viviana like shit isn't going to undo the past. I don't know what you're talking about, I lie. Raoul lowers his voice. It won't bring them back. Nothing can undo the past. Believe me, I've tried. My molars grind together. If you're still here paying penance, you're free, Raoul. I never forced you to stay. Which is exactly why I have, he fires back. My family sent me here like I might be able to make up for the ones you lost. I knew I could never take their places, but I vowed to be loyal to you and try to undo the pain my family caused yours. I'll be loyal to you until the day I die, Mihail, but it still won't bring them back. Playing house with Viviana won't bring them back either, I roar.
My words echo off the marble floor and the high ceilings. I drag a hand through my hair, instantly regretting the outburst. Fuck.
I'll say so,
Anatoly mumbles.
This shit is heavy, brother. You don't have to carry all of it alone.
Raoul claps a hand on my shoulder.
We won't let you. I can't change the past, but I can push you towards the future you deserve.
A quick death and a Viking's funeral? Nat laughs, but Raoul just shakes his head.
I can push you to open up that black heart of yours, Mikhail, no matter how much it pisses you off.
Chapter 35. Viviana.
Mama, you hide and I'll count to 67.
Dante slaps his hands over his eyes and turns to the nearest tree. I laugh and groan simultaneously. I thought we were on a walk. Hands still over his eyes, he turns to face me.
Walks are boring. I want to play hide and seek.
Considering this is the first walk Dante and I have taken on a weekday while the sun is still up, I don't find it boring at all. Mihail didn't come into the office at all today, but he texted me at 3:45. No more business today. Head home. Calling the mansion home felt like a slap in the face at first, a reminder of our shouting match this morning. Then Pyotr pulled down the drive towards the mansion, and I realized I like it here. And I mean, yeah, of course I do. What kind of person is upset when they come home to a personal chef making 5-star dinners and enough clean toilets for a whole football team? Mihail lives in a kind of luxury that I didn't even have growing up. My father was Don of the Giordano Mafia family, but he wasn't God, which is almost who you have to be to live the way Mihail does. But it's more than the luxury. It's also the ancient oaks and the sprawling lawn, the stone trail that winds through meticulously landscaped gardens. It's the vines that twine around the bars of the wrought iron fence and the birds that flit from post to post. It's the fact that my son greeted me at the door the moment I walked in, his arms around my legs and a smile on his face.
Let's go for a walk,
he declared. 5 minutes later, here we are. The guards trailing a respectable distance behind us at all times are a bit of a dark cloud on the otherwise beautiful day. But hey, nothing can be completely perfect, right?
Mama!
Dante has pulled his hands away from his eyes and is blinking at the brightness.
You're supposed to go hide.
Fine, but 67 is kind of a big number. What if we do 15? He shakes his head, his hair flopping over his forehead.
I can count high now. Today I counted to 67. Mrs. Steinman said it was a big improvement.
He sounds the word out slowly and shakes his head.
What's that word?
Improvement. He beams.
Yeah, it's a big improvement. So I'll count and you hide, okay?
2 weeks ago, he couldn't count past 15. His teacher kept sending me passive-aggressive emails to work with him at home since he should be able to count to 25 by now. Okay, I agree. I'll hide. Dante turns back to the tree and starts counting like it's a race to 67. I stand and listen as he flies right past 15 like it's nothing. It's incredible. I want to cheer him on, but there isn't time. I jog down the path and duck down behind a bush that is way too small. I keep expecting him to bring up our conversation at breakfast this morning, the way Mihail snapped at him, about wanting to go back to his old school and see his old friends, but Dante seems fine. He's learning a lot. We have more time together, and he's safe. These are all good things. So why does it feel so wrong? Dante pops his head over the bush.
Found you!
Wow, that was fast. My knees go snap, crackle, and pop as I stand up. Getting older is no joke.
Because you didn't do a good job hiding. I could see your legs sticking out.
Look around, kiddo. There aren't very many hiding options out here for me. I ruffle his hair. I'm bigger than you are. His forehead squishes for a second while he thinks. Then he grabs my hand and drags me towards the house.
Let's play inside.
Dante drags me back up the hill, through the back door of the mansion and down the hall towards the guest suites.
I'll count again, but find somewhere good to hide, he orders, eyes narrowed. Really good, not a baby spot. Actually try hard.
I hold up my hands and surrender. Fine, I'll give it my best shot. He starts counting and I hurry down the hallway. The only time I've been in this wing of the house is the day Dante and I moved in. I saw it briefly during the tour, but otherwise, there hasn't been much reason for me to venture over here. I test a few doorknobs and find them locked. Then, as Dante's counting enters the 40s, I find a door that opens. I duck inside and softly pull the door closed behind me. It's a sitting room with connected bedrooms on either side. Leave it to Mihail to have a guest suite in his house that is nicer than any hotel I've ever stayed in. But what really catches my attention are the 3 bouquets of red roses gathered on the coffee table. There have to be 6 dozen roses here, at least. But why are they sitting in some unused room in the back of the house? There's a ribbon wrapped around one of the vases, a small card attached to it with a little heart scrawled in the corner. Just like the one I saw in Mihail's office the first day after his takeover of Cerberus Industries. The day I accused him of having a wife, only for me to become his wife the very next day. Does he have some girlfriend on the side? Do I care? I made it part of our arrangement out of spite, mostly. I didn't think Mihail would agree to marry me if I told him he had to be celibate. Maybe that's why he agreed, because he isn't celibate. All of these thoughts run through my head in a matter of seconds as I turn the card over and see the loopy writing on the other side. 1 rose for every hour I thought of you today. I drop the card like it's poisoned and count the roses in the vase. 24. 1 for every hour. Aside from being nauseatingly corny, my stomach twists for a very different reason. Someone out there with neat penmanship and enough money for hundreds of dollars worth of roses is thinking about Mihail. She's leaving him cheesy notes, and he's hoarding them away in a back room. Does he like this? Is he sweet with her? Does he think of her, too? Voices in the hallway just outside the door stop my spiral in its tracks.
I'm looking for my mama, Dante says. We're playing hide and seek.
Don't let me get in your way, Stella tells him cheerfully. I'm just dropping something off. If the flowers are all the way back here, Mihail clearly doesn't want me to see them. I'm not sure what he'll do if he finds out I know about his secret admirer. So I'd love for Stella not to see me looming over them like the jealous snoop I am. Just as the door is opening, I dive into a tall, narrow wardrobe in the corner and close the door. Stella walks in and I can hear Dante plodding along beside her.
Mama is hiding really hard, he explains. She used to hide in easy places when I was a baby, but I'm big enough to find her now.
Things shuffle around on the other side of the door. Blankets moving, Dante's footsteps heavy on the wood floor. After no more than 15 seconds of searching, Dante declares, I don't see her. Stella chuckles and the door clicks closed. 1 bullet dodged. Now I just need to get out of this room before I discover Mihail's secret stash of love letters from this woman wrapped up in her lingerie. Oh my God, does that really exist? I don't want to know. And find a new place to hide. First step, get the fuck out of this wardrobe. The worry that I'd get caught by Stella overrode my claustrophobia for approximately 30 seconds, but now my lungs are tight and panic is creeping in. I reach for where the handle should be, but it's too dark to see anything. My fingers scrape against the flat wood again and again. There has to be a handle, I whisper out loud, mostly to keep myself calm. There has to be. But given the fact that I've clawed my way across every inch of the inside of the wardrobe door without finding one, I'm starting to think there doesn't actually have to be a handle after all. I'm also starting to think I'm going to suffocate and die in here. Whatever reason I had for hiding in here in the first place, I genuinely can't remember through the fog of panic. It isn't a good enough reason to die for. So I pound my fists on the door. Help! It's hard to scream when my lungs are so tight, but I push through the crushing fear and yell as loud as I can. Help me! Please! Dante is right outside. He'll be here to save me in just a second. Except this house is a literal mansion. He could be 10 rooms away by this point, way too far to hear me. Maybe no one can hear me. No one is coming to save me, and I'll be stuck in here. I'll die here, trapped and alone. Tears pour down my face now. I pound on the door, screaming inconsolably. I have no idea how long it has been. Minutes, hours. I'm fighting for my life right now. If I don't get out of here, I'll die. I've had this nightmare too many times to count over the years. Nightmares of being locked in a trunk, a few meager holes drilled in the lid to provide oxygen. When I close my eyes, I can still see the men who peered down at me through the holes, laughing as I cried for my father, for anyone. Suddenly, the wardrobe door opens. Light blinds me, but I throw myself out of the doors, fists swinging. These assholes kidnapped the wrong girl. What the hell? A large hand grabs my fist out of the air and deftly twists me around. Arms curl under my armpits and around my shoulders, pinning my arms back so I can't move. Let me go! I shriek, thrashing and kicking back at the person holding me. Let me go! Holy fuck, Viv, what is happening? Anatoly. I blink and, all at once, I realize I'm in Mihail's mansion. I'm in a guest room. I'm not in a warehouse trapped in a trunk. I'm not 12 years old. I'm not dying. Calm down. Anatoly loosens his hold on me as I go limp with relief. It's me. You're okay. The panicked tears shift to something else. Something soul deep I've kept buried for a long, long time. I drop to the floor, sobbing while also trying to suck in deep lungfuls of air. I sound like a broken vacuum cleaner, heaving and coughing and weeping. Anatoly kneels next to me, his hand firm on my back. He doesn't say anything or do anything. He just sits with me until I can breathe again. When I finally look over at him, his face is white. What in the fuck was that, Viv? Claustrophobia, I croak. No, he shakes his head. That wasn't a normal fear. That was... I don't know what that was. And if I have it my way, he never will. Where's Dante? There's a long pause. I know Anatoly wants to push for answers. I can see in his face that he doesn't believe me, that he's worried about me. Finally, he pushes himself to standing. I think he forgot about hide-and-seek when Mihail got home. He offers me his hand and helps me to my feet. I was supposed to come find you. Dinner is ready. I swipe at my sticky cheeks. I am not ready for a formal dinner right now. I need a shower and Xanax and 12 hours of dreamless sleep. Unfortunately, I'm at the beck and call of Mihail Novikov. I hold my arms out to the side. Do I look okay? No, he drawls, studying me. You don't. That's because I'm definitely not. I grimace. Gee, thanks, Anatoly. Is that how you catch all the ladies? Insulting them? Without waiting for a response, I shove past him for the door, suddenly desperate to get out of this frying pan and into the fire. Chapter 36. Viviana. Mihail knows. One look at him as I entered the dining room and I could tell he knew what just happened with Anatoly. He knew I was locked in a closet. He knew I freaked out. Now, we're 30 minutes into dinner and I'm positive. What I'm not sure of is how exactly he knows. I haven't seen him touch his phone since Dante and I sat down to dinner. I also haven't seen Anatoly, or anyone else for that matter. And yet, Mihail knows. He slides my water glass towards me for the third time in half an hour. Take a drink. I'm fine. Your voice is almost gone. Drink. My voice is raspy, and tomorrow it will definitely be gone. But for now, I just sound like I smoke a casual 4 or 5 packs per day. Perfectly normal. I take a sip to appease him, offering a thin-lipped smile once I'm done. How's that? His eyes answer for him, trailing over my face with practiced patience. He's taking inventory. I'm sure he can see my red, puffy eyes. Mihail Novikov doesn't miss a thing. Next to me, Dante grabs another breadstick and tears off a bite.
This is the best day ever.
Only a 5-year-old could have an existential crisis about never seeing his friends again and then, 12 hours later, claim it's the best day ever because he gets to eat spaghetti and meatballs. You like it? Mihail asks.
Uh-huh,
Dante confirms, his mouth shoved full of garlic breadsticks.
Mama bought this for me for my birthday last year. It's my favorite.
Is it really? Mihail looks smug and not at all surprised. There's no way on earth he didn't realize he was ordering from mine and Dante's favorite Italian restaurant. Mostly because there's no other reason he would be eating an overly salted, previously frozen breadstick. I don't even want to know how you found out about this place, I tell him. Though I think you should do the world a favor and set your spies on more important missions. I'd rather make sure you and Dante have everything you could ever want here. Mihail doesn't even look at me as he drops this bomb. That's what this calm affection feels like. A nuclear bomb meant to lay waste to the anger and resentment I've been harboring since the moment I opened my apartment door and found Mihail standing on the landing. I'm supposed to forget what happened this morning because he came home with 3 different types of carbs? The life I imagined for my son is worth a lot more than the 2-for-1 meal deal at Antonio's. Mihail will have to try a lot harder than that. A boy cannot live on cheap Italian food alone, I mutter. As yet another sign that Mihail is trying to make peace, he doesn't say anything. Instead, he drops another breadstick on my plate. We circle around Dante for the rest of the night without ever talking to each other. It's surprisingly easy because Dante is proactive about filling silences. Before I can even worry that he's too absorbed in coloring to make conversation and I'll finally have to figure out something to say to Mihail, Dante snaps his head up and asks if I'd rather swim in a pool full of ice cream or Skittles.
Can you both put me to bed?
Dante pleads, hands folded behind the back of his skateboarding dinosaur pajamas. Mihail is already halfway out the door, but he backtracks and kneels down by Dante's bed without any hesitation. Sure, kid. What book do you want to read? Is this everything I dreamed of for Dante? Sure. Am I going to let it melt my heart and buckle my knees? Hopefully not. The problem is that Mihail is a good reader. His voice is deep, so his grumbly impression of a bear makes Dante giggle. Then, as we're leaving the room, he holds out his fist for a fist bump. If you want to be brave, you have to be.
Scared.
Dante pounds his fist with a grin. And when you're scared, you have to be.
Brave.
They fist bump again, and Mihail ruffles his hair. Good night, Malish. Mihail steps into the hall, but I linger by Dante's bedside, hoping Mihail will be gone by the time I come out. I love you, bud. I kiss Dante's forehead. If you need anything, I'm right across the hall, okay? I'm always there for you.
And Mihail, too. He's here for me.
My heart tries to thaw, but I resist. Yep, Mihail, too. Dante snuggles up under his blanket, and I blow him a kiss before I pull the door closed. He was in a good mood tonight. Mihail is leaning against the wall a few feet away, but he might as well be whispering in my ear. A shiver works down my spine, and I fight hard to repress it. Probably because you loaded him up with spaghetti and breadsticks. It's hard to be sad when you're jacked up on garlic butter. I spin away from him, heading for my door. This conversation is over as far as I'm concerned. That makes your bad mood even more impressive. I have every intention of walking into my bedroom and locking the door, but I find myself turning to face him. Mihail is right behind me now, closer than I thought. I have to take a step back to avoid running into his chest. Where there's a controlling, lying asshole, there's a way. This is about this morning. It isn't a question. He already knows the answer. This morning, yesterday, last week, I list off. This is about every single second I've spent with you since the moment we met 6 years ago. I distinctly remember you being in a very good mood during some of those seconds. He leans closer, the mint and cedar scent of him drawing me in, even though I should be flinging myself in the other direction. His blue eyes scrape over my face. Why were you crying? I blink. Oh, yeah. This way madness lies, for sure. I back against my door, fumbling for the doorknob. Do you get some kind of pleasure out of emotionally confusing the people around you? Because you're losing me with the subject changes. I finally get the door open and try to slip inside, but Mihail wedges himself in the doorway.
Talk to me.
I don't want to.
I didn't ask if you wanted to.
He growls, his patience slipping away. I snort, which is exactly why I don't want to. You saved me from Trophim so I could get away from this world, but you didn't give me a choice when you dragged me back. Now, you're not giving me a choice in how I raise my son, so no, I don't want to talk to you.
I saved you from Trophim because it was a convenient pit stop on the way to taking over the Bratva.
Right, I groan. You never cared about me. You would have let me rot with Trophim if it hadn't been convenient for you to do otherwise. God forbid I think you cared about me for even a second. You've made all that perfectly fucking clear, Mihail. What isn't clear is why you suddenly think you know what is best for my son despite having only met him 2 weeks ago.
The only reason I don't know him is because
of me, I finish. I know. God, Mihail, I know, okay? I know I kept him from you, and that was wrong, but it doesn't change the fact that I have 5 more years of experience than you in raising a kid. I know what is good for Dante. Mihail closes my bedroom door and looms over me, his square jaw clenched.
If you knew what was good for him, you never would have kept him from me in the first place.
Which is why I'm not going anywhere. I throw my arms wide, gesturing to my new bedroom. I blow out a breath, suddenly exhausted. I can see that you're good for Dante, whether I like it or not. It's why I'm not grabbing him and fleeing into the night.
You asked to leave.
Exactly, I point out. I asked. I could have tried to escape, but I asked you instead. Mihail doesn't give anything away. He's watching me, assessing every word out of my mouth. Somehow, this moment feels more exposing than any we've ever had. I want you in his life, Mihail. I want other people in his life, too. Friends, teachers, teammates. Dante is an extrovert. He makes friends everywhere he goes, and he likes playing with other kids. If we keep him locked up here, he'll grow to hate it. Mihail takes a deep breath.
I want him to have the best education money can buy. He wasn't getting that at his other school.
I know. He can count to 67 now. Just like that, the bubble of tension pops, and I can't find the energy to stand anymore. Panic attacks always leave me exhausted. I walk backwards to the bed and sink down on the edge of the mattress. I want us to make choices together. When it comes to Dante, I want us to be equals. It's a long shot, I know, but I can't help but ask. Mihail sits next to me on the bed. The mattress sinks under his weight, and I shift towards him without meaning to. Our thighs brush, and electricity sizzles under my skin. Down, girl. That is not why we're here. Mihail seems perfectly in control of himself, which just fucking figures.
I don't do equals. I don't think I've ever seen it done before. Not in the Bratva.
Me either. My parents weren't equals. At all, I admit. Every decision my mom ever made was wrong, according to my father. He yelled at her for every little thing, even things she couldn't control.
Like?
Mihail doesn't deserve any explanation from me, but I can't stop myself. There's so much I can't tell him, but I can share this. Attention from other men. She was beautiful, and men paid attention to her. She couldn't help it.
You must look like her,
Mihail murmurs, almost softly enough I don't hear it. I pretend I don't and keep going. My father hated it, and he'd scream until she was crying on the floor. I think he was worried she'd see how many options she had and leave him. I still think she would have if she hadn't died.
How did it happen?
Heart attack. The rest of the story sits on the tip of my tongue. I almost swallow it down, the way I have most of my life. But this time, I let it fly. Supposedly. If you ask me, my father poisoned her. And you still let him marry you off to Trophime? I turn to him. You know I didn't have a choice. Our eyes meet and hold. Something passes between us that makes my heart race and my stomach flip. I know enough about you to know that you can be very persuasive. You have a way of getting what you want, a way of changing people's minds. He has no idea exactly how far I've gone to get what I want. If I'm lucky, he never will. Have I changed yours? He turns away and drags a hand through his golden brown hair. It sticks up and he looks so much like Dante it hurts. We can try. Equals? I gasp. He shrugs, a loose agreement. The reason I went into your bridal suite that night is because I was tired of things being done the way they've always been done. I wanted to make changes, make this world better. Why not give this change a try? Because you're supposed to be a cold, heartless bastard. You're supposed to push me away and make me hate you. My head spins and I physically need to lie down. I curl onto my side, tucking my pillow under my cheek. Today has been too much for me. I need to sleep. I close my eyes, and when I feel Mihail stand up, I assume he's leaving. Then his weight shifts onto the mattress behind me. What are you doing? I snap, rolling over. Exhaustion has left the building. Now my heart is hammering against my chest. Mihail lies down next to me, his strong arms wrapped around a pillow. You said you wanted to sleep. That doesn't explain what you're doing here. In a blink, his arm is around my waist. He tugs me towards him, smothering me in the delicious warmth of his body. I've heard you having nightmares every single night since you moved in, he says quietly in my hair. It's distracting, and it can't be good for you. When's the last time you woke up rested? The night he carried me to his bed. The night I fell asleep with his body wrapped around mine. My throat is sore and my muscles ache. I need a good night's sleep. That's the only reason I sigh and sag against his chest. The way you smell should count as chemical warfare. No one could resist this. He chuckles, a soft rumble deep in his chest. I lean in closer until I feel him in my bones, until I'm breathing at the same pace as Mihail, my body matching his rhythms like it's done that forever. I settle down quickly. Within just a few minutes, my limbs are heavy and my thoughts are fluid. When Mihail whispers in my ear, I'm not even sure it's real. If this is war, he breathes, his lips against my forehead. You might be winning. Actually, I'm positive. It's not real. It can't be.
Chapter 37. Mihail. She came out of that closet like she was fighting for her life. Anatoly shakes his head. I've never seen anything like it. I almost checked to make sure she wasn't in there with someone. Anatoly texted me that something happened to Viviana before we sat down to dinner last night. Then she walked into the room with puffy, bloodshot eyes. She looked like hell. She told you she was claustrophobic? Yeah, but it was more than that. She looked legitimately freaked. She didn't even know it was me when I opened the closet door. When I looked in her eyes, she was 1,000,000 miles away. I moved Viviana into my house. I'm taking care of her and her son. She works 10 feet away from my office door every single day. And yet, I still can't protect her. I fist my hand against my thigh. I tried to ask her about it, but she dodged the question. Was that before you two fell asleep cuddling, or this morning when you woke up spooned together? Anatoly's tone is neutral, but his face is straining so hard against a smile I think it's going to crack. I punch in the code for the conference room harder than I need to. The poor pin pad isn't the reason for the frustration clawing under my skin, but it gets the brunt of it. She's my wife, I remind him, as if that explains a goddamn thing. She sure is. And yet I don't think anyone would accuse you and Viviana of having a normal relationship. It's definitely not normal for me. Any other time I've been in bed with a woman, it has been to fuck before I make a hasty exit. But I've slept next to Viviana twice now. No fucking involved. It's bizarre. And the reason why my showers have veered into icy territory the last few mornings. Anatoly drops down into a chair and crosses his feet on the table. In all seriousness, between all of the snuggling, I thought you were being serious, I growl. Anatoly smiles and continues. Maybe you could figure out who fucked up your girl so bad. She was terrified. I've seen PTSD up close enough to know what it looks like. She was having a flashback. It was bad enough listening to Trophine push Viviana around the night before their wedding. But the idea that someone actually terrorized her to the point of lasting trauma, it makes me murderous. I could look into it. Anatoly and I look up at the same time to find Raoul in the doorway. Sneaky bastard, Anatoly murmurs. No, that's you. Raoul flicks him in the back of the head before turning his attention back to me. I can look into Viviana's history, her father's too. There's a lot we don't know about them. It's not a bad idea, especially because the more I know about Viviana's potentially traumatic past, the easier it will be to murder every single person responsible for it. You're right, it's not a bad idea. It's a terrible idea, Anatoly snaps. Things with Viv are fragile. I frown. Viv? Since when do you call my wife by a nickname? Since I got to know her the old-fashioned way, he says smugly. By talking to her? I had to try that before you let Raoul go poking around in her history. I asked her what was up last night and she wouldn't answer. I can only imagine how hard you tried. Anatoly spits sourly. Demanding answers from someone isn't the same as talking to them. You have to give a little to get a little. I wrinkle my nose. Are you telling me to fuck it out of her? My cock twitches at the idea. It wouldn't take much to get the rest of me on board, too. You two don't need any encouragement where that's concerned. Anatoly shudders. But no, I'm suggesting you tell your wife a little bit about yourself and hope that she reciprocates. It's how normal people build lasting relationships. You don't know shit about a lasting relationship. You know a lot less than you realize, he mutters. For a split second, I wonder if Anatoly is interested in Viviana. It would explain the nickname and why he seems to know how to connect with her. But no, he wouldn't. He wouldn't dare. Besides, I continue, Viviana and I don't have a relationship. We have a business deal. A mutually beneficial arrangement. So does that mean you want me to? Raoul starts, but is interrupted by a knock on the door. The woman from the first floor front desk, Jackie, opens the door, an extravagant bouquet of 24 roses in her arms. These arrived for you, Mr. Novikov, she explains. The delivery driver was tired of coming all the way up here every day, so he left them with me. I wait for her to place them on the table. Thank you. They're beautiful. She breathes them in one last time before she leaves. Viv will love those, Anatoly grumbles. The first day I brought her into my office, Viviana thought the flowers on my desk meant I was married, but Anatoly wasn't there for that. How do you know? The closet I pulled her out of, he explains, was in the guest room where Stella has been storing all of your many, many bouquets from Helen. Viviana looked like she wanted to kick over the coffee table on her way out of the room yesterday. Helen's existence is an ongoing problem. Her insistence is even worse. I never wanted to marry her in the first place. The engagement was a practical matter, the easiest way to get access to the ports I wanted and make sure the Greeks were happy. Now she sends me 24 roses per day as a sign of her devotion to me. Meanwhile, I'm thinking about another woman around the clock and running out of dumpster space to throw away the fucking flowers. What are you going to do about Helen? Raoul asks. I have no idea.
I do, however, have a plan for the flowers. Deliver those flowers to my assistant once our meeting is over, Anatoly. I can hear the board members gathering in the hallway outside. The meeting hasn't even started, and I'm already anxious for it to end. And make sure the note is visible. Anatoly glances down the card and sighs. Of course, ignore my advice and goad her into another fight. That'll help. Probably not, but it will almost certainly get me what I want, what I need. A reason to stay far the fuck away from Viviana Giordano.
Chapter 38. Viviana. I stare at the flowers on the corner of my desk for 10 minutes before I can't stand the sight of them anymore, especially the card. I can't see you soon enough, all my love. I search every inch of the vase and bouquet without finding a name. Apparently, Mihail's secret admirer wants to remain a secret. Fine. But she can remain a secret on his fucking desk. The bouquet is heavy, so I have to carry it with 2 hands, but I still hold it away from my body. If I touch as little of the vase as possible, maybe the hollow ache in my gut will disappear. Maybe jealousy won't seep into my pores and destroy me from the inside out. My hands are full, making knocking an impossibility, so I kick Mihail's office door open. Delivery, I grumble. I plop the vase on the corner of his desk. It wobbles for a second before settling. These came for you. Mihail doesn't even look up. He's typing away on his computer, far too busy with work to worry about trivial things like extraordinarily large bouquets of red roses. Who are they from? That's the million-dollar question. You would know better than I would. Read the card, he demands. I've seen you read books to Dante. Contrary to popular belief, I know you're capable. That earns me an arched brow. I can do a lot of things that I pay you to do for me, Viviana. He circles a hand lazily in the air. Go on. Read it. I don't even reach for the card. I don't need to. I have the message memorized. I can't see you soon enough. All my love. Was there a name? He inquires innocently. Some woman just sent him all her love and he doesn't even blink. How often does this happen to him? How many women out there would kill to be in my position? No name, I grit out. Is that all? Mihail finally looks away from his computer. He leans back in his chair and folds his hands over his stomach. His jacket is draped across the back of his chair and the cuffs of his shirt are rolled around his forearms. An HR-worthy offense on its own, if you ask me. Indecent exposure. His eyes stroke over my face, and lower. There's heat in his gaze. I saw it this morning, too, when I woke up with his erection pressed between my thighs. I tried not to touch him as I slid out of bed to take a shower, but when I looked back, Mihail was looking at me exactly like he is now. Do you like it? I blink, momentarily stunned at the way he's reading my mind. Then his eyes flick to the bouquet. Flowers are flowers, I drawl. They'll be dead in a few days. We'll all be dead eventually. Mihail stands up, pacing slowly around his desk. He circles around me, his breath hot on my neck. That doesn't mean we can't find some enjoyment in the time we have. Do you need anything else? I blurt. I have a lot of work to do. Your job is to do what I ask you to do. Right now, I'm asking you to tell me what you think of these flowers. He leans back against the front of his desk, his legs stretched long so I'm caged between them. And I told you, I snap. They're flowers. Roses are cliché and desperate. I like them. My heart drops into my stomach, and any hope that I could keep my jealousy at bay evaporates. Of course you do, because the woman who sent them wants to fuck you. I'm sure you love that. I try to turn towards the door, but Mihail grabs my wrist and pulls me closer. I yank my hand back. You also love the flowers because they're driving me absolutely insane, and you know that too. His legs are warm around my hips. I do know that. Is that why you won't tell me who they're from? Because you think it's fun to see me jealous. He grips my hip, his fingers spread around the curve of my ass. You're sexy as hell when you're jealous. The wind in my sails dies without even one last pitiful gust. I blink at him. What? Mihail stands up and turns me around, pinning me against the desk where he was just sitting. I can feel the residual warmth of his body in the wood. More importantly, I feel the warmth of his fingers as I slide under my skirt. I'm not telling you who they're from because it doesn't matter. He drops to his knees and presses a kiss to the inside of my knee. I'm not telling you because the only name I want in your head, the only name I want on your lips, is mine. This morning, I wondered if a knee-length skirt with a full zip down the right side was too risque for the office. As Mihail slides the zipper from top to bottom and lets the material puddle on the floor at my feet, I have my answer. The skirt is positively filthy. Mihail spreads my thighs and drags his thumb over the soaked lace of my panties. Mihail, I gasp, my head lolling back without my permission. Someone will see. The door. He pulls away for half a second to slam the door closed. Then his stubbled face slips between my legs, parting them so he can drag his tongue over my slit. Fuck. I fist my hand in his hair. Mihail. Just like that, he growls, his breath hot on my skin. Let them know you're mine. I don't know who the them he's referring to is. The proverbial them? Our poor coworkers who are within earshot of his office? The woman who sent the flowers? Giving Mihail exactly what he wants doesn't give me any pleasure, but the flick of his tongue over my clit, that does the trick. Mihail! I moan a little louder, as if the woman who sent the flowers can hear me. Mihail grips my hips and slides me to the very edge of the desk. The only thing keeping me from slipping to the floor is his very competent mouth, sucking and tasting every inch of me. Papers flutter to the floor and a cup of pens tips over, but I don't care. I actually think it's physically impossible to care about anything at all while Mihail's tongue is inside of me. Oh my God! I tug on his hair, unsure if I'm trying to pull him away or drag him closer. It feels so good it hurts, and I lose the ability to speak. Instead, I moan. I grind myself against his mouth and squeeze my thighs around his ears. I seek and seek and seek until, with one last flick of his tongue, I find. The orgasm rips through me like a bolt of lightning. My muscles contract and hold as pleasure I didn't know was possible in under 60 seconds erupts inside of me. When I can finally move again, I grab Mihail by the shirt and bring him to my mouth. His lips are shiny from me, and I lick him clean. He growls as I do, a sound so animalistic I break out in goosebumps. Then he spins me around, bends me over his desk, and drives into me in one thrust. I arch back, taking every inch of him. Mihail drags his hand down my spine before he slaps my ass. Good girl. Fuck you, I hiss, but the words devolve into a moan as he slides out of me slowly, making sure I feel every inch. When he slams back into me, I can't even remember why I was upset. This pussy is mine, he grunts, driving me further and further across the desk. I'm practically lying on my stomach, legs wrapped around his waist. Now, everyone will know. I reach for the edge of the desk, but I hit something cold instead. The vase is there, condensation gathering on the glass. He wants me to be his? Fine, but that means he is mine. I don't even think before I push it off the desk. It shatters on the floor, water splashing onto the wall. Viviana! My name tears out of his throat. I feel him twitch and pour deep inside of me. The fact that some other woman is sending him flowers, but I'm the one he's buried inside of now, is enough to send me over the edge with him. Once I can stand without falling over, I clean up as best I can, but it's not looking good. I walked in here looking nice. Now my shirt is wrinkled and my hair is a mess. I'll fix it. Mihail reaches over and plucks the clip out of my hair so it falls in loose waves around my shoulders. Your hair looks better down. My face flushes. You'd think I'd be beyond blushing by this point, but apparently not. That's nice, but the trouble is that my hair was up all day. But after 15 minutes in your office, it's suddenly down? That's going to raise some eyebrows. Mihail leans against his desk, legs crossed at the angles. If you don't get out of here, you're going to raise a lot more than eyebrows. He looks down at the front of his pants and, what do you know, another blush. I have work to do, I remind him. Tonight, then, he says, a sultry promise in his voice. After dinner. Dinner with who? Just you and me? I ask. Everyone. Anatoly and Raoul, too. He swallows, and I could be mistaken, but Mihail Novikov looks nervous. It'll be a true family dinner. My heart leaps as if he just invited me on the world's most romantic date night. He might as well have. Mihail follows me out of his office and then leaves for the rest of the afternoon. He and Anatoly have Bratva business to attend to. It's for the best. I wouldn't trust myself not to repeat what we just did several more times today. A few of my coworkers eye my loose hair and rumpled shirt with suspicion, but no one mentions hearing any wild moans or cries of passion coming from the area of Mihail's office, so I take that as a good sign that we got away with it. Hopefully. Either way, I ride my orgasmic high all the way home. Everyone is already in the kitchen when I get there. You're working your wife too hard, Anatoly proclaims, throwing his arm around my shoulders as I walk into the kitchen. Viv is the last one home.
Mama!
Dante throws his arms around my legs, squeezing tight.
We're having pie for dinner.
Chicken pot pie, Mihail corrects, coming out of the pantry. He has a bottle of wine tucked under his arm and a juice box in his free hand. His shirt is unbuttoned, displaying a sliver of his muscled chest. My throat closes, and there's only one thing I'm hungry for. That explains the new hairdo, Anatoly mumbles. He's looking from me to Mihail and back again, like all the details of our sordid morning at work are written in the air between us. I wipe the lust off my face and take Dante's hand, letting him lead me to the set table.
You sit here, Mama.
He directs me to a chair next to the one he has claimed. Then he pulls out the chair on the other side of him.
Mihail can sit here.
Anatoly pulls out a chair for Raoul. Looks like no one assigned us seats.
You can sit next to me next time, Uncle Nat,
Dante assures him. Anatoly winks at him. Thanks, big man. Anatoly told me things could be nice here if I would relax and try to enjoy it. Is this what he meant? Mihail pouring wine while Raoul dishes out pot pies? Anatoly humming songs to see if Dante can guess them? I catch Mihail's gaze over the top of Dante's head, and for a second, I can see it. Our future. A life. Maybe this can work after all. Then the doorbell rings. I hear Stella walk to get it, and then voices in the entryway. Mihail, Anatoly, and Raoul are on their feet several seconds before I recognize anything is wrong. Fuck, Anatoly mutters. Mihail turns to me. Take Dante upstairs and don't. But it's too late. Yakov Novikov steps into the dining room. He's as tall and broad as I remember, though significantly grayer. He takes in our scene. His lip curls in a sneer when his eyes land on mine. Am I interrupting? He grumbles. It's a family dinner, Anatoly says coldly. So, yes. A family dinner? How sweet. If that's the case, then you're missing someone. I assume he means himself, which would be bad enough, but then Yakov gestures to someone just out of view of the door. A tall, thin woman with jet black hair and impossibly sharp cheekbones steps into the doorway. The woman's eyes land on me and narrow. I'm Helen. She says it like I, or anyone else, should know who she is, but I don't have a clue. I'm about to look to Mihail for guidance. Is this woman insane? Is Dante in danger? Before I can, Yakov fills me in with a sickening grin. Helen is Mihail's fiancée.
Chapter 39. Mihail. The room is deadly silent. Helen is wearing a tight smile over my father's shoulder, but even she can't find the words for this situation. There's a first time for everything. When I bothered to spend any time with her over the last 5 years, she usually couldn't shut up. I considered it practice for the lifetime I would spend tuning her out. Now I don't have a choice but to pay attention. Dante's fork clatters against his plate before I get the chance.
What's a fiancé?
I suppress a snort, leave it to a 5-year-old to break the ice. Stella, I call as I slide Dante out of his chair. Stella pokes her head out from behind Helen like a meerkat popping out of her hole. She was definitely lurking there to eavesdrop. I don't even blame her. Take Dante upstairs and put him to bed.
But I didn't get cake,
Dante complains.
Mama promised I could have...
We'll take a slice upstairs with us,
Stella assures him. She smooths her hand down his little back, leading him away from the fallout area.
You can eat it in bed while we read.
That gets him moving. Dante forgets about everything else, too focused on getting a corner slice to notice that his mother is currently homicidal. But I notice. Viviana is stone-faced, but there's a fire burning in her eyes. She's looking at Helen the same way she glared at the bouquet of roses on my desk today, except now it's Helen she wants to rip apart petal by petal. Watching her do just that would satisfy whatever dark fantasy has my cock hardening, but I'd hate to make Stella clean up all that blood.
Now that we're all here, let's eat.
My father herds Helen towards the table. I block their path. First, let's talk. Helen presses her hand to my chest.
What do you want to talk about, darling?
I want to talk to my father. I pluck her hand off of my chest and let it fall to her side. Helen's already angular face sharpens. She looks like she could cut glass. I step around her and look at my father as I add, alone. Anatoly's chair scrapes away from the table.
Helen, you can wait for Yakov in the entryway. When they're done chatting, you can both happily fuck off too.
Sit down,
Viviana blurts. She pulls out Dante's empty chair.
Join us, Helen. I'd love to get to know Mihail's fiancée.
She doesn't look at me, won't. I can tell it takes physical effort on her part to keep her eyes locked on Helen instead of sliding over to me. Great, I announce. While you two get to know each other, I'll speak with my father. Chetz, I'll show you to my office. My father brushes past me gruffly.
I know where the fucking office is.
Helen sits down next to Viviana, her face icy. Next to her, Anatoly is firing off silent pleas for me not to leave him alone with the two women. I've seen my brother take down 6 trained fighters at once, but this is the first time I've ever seen him scared. If this shit wasn't such a nightmare, it would almost be funny. I turn my back on my brother and follow my father to my office. The moment the door's closed, he turns on me, face red.
What kind of game are you playing, Mikhail? Do you have any idea what you're doing?
Before you showed up, I was having dinner. His top lip curls in barely contained rage.
Don't be fucking cute. This marriage has been in the works for 6 years, but you wait until the home stretch to throw it all away. Why?
Circumstances changed. That's putting it mildly. He barks out a humorless laugh.
Ha! You're going to throw away our plan for that bitch out there and her little brat?
That brat is my son, I growl. Watch how you talk about him.
Yo.
He drags a hand down his face.
After growing up with Anatoly and seeing what happened to him,
what you let happen to him, I correct. You could have stopped it. He ignores me.
After all of that, you still fathered an illegitimate child. He is hardly illegitimate if we're married. The information sits between us for a few silent seconds. My father stares at me like the disappointment I've always been to him. The second child who talked back. The spare who never quite knew his place. The son who favored his bastard brother and overthrew the eldest. I've never made him proud. It's never felt quite so good.
Helen and her father will wage war over this, he warns. Are you ready to fight for your whore?
I rise to my full height, looming over my father's hunched form. I'll kill anyone who threatens my family. Anyone who insults them, including you. There's a lot more he wants to say, but he's wise enough to keep his mouth shut. He knows without me saying it that he has no power here. Not anymore. I was prepared to kill him 6 years ago. He knows I'd do it now in a heartbeat. Finally he sighs.
When are you going to announce Dante as your heir? If you're ending your engagement to Helen, people will want to know why, and heir is a good excuse. If you don't do it soon, people will question his legitimacy.
If I don't announce him soon enough, they'll question his birthright. If I announce him too soon, they'll kill him before he can inherit. There is no winning. I understand more and more why Viviana wanted to avoid all of this. Life would be easier without all of the politics. I would never let anyone question the legitimacy of my child, I growl. I would never let them disrespect my own flesh and blood the way you let people disrespect Anatoly. That was a choice you made, and I don't intend to make the same one. Before my father can say anything, someone clears their throat in the doorway. When I turn, I see Anatoly is staring at me, ignoring our father entirely. I know he heard what I said, but there is more important shit going on than his tender feelings right now.
You should probably come back to the dining room, he mumbles. Things are, heating up.
I can only imagine. How long after we left before Viviana told Helen the news? I ask. Anatoly bites back a laugh.
30 seconds. She flashed her wedding ring and Helen spit wine across the table.
This isn't how I imagined breaking the news to either of them, but it's more efficient. 2 birds, 1 stone.
Handle it, Anatoly. We're busy,
our father snaps.
They're 2 women, for fuck's sake. I'd hope you can keep them in line.
Shows how much you know about Viviana. Anatoly smirks. My father spins towards me, eyes wide in his patented mix of shock, disgust, and disbelief.
Viviana Giordano. I fucking knew I recognized her. First you took Trofim's job, now his wife?
She was never his wife, I snarl. She never belonged to him, even when they were engaged. She's mine. He scrapes a hand down his softening jaw, laughing even though none of this is funny.
Fine, she's yours, but so is this shitstorm. I'm not responsible for the chaos headed our way. You are.
My father storms out and I make no attempt to stop him. He has never done a thing for me. Why start now? Anatoly leans in.
I wasn't kidding about getting to the dining room. The 2 of them might have already killed each other while I was gone.
I sigh. No rest for the wicked. We emerge from the office. I hear raised voices the moment I step into the hallway.
I don't know who you think you are, Helen hisses, but I am his fiancée, and I am his wife.
Viviana snaps back. I didn't realize how nice it would be to hear her say that, to claim me.
Just because you have that hideous ring on your finger, you think that gives you some power?
Helen snorts.
This marriage has been in the works for 5 years, and I carried his child 6 years ago.
Viviana spits right back.
I had him well before you were in the picture.
Fucking hell, I should have introduced these 2 sooner. I'm trying to decide the likelihood of getting Viviana to reenact this conversation later in the bedroom when Anatoly claps a hand on my back.
Good luck, brother.
You're not coming in? He's already ducking down the hallway like he's expecting shrapnel any second.
I think you can handle this on your own.
coward, I call after him. He gives me a 2-finger salute and disappears around the corner.
I'm sure you've had a lot of men,
Helen says to Viviana.
Whores usually do.
I blow out a breath and step into the mayhem.
Chapter 40. Viviana. I'm going to kill her. Actually, I might start with Mihail. He's the one who decided to marry me after he'd already proposed to another woman. I guess that explains why he never dropped to one knee and gave me a ring. He'd already been through that song and dance with Ms. Sourpuss here. Helen Drakos has the kind of face meant for bland editorials, the sullenness of high fashion. As soon as she wears an emotion, her face twists and creases like it can't wait to be rid of it. She looks like over-dried leather drenched in mismatched foundation. If you keep sneering like that, your face will get frozen that way, I warn her. It's not a good look. Her forehead crease deepens, but before she can say anything, Mihail is standing between us. I hate that. Even now, he looks good. Rumpled and more strung out than he was 10 minutes ago, but good. You're 2 brides away from a reboot of Sister Wives, Mihail. When were you going to tell me? When the cameras showed up, he retorts without a beat of hesitation. I slam my palm into his chest before I can stop myself. Of course, Iron Man doesn't even budge, so I'm forced to spin away from him and Helen, who is gawking at me over his shoulder. Seeing them side by side like this, I can understand why they got engaged. They look good together, which makes everything about this so much worse. I won't be here when that happens. I have no interest in whatever the hell this is. If you two want to be together, go ahead. I won't stand in your way. I storm towards the hallway, waiting for Mihail to hurry after me. Wait, Viviana, don't go. I choose you. I love you. But nothing happens. His warm hand doesn't wrap around my wrist to draw me back. The rumble of his deep voice doesn't shatter the deafeningly loud silence. I should disappear without another word. If he doesn't come after me, he isn't worth my time anyway. But I don't have quite enough self-respect for that. Instead, I stop in the doorway and face him. Mihail hasn't moved, but Helen has. She's standing just behind him now, her manicured claw clamped on his shoulder. I want to snap her fingers off at the knuckle and jam them into her eyes. Go upstairs, Viviana, Mihail says coolly. I'll be up in a few minutes. Are you dismissing me? I growl. So you can be with her? Helen smirks and, yep, I'm going to kill her. Mihail too. With the fury boiling up inside of me, I wouldn't be surprised if I could breathe fire. I'd turn them both to ash right now. But when I open my mouth, nothing comes out. Not even when Mihail says, I'll come talk to you next. Don't fucking bother, I hiss. Finally, I turn around and storm out. Embarrassment and rage fuel me as I take the stairs 2 at a time and slam my bedroom door closed. But by the time I'm pacing the floor of my bedroom for the 10th time, it's jealousy creeping through my veins. I'm jealous that Mihail is downstairs with Helen right now, giving her even a second of his attention when he should be upstairs with me. It's not fair to think a one-night stand would keep him from ever looking at another woman again, but I'm not in the mood for fair right now. I want Mihail to tell me he never even thought about another woman after the night in the bridal suite. Helen? Never heard of her. I want all of his thoughts to be consumed by me. I want to open his closet and find a shrine to me plastered on his walls. I'm tearing myself apart imagining some version of Mihail sitting on his floor crafting a collage of my face when the man himself walks into my room, shoulders back, hands in his pockets. I promptly lunge for the lamp next to my bed and hurl it at him. It shatters against the wall, a good 3 feet away from his face. You missed, he says flatly. I stomp around the bed, prepared to grab the second bedside lamp and make sure I absolutely don't miss this time. But Mihail finally decides it's time to stop me. He grabs my arm and jerks me back. No more throwing lamps. Of course you'd say that. You're the one who deserves to have a lamp thrown at his face. I try to twist out of his hold, but his fingers are like iron around my wrist. Let me go! He pulls me closer, pinning me between his body and one of the posts of my 4-poster bed. Talk to me. He smells delicious. It's infuriating. I hate you. No, you don't. No, I don't, but I wish I did. Don't tell me what I feel. I fidget, but Mihail is like a brick wall. A warm, fragrant, well-muscled wall. You don't get to send me up to my room like a child when you talk to your fiancé and then... Ex-fiancé. Oh no, I drone. Down from 2 wives to 0. How sad for you. He drags his calloused finger over my pulse point. Your heart is racing. I slap his hand away. Don't touch me. But you like it so much, he says with a smirk. After everything that just happened, he has the audacity to smile, to tease me. Even worse, my heart has the audacity to speed up. I feel like a sexually charged hummingbird. I hate him for it. I slam my fist into his chest. I'm more likely to break my hand than hurt Mihail, but I can't just stand here. I have to do something. You lied to me. I hit him again. I asked you if you had a wife. The first day we met, I saw those fucking roses on your desk, and I asked you if you had a wife. I didn't have a wife, he explains, grunting as I continue to hit him. I also didn't answer the question. He dodged it, the same way he dodges everything he doesn't want to discuss. The same way he dodges the fist I aim at his square jaw. It's enraging to hit nothing but empty space. But I should have known he's too fast, too calm for me to land so much as a single blow on that smug face of his. Fuming, I step back and brush my hair out of my eyes. You really think you were above reproach here? You were engaged. That's information you should have shared. He arches a brow. If you want to get into a fight about which of us has kept more important information from the other, I'll win. He's talking about Dante, but there's more I haven't told him. More secrets hanging over us like anvils on fraying strings. Right now, I wouldn't mind so much if a few of them dropped. It would put me out of this misery. Engagement isn't legally binding, but what you and I did. He spins my rainbow-colored ring around my finger. It's official. Screw the law. What matters to me is that woman down there was planning to marry you. He curls my hand up in his and pins it against his chest. I can feel his heart beating against my wrist. Too bad for her, I'm already married. Under duress, I remind him, putting as much space between us as possible, which right now is about 6 inches. I married you under false pretenses and coercion. What about when you came on top of my desk today? Twice. That wasn't under duress. Being a good fuck doesn't make you a good person. If it did, Mihail would be the best person in the world, saint-like levels of goodness. Blood thrums through me, pooling in places I wish it wouldn't. I hear my heartbeat in my ears, but I can feel it between my legs. I never claimed to be a good person, Viviana. His fingers slip around my hand, tracing the lines of my palm. I hate that he's being gentle with me now, like he didn't just rip my heart out of my chest. But goosebumps bloom across my skin. My mind and body are clearly not on the same wavelength. I remember. You said you'd be the worst possible thing for me. I stretch onto my toes, upper lip curled back in a snarl. I think you undersold yourself. Mihail holds my gaze for a second. His icy blue eyes are penetrating. I'm positive he can read every confused, lust-drenched thought in my head. Whatever he sees there, he decides to slam my wrist against the post above my head and press our bodies flush together. Then let me amend a few things. His lips crash against mine before I can even gasp. Chapter 41. Viviana. His mouth slams against mine, forcing my jaw open wider so he can taste me. But his lips are soft, tender, teasing. Like everything with Mihail, it's a dichotomy I don't understand. I press closer, sliding my tongue into his mouth to try to figure it out. Before I remember, I hate him. Then I clamp my teeth down on his lower lip until the metallic tang of blood fills my mouth. He growls and rears back. When he swipes his hand over his mouth, it leaves a trail of bright red blood on his skin. I want him to curse and rage and vent, but instead, he just sighs and asks, "Do you feel better?" "Hand me the other lamp and we'll see." He grins, but it's devilish, dark. His blue eyes are almost black. There's a dangerous sheen in them I've never seen before. "There are better ways to take out your anger, Viviana." He thrusts his hips against me. His erection is hard and hot against my stomach. "Want me to show you?" "I want you to choke while I watch." He bands his hand around my throat. "We can take turns." Making death sound delightful. Add it to the growing list of things about Mihail that don't make sense. Along with why seeing him with another woman only makes me want him more. From the moment I saw Mihail, I was drawn to him, sucked into his orbit. Years later, I'm still out here spinning around him like horned-up space junk. It's not fair. Fine. You first. I lunge for his neck, but he shifts out of the way. I catch his cheek instead, leaving 4 red slashes across his face. He snatches my arm out of the air and gathers it with the other one in his grip. He arches me back, the wood of the bed frame groaning under the pressure. "Hurting me isn't going to make you feel better, Viviana." He presses his teeth into my neck and my collarbone, then he chases the hurt with his lips. I hold my breath and try my best to look unaffected even while every nerve ending in my body is buzzing. "If you want to feel better, I can help." "Fuck you," I growl. It's unoriginal, but it's the only thing I can think of while his breath is hot on my skin and his knee is forcing my thighs apart. He chuckles softly. "That was the idea." He bites the collar of my shirt and pulls. The thin material shreds off of me. There's no hiding from his watchful eyes now. My chest is heaving, my nipples pointed and aching against the lace of my bra. Mihail circles his tongue there, scraping his teeth against my pebbled skin. "You're fucking gorgeous," he breathes. "And all mine." The words send a zing of pleasure through me, but it's vestigial. Some leftover remnant of whatever I felt for him this morning. But now, after he lied to me and sent me upstairs to my room so he could talk things out with his fiancée, I feel nothing for him. This means nothing. He means nothing. Which is why it's perfectly okay for me to take what I want. He told me not to fall in love with him when we got married. Well, there's no chance of that happening anymore. So what's a little hate fuck in the meantime? I tug against his hold on my wrists and find his mouth. It's a war of teeth and lips and tongues. The taste of iron blooms in my mouth. He's still bleeding. Good. Mihail unzips my skirt for the second time today and palms me. Then his fist closes and he rips the lace of my panties off of my body. The fabric cuts into my hips and I cry out, but the sound is lost as he drives 2 fingers into my aching pussy. "You're dripping." Mihail bites my earlobe and I have no idea how to make sense of the pleasure and the pain of it all. "Then get your fingers out of me and give me what I really want." Mihail curls his fingers inside of me until I whimper just to prove a point. Then he pulls his hand away, unzips his pants, and slams every inch of himself into me. "Is that what you want?" He growls against my skin. His teeth drag over my neck with every word. "You want me to make you feel good." It feels so good, which complicates everything. "Even if it's good now," I pant, "it'll be hell later. This is the only thing you and I have ever been good at." He drags in and out of me in slow, steady strokes. The friction makes my toes curl. My head lolls back against the wooden post. Mihail releases my wrists so he can grab onto me for better leverage. I claw my nails down his back and at his shoulder blades as I pull him closer. You know what would make me feel good if you sucked at this, I moan as he fills me completely, my body spasming around him. Maybe if this didn't feel good, I could forget about... He swirls his tongue over my nipple and palms my breasts. Forget about what? I could forget about the future I've begun to imagine. The life we could all have. You, Dante, and me. Maybe if the sex was horrible, I'd be able to see clearly that despite whatever fantasy I have built up in my head of what a marriage to you could look like, it's just that. A fantasy. I need to let it go. You aren't right for me. You can't be. You'll never be. Instead of saying any of that, I tear Mihail's hand away from my chest and wrap his fingers around my throat. I stare into his icy blue eyes, challenging him. He strokes in and out of me, his jaw flexing as he hits deeper and deeper places. You want me to hurt you, Viviana. You already have, I whisper, trying to hide the tremor in my voice. You've ruined my life and fucked up my head. Might as well add my body to the list. How much worse could a few bruises be? He leaves his hand around my throat, but he doesn't tighten his fingers. He doesn't make any move to do anything except fill me again and again. I'm stretched around him, aching and pulsing. I'll come like this if he keeps going, looking into his eyes as he pumps into me. And that terrifying thought is enough for me to slap him across the face. The sound echoes between us, but before I can even pull my hand away, Mihail jerks out of me, flips me over, bends me on the end of the bed, and cracks his hand across my ass. I yelp, but the sound is lost to another spank in the same exact place. I can feel each individual finger. My skin is already tender and hot, but Mihail hits me again. It should hurt. I want it to hurt, and it does, but not in the way I want it to. It's a pain that demands more of the same. I find myself arching my back, seeking out his hand. You want me to leave bruises, he growls, spanking me so fast that my body is rocking against the bed. The headboard is slapping against the wall, matching his steady rhythm. I'll mark up your pretty skin, Viviana, but when you see the bruises later, you won't want to stay away from me. You'll want more. I know he's right. It's not even over yet, and I want more. More of him, more of this. As if he can read my mind, Mihail grips my hips and slams home in me. Fuck! I fist the sheets and try to crawl away from him. This was obviously a mistake. The more of Mihail I get, the more I want. Falling apart around his cock isn't going to fix anything. It's going to make everything worse. Don't run. You asked for this, he growls, tightening an arm around my body. He hauls me against him, sliding deeper. Now you can't take it. His hand crawls up my stomach to my neck, bending me so my back is flush against his chest. Every stroke of his cock lights me up, and I can't fight back another moan. I hate you, I pant, even as I slam my hips back to take more of him. You're a fucking monster. His other hand slips between my thighs, circling my soaked clit. He digs his teeth into my neck, and I cry out. I'm your monster, he snarls in my ear. And you love it. Mihail drives himself deep inside of me again, and he's everywhere. His warmth and touch and smell are all around me, and I can't resist him. My resolve splinters and then shatters. I cry out again and again, waves of release I've never experienced before crashing over me until I can't breathe. Mihail groans as I clamp down around him. He throws me on the bed and digs his fingers into my hips. He thrusts into me harder and harder and harder before he finally just stays there, buried in me and roaring through his own release. I feel his heat explode inside of me. He stays there for a long time. When he slides out at last, I assume he's going to leave. I wait for the door to slam and for the room to go quiet. What we just did terrifies me. Sex has never been like that with anyone. So rough, so good. Every time Mihail and I venture into a vulnerable place like this, he pulls away. He's going to leave me here, bruised and spent and used. And I'm right. His footsteps recede. A door opens, then closes. The room goes quiet. And then the door opens again. More footsteps, growing closer. I can barely summon the energy to look over my shoulder, but when I do, I see Mihail come out of the bathroom with a damp washcloth. He pulls me closer to the edge of the bed and sets to work cleaning me up. He trails his gentle touch over the tender skin he spanked not even 10 minutes ago. He wipes the soaked inside of my thighs, the mess he made of my pussy, dabbing away all the evidence he left behind with one careful stroke after the next. Then he settles me under the blankets and slides in beside me, his hand finding the curve of my waist under the sheet. "Do you feel better?" he rasps quietly, the first words either of us have spoken in several long minutes. I see the options floating in front of me. Yes, no, maybe, better than I've ever felt in my life. But I can't circle just one. I'm feeling everything at once. Way too much to sort through. So I settle on the truth instead. I hate that you're engaged to that woman, that you've been with her and...
I've never touched her. Marrying Helen was only ever going to be a business deal.
I frown. That's what this is, though, isn't it? A business deal? What we just did doesn't feel like business. The way I want to curl against Mihail's chest and let him hold me until the sun comes up definitely doesn't feel like business. Mihail must not know what to call it either, because he doesn't say anything. He just folds his arm behind his head and stares up at the ceiling.
There are no more secrets, Viviana. I've told you everything.
There's so much I haven't told him. What happened to Mateo, how I wanted Mihail the first time I saw him, how I still want him. There's even more I can't ever tell him. Mihail is coming clean with me, and I can't promise him the same. Maybe that's why I settle on something I can tell him. When I was 12, I got kidnapped. Mihail turns to me, his brow pinched together.
What are you...
It was only for 12 hours, maybe less. I chuckle humorlessly. Barely a kidnapping in a lot of ways, but for those 12 hours, they kept me in a trunk. Each time I blink, I'm back there. I can feel the dark pressing in, my lungs growing tight. Mihail's hand slides down my arm to my wrist. He draws circles there with his thumb, reminding me he's next to me, grounding me. After everything that just happened, that shouldn't be a comfort, but it is.
That's why you were crying the other day,
he infers.
That's what your nightmares are about.
I nod. It was a long time ago. I should be grateful that all they did was lock me in a trunk. It could have been so much worse. I wrap my arms around myself and tug the blanket up to my chin. Maybe if it was worse, my father would have killed them. Maybe that would have helped me find some closure. Get over it, as my father liked to say.
They're still alive.
Mihail is shocked. Of course he is. He would never let someone hurt his family and live to tell the tale. It's one of the many ways that he is a better man than my father will ever be. I think, I assume. I have no idea who they were. I should have asked, but I wasn't in my right mind at the time. I was just grateful to be alive, I admit. Whoever they were, my father paid them off and they let me go. It's clean as far as ransom situations go, but I still can't be in a tight space. When it's dark and the walls are closing in around me, I'm back in that trunk.
You were only a child,
Mihail growls.
If those men had a problem with your father, they should have taken it up with your father, not you.
His hand shakes with rage. I think you're more upset about this than my father was. I'm trying to lighten the mood, but Mihail still looks murderous. I curl my hand over the bleeding scratches I left on his cheek. I don't like to feel trapped in a space or a relationship. He goes rigid.
You've said a lot of things tonight, Viviana, but comparing me to the men who kidnapped you is the worst of it.
I'm not. That's not what I mean. I release a shuddery breath. I just want you to understand how it feels for me. It's why I fought so hard to get away from this whole world. I wanted to be able to choose what happened to me, and I never wanted anyone to hurt me or Dante the way I was hurt as a little girl. Mihail studies my face, tracing every inch of me for so long that I don't think he's going to say anything.
The only time you'll be hurt, Viviana,
he says in a soft rumble,
is when you beg me for it.
For the first time since he came crashing back into my life, I believe every word he's saying.
Chapter 42. Mihail. I'm surprised you're here, brother. Anatoly is sitting behind my desk, his hands steepled in front of him in mock seriousness. I didn't expect you to come up for air for several more hours. I have no idea what you're talking about. I wave him away from my desk. He hops up and I reclaim my chair. I'd still be in Viviana's room if she hadn't fallen asleep. I can't blame her. After this morning and then tonight, she deserves the rest. I'm talking about what the rest of the household staff can't seem to stop talking about. Anatoly wags his brows. The hallways in this house really carry sound. Did you know that? I usually try to show a bit more restraint, but it was impossible tonight. Viviana was feral. I wasn't much better. What we did felt primal in more ways than one. After Helen's surprise appearance, it was like neither of us could settle until we'd staked our claims. You spend your time gossiping with the staff now? Just Stella? He says her name a bit too casually. If I was Anatoly, I'd jump on that, but at least one of us has to have a little decorum. She's thrilled for the two of you, by the way. She thinks you guys are living out a real-life love story. It isn't love, I snap. Stella only needs to look at the bruises already blooming on Viviana's throat and ask to know this isn't some fairy tale. What kind of Prince Charming spanks the princess until she comes? Anatoly narrows his eyes. He doesn't buy it, but I don't care. He doesn't need to buy it. I just need it to be true. For once in his life, Anatoly decides to keep whatever he's thinking to himself. Instead, he smirks. What's so important it dragged you away from your woman? Pulling away from Viviana's naked, sleep-warm body should be counted as torture. Few things could have gotten me out of that bed. This is one of them. Someone kidnapped her. Anatoly frowns. I'm going to assume you'd be a lot more upset right now if Viviana was missing, so kindly explain what the hell you're talking about. When she was little, I grit out. Even thinking about it has my blood rushing in my ears. They locked her in a trunk. It's why she's claustrophobic. It's why she tried to rip my head off when I opened the closet door. Anatoly infers, the pieces coming together. Aha! I knew there was more there. Raoul opens the office door and slips inside. Sorry I'm late. It's okay. You just missed learning about Viviana's kidnapping. I can tell Anatoly just wants to confuse Raoul the way I just confused him, but Raoul only nods. When she was 12? How the fuck do you know that? I snap. After we talked the other day, I looked into her past, like you asked. Raoul looks from my blank face to Anatoly's, his frown deepening with every passing second. That's what you wanted, isn't it? Anatoly throws up his hands. No, man, we talked about this. Mihail needs to get to know Viviana the old-fashioned way. No private investigators and no background checks. Raoul shrugs. Guess I missed that memo. I dug up some stuff. Like what? I ask. At the same time, Anatoly barks. Don't say a word, Raoul. I'll remind you both that you work for me. I wave Anatoly off and turn to Raoul. Do you know who kidnapped her? No, it was a small blip in the information I found out, but I could dig deeper. I could get names if you want them. Oh, I fucking want them, I growl, and I'm not going to stop until every single person responsible for hurting Viviana is dead. And he says it isn't love. Anatoly is mumbling and snorting under his breath. What was that? I curve my hand around my ear and lean towards him. I couldn't hear you. Speak up. He's wise enough not to say it a second time. I'm wondering if you want us to keep monitoring Helen and the Greeks, he says instead. They might try to retaliate against Viviana. I wish they would. I'll kill them too. Do both, I announce. Any threat towards Viviana or Dante needs to be monitored. And the men who kidnapped her 18 years ago qualify as a threat? Anatoly drawls, unconvinced. Anything causing my wife distress is a threat. The fact that those men survived to live another day bothers her. I intend to fix it. Whatever Anatoly thinks about my motivations, his eyes glimmer with the promise of bloodshed. What do you have in mind? Their scalps could make a nice wedding gift, I muse. You want them dead, and you want it to hurt, Raoul summarizes. Done and done. When can you bring them to me? I ask. Raoul and Anatoly look at each other, silently communicating something. They've been working side by side for years, and it shows. Anatoly runs a nervous hand through his hair. This kind of mission could have some blowback, brother, especially towards Viviana. If these men found out she is involved, they could come looking for her. I'd like to see them fucking try. You might like to see it, but Viviana wouldn't. Anatoly waits for understanding to dawn. I sigh. You want me to get her out of here. Her and Dante, Raoul adds, for their own safety. They're right. Viviana could become a target if the men involved in her kidnapping all those years ago find out we're going after them for revenge. Since the bastards love kidnapping children so much, Dante isn't off the table either. So I'll send them away while I stay here and kill those men with my bare hands. You'd leave Viviana and Dante in a strange new place without you, me, or Raoul with them? Anatoly shakes his head, answering his own question. Well, when he puts it like that... Fuck. I flop back in my chair. Fine. You two handle it, but take pictures. I want there to be plenty of evidence to show Viviana, to prove that they're dead. Don't you worry about a thing, Anatoly reassures me, practically rubbing his hands together in glee. You enjoy your honeymoon. Raoul and I will handle everything else. It's not a honeymoon, it's a distraction. I bet it will be very distracting. He hops out of his chair and heads for the door. Oh, by the way, nice scratch marks. Unfortunately, he dodges just in time to miss the stapler I hurl at his head.
Chapter 43. Viviana. No nightmares. It's the first thought that pops in my head as I start to wake up. The next is, holy fucking shit, that feels good. I reach between my legs and run my fingers through Mihail's hair. His hands are hot on my thighs, spreading me wide open so he can feast on every inch of me. Good morning to you, I manage as he slips his tongue inside of me. What a way to wake up. Mihail lifts his face to smile at me, but his thumb slides in to replace his mouth. He circles my clit and my hips jerk off the mattress.
You were already so wet.
To prove it, he plunges 2 fingers into me. I barely have to stretch to accommodate him.
Were you dreaming about me?
My face flames. Wouldn't you like to know? The dream wasn't concrete. No clear series of events or faces, but I felt happy, safe, and I knew Mihail was there with me.
I don't care about dreams.
He kisses my stomach, my hip.
I prefer reality.
When this is my reality, I tend to agree. Mihail fucks me with his fingers and his tongue until I'm gripping the headboard and screaming out my release. When he crawls up my body, I reach for the erection tenting his gray pajama pants, but Mihail pins my hand to the mattress.
Later,
he says, a dark promise in his eyes. Why not now and later? We can do both.
Unfortunately, we're in a bit of a rush.
He presses his forehead to mine, blowing out a harsh breath.
It'll have to wait until we're on the plane.
I jolt upright. Plane? What plane?
My plane.
Of course you have a plane. I roll my eyes. I mean, why are we getting on a plane? Where are we going? Mihail smiles cryptically, which might be the single most attractive thing I've ever seen.
Get dressed. You'll find out when we get there.
I have a million more questions, but I know Mihail won't answer any of them. Strangely, I don't need him to. Is this trust? Is this what trusting someone feels like? God knows I'm not very familiar with the concept, but this is nice. Okay. I slide out of bed on wobbly legs. Do you want to get Dante ready while I shower?
I'll get Dante ready, but...
Mihail snags me on the way to the bathroom, pulling my naked body against his. He palms my still throbbing center.
Don't shower. I want you to smell like me.
His eyes are hooded. Mihail is usually tough to read, but there's no hiding the fact that he wants me, and there's no denying that I like it. Okay. I stretch onto my toes and kiss him, tugging on his lower lip with my teeth. Then I turn and walk into the bathroom. Do I swing my hips a little more than normal? It's impossible to say. But as the bathroom door closes, I hear Mihail curse under his breath. I can't bite back a grin.
I want to drive the plane.
Dante runs down the center aisle towards the cockpit.
Can I steer?
I laugh. Probably not, bud. I think the pilot should do that.
George would probably let you look around the cockpit once we're up in the air,
Mihail whispers in his ear.
Until then...
Mihail opens a secret compartment in the wooden paneling to reveal a mini fridge stuffed with juice boxes and pudding cups. Dante forgets all about getting into the cockpit and begins stockpiling snacks and drinks in his seat like it's the end of days. To be fair, I also thought the world would end before I'd ever be on a private plane again. This time is a little different than the last, though. He's going to be in a sugar coma by the time we get there. Which reminds me, I rest my chin on Mihail's shoulder. Where are we going? He wraps his arms loosely around my back.
If you're trying to catch me off guard, you'll have to do a better job of distracting me than that.
I lean against his solid body, my stomach fluttering with a whole lot more than pre-flight jitters. I have a few ideas. Any ideas I have are forgotten, as Dante throws his arms around both of our legs.
I'm so excited,
he screeches. He's already vibrating, and he hasn't even cracked open a juice box. I mutter to Mihail. This is going to be a long flight.
How long?
Dante asks.
Where are we going?
Mihail pats his head.
We're going on vacation. That's all you need to know.
He frowns.
What's vacation?
I cringe. Survival has been the name of the game for the last 6 years. There wasn't time, money, or energy for random trips. Still, it feels like a bona fide mom fail that my son has never heard the word vacation before. A vacation is an adventure, I explain. A fun thing you do just because you want to. Dante gapes at me like I just told him we're going to live in a magical treehouse and eat nothing but candy for the rest of our lives. Then he frowns.
But we don't have any money.
If it was possible to die from humiliation, those 6 words would kill me stone dead. Mihail already knows my situation with Dante wasn't exactly lucrative before he came along. That was obvious enough, given my job as a personal assistant to a man with chronic Funyun breath and the apartment held together with tape and hope. Still, the fact I've said that we don't have money out loud enough times for my 5-year-old to repeat it now verbatim is a punch to the gut. I'm still reeling, trying to figure out what to say, when Mihail kneels down in front of Dante.
Do you know who owns this jet?
He asks. When Dante shakes his head, he points to himself.
I do. And the house where we live.
You? You own the castle?
Dante guesses. Mihail nods.
What about the swimming pool and the pantry full of snacks and the cars in the garage?
You?
Dante answers a bit more confidently.
Exactly. I own all of that, and I'm sharing it with you and your mom.
Mihail explains.
All of this stuff is ours now.
Dante gasps.
The jet is mine?
That's right. Yours and mine and your mom's. We all 3 own it, and we all 3 have enough money and time to go wherever we want in the world, whenever we want.
Disney World?
Dante blurts.
Can we go there?
Mihail shrugs. Sure. It's not where we're going today, but we'll go one day.
Where are we going today?
He asks. I expect Mihail not to answer. I'm actually about to warn him that if he doesn't answer, we'll be in for many hours of Dante repeating the same question ad nauseum. But Mihail surprises me with an actual, factual response.
Costa Rica.
What?
Dante and I blurt at the same time for very different reasons.
I have a house there.
Mihail continues, as casually as if he's telling us he owns 2 pairs of shoes, like it's no big deal.
What's Costa Rica?
Dante asks. I try to explain it to him, but I give up and hand him my phone so he can watch a travel video for Costa Rica on YouTube. That quickly transitions to him watching a movie, which ends with him slumped in his seat with drool on his shirt and a half-finished juice box clutched in his fist. I can't believe you're taking us to Costa Rica, I mumble for what has to be the 100th time in an hour. Mihail and I moved to the back of the plane so we wouldn't wake Dante up. According to Mihail, we have a lot of plans once we arrive, so it'll be good that he's rested. You didn't need to do this, I tell him.
I don't do anything I don't want to do.
I suppress my snort. I don't doubt that for a second. So why do you want to do this?
Because I can,
he says nonchalantly.
We never had a honeymoon.
We skipped a lot of wedding traditions. No proposal, no engagement party, no rehearsal dinner, no reception,
no wedding night.
Mihail looks me over, the heat in his gaze setting my insides on fire. I reach for the blanket folded under his seat with shaking hands. Do you mind? He waves me on.
What's mine is yours, remember?
I drape the blanket over both of us, snuggling in close. Then I slide my hand under the blanket and scrape my nails along the seam of his pants. Does that make this mine too? The low growl in Mihail's throat is hard to interpret, but by the time I have his hard length in my palm and he's snarling a long string of curses under his breath, I'm pretty sure I understand perfectly. Chapter 44. Viviana. Vacation Mihail is officially my favorite Mihail, which is really saying something. Normal Mihail is tough to beat. The man knows how to wear a suit, and the gruff Bratva Pakyan, who is always in control and never shows weakness, revs my engine just fine. But shirtless on a beach with his tan muscles rippling in the sunlight and salt water curling the ends of his hair, that's even better. Curse the person or persons responsible for such trivial things as public decency and indecent exposure, and the phrase, get a room, because I can't look at Mihail without wanting to lay him out, taste every inch of him, and then go back for seconds. Mihail is standing down by the water, his feet in the surf. He stretches one arm over his head, arching into the movement to stretch his back. Every inch of the man is perfect. Tan skin stretched over muscles I didn't think existed anywhere except medical textbooks. I'm tucked away under an umbrella with a sun hat on, but I'm feeling suddenly flushed. Holy hell, this is torture.
Come play with us, Mama.
Dante waves a plastic shovel frantically in the air. Yeah, Mama, Mihail echoes, amusement dancing in his eyes. Come play. The two of them have been working on a sand mansion for the last half hour, while I've been pretending to read my book. Really, the book was just a ruse. I've been peering over the top of the pages to watch Mihail father our child. Like the debauched pervert I am. That's what most perverts are into, right? Good parenting, wholesome values, strong paternal role models, sick, twisted stuff like that. I heave myself out of my lounge chair and across the sand. Some manual labor will be a good distraction from the dirty thoughts swirling around my head. An hour later, we put the finishing touches on the sand mansion's in-ground swimming pool just as the tide comes in. Dante's lower lip is getting wobbly with fear, so I try to lighten the mood. I hope they have flood insurance. He doesn't know much about insurance, and it's not a great joke anyway, so I can see the tears welling in his eyes. Then Mihail roars, throws Dante over his shoulder, and sprints away from the shoreline, screaming about a tsunami. Dante erupts and giggles. When Mihail plops him in the sand, he hops up and chases Mihail back towards the water, the ruined sandcastle already a distant memory. Oh yeah, Vacation Mihail is the best. We walk back to Mihail's beach house. One of half a dozen different beach houses dotted around the globe, I've learned, and dinner is already on the table. It's fried pork and red beans with coconut rice on the side. Apparently, Mihail keeps a local chef on retainer, so we've been eating nothing but the best since we arrived 2 days ago. Even Dante digs right in.
This is my favorite food,
he announces around a mouthful. You've said that about every meal since we got here, Mihail points out with a laugh.
Because they've all been my favorite.
I want to move here for that alone, I whisper, jabbing a finger at Dante's almost clean plate. He has never eaten so well. Neither have I. Clearly, keeping my hands off of Vacation Mihail requires a lot of energy. I've been doing nothing but eating and relaxing since we got here, but I still end every day absolutely exhausted. After dinner, Mihail offers to read books to Dante. I climb into our bed wearing a skimpy baby blue nightie to wait for him. I even light a sea breeze candle next to the bed for ambiance. The next thing I know, I'm waking up to bird calls and sunlight streaming through the windows.
No!
I roll over and groan into my mountain of pillows. My nightie is twisted around my body and I can feel some drool crusted on my lip. Not exactly the mood I was hoping to set. Not what I expected to hear from a woman who went to sleep early and slept in an extra hour this morning. I peek over at Mihail. He's sitting on the attached balcony with the doors wide open, a cup of steaming coffee in his hand, wearing a button-down shirt with the top 4 buttons undone. The view of his hard-as-rock torso is not doing anything to ease my annoyance with myself. I wasn't supposed to go to sleep early, I complain. I try and fail to smooth down my bedhead as I sit up. I had plans. Last night, I would have dropped to my knees in front of Mihail and let him touch the back of my throat, I was prepared to be a seductive vixen. We were going to defile every inch of this bedroom. In the early light of morning, saying any of that feels embarrassing. Well, now we have plans this morning. Mihail throws a white robe on the end of the bed. My masseuse is here.
Your masseuse?
I make an appointment with her every time I stay here. He unbuttons his shirt and lets it fall to the floor. Then, with no warning whatsoever, he drops his shorts as well. Since Stella will be out with Dante all morning touring my animal sanctuary, I asked for a couples massage. I would gawk at the fact that he has his own animal sanctuary, but I've swallowed my tongue. Mihail doesn't seem to notice as he pads naked to the closet, his firm ass flexing with every step. But when he pulls on his robe and turns back to me, he looks too smug to be completely innocent. I'll meet you downstairs. When I get downstairs, I'm wound tight. I'm sure Mihail's masseuse is amazing, but this isn't the kind of tension a couple's massage is going to fix. A woman, I assume, is the masseuse, given her clean, neutral uniform and soothing smile, is in the hallway outside of the downstairs guest room. She has a towel draped over one arm and a glass container of oil in the other. Good morning, Mrs. Novikov. It's the first time I've heard my new name. I like it. Your husband is getting situated on the table, she tells me. You can go on in and join him. Once you're both ready, I'll come in and... Actually, I interrupt, unsure of what's going to come out of my mouth even as I'm speaking. How much would I have to pay you to just... leave? She frowns. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm so horny I've lost my mind. I want to cancel the massage, and I'll pay you to quietly leave. Right now. She stares at me for a few more seconds, her expression blank. Then it hits her. I watch it happen. A blush spreads across her face, and she swallows nervously, trying to hide her smile. Would you like me to leave the oil? That would be great. I sheepishly take the bottle from her. I wait until she is out of the house and well beyond earshot before I slip into the room. 2 massage tables are set up in the center of the room. The lights are dimmed and a few candles flicker in the corners. There's a diffuser pumping some kind of essential oil into the air, but all I can smell is Mihail, mint and cedar. Maybe it has something to do with how much of him is exposed. He's face down on the table and naked except for a small towel laying over his ass. He doesn't move a muscle as I close the door. My heart is thundering in my chest. I've been with Mihail enough times that this shouldn't be nerve-wracking, but it absolutely is. Every time we've had sex before, it's been almost by accident. One thing leads to another, and suddenly we're fucking. It's a no-harm, no-foul situation, completely out of my hands more often than not. But this is a choice I'm making, a risk I'm taking. I try not to think too much about the deeper meaning as I drop my robe on the floor and stand next to the massage table. I pour oil into the deep ridges along his spine and spread it over his skin with trembling fingers. Mihail readjusts slightly, taking a deep breath. His ribs expand, his shoulders flexing. Then he settles, and I get to work. I knead the tension out of his shoulders and his lower back with smooth circles, digging my fingers into his golden skin and bands of muscle. I have no idea if this is good for him, but it's beyond great for me. Eventually, I shift down to his legs and work the heel of my hand up the backs of his thighs and over his calves. I've never found a man's calves attractive before, but I think I've discovered a new fetish. Once I've finished with all the exposed parts of him, I shift to the final frontier. Slowly, I slip the towel off of his ass. Mihail tenses. I know because I can see it. The muscles of his lower back pull taut, and a single dimple forms on each cheek. I can't resist pressing my thumb there.
Where is my wife?
He asks, still lying face down. Some possessive part of my brain lights up at that. He thinks another woman is touching his ass, and he asks about me. 1 gold star for Mihail. I don't answer. My throat is closed tight with nerves. So I slip my hand over his hip and curl it around to the front of him. Before I even have a chance of touching anything, Mihail snatches my hand away by the wrist and sits up. He's been receiving a relaxing massage for the last 15 minutes, but there's nothing relaxed about his face now. His jaw is clenched and his eyes are narrowed. He looks like a bull ready to charge. Then he sees me and it clears.
Viviana.
He sits up and pulls me between his legs. His eyes slip over my naked body.
You're not Paulina.
I hope that's okay. My breasts are heavy and aching. I can feel my heartbeat between my legs. He pinches my pointed nipple between 2 fingers and presses a kiss to my jawbone.
It's more than okay.
Good. My hands are slick with oil and I wrap one around his quickly hardening cock. I stroke him as I drop to my knees and then take him in my mouth. The oil tastes like mint, which makes me wonder what all Paulina uses it for. How often is this kind of thing happening for her?
Fuck.
Mihail leans back on his hands, his legs spread to make room for me.
This is the best massage I've ever had.
I run my tongue along the underside of him, licking and stroking until his hips are bucking for more. So I give it to him. I slide down his shaft until my nose is pressed to his stomach, until I can feel him twitch in my throat. Mihail curls his fingers in the back of my hair, holding me there.
God damn this mouth. Viv, this mouth.
I come up for air and take him again, soaking up every moan and muscle twitch and curse word. I didn't realize until this very second how much I want to show Mihail that I appreciate him. I could write a letter or buy him an edible arrangement, but we've never been good with words. This is what we're good at. This is how we communicate. As I swallow him down again and again, I hope he understands what I'm saying. Mihail fucks my mouth, his hands firm on either side of my face. I'm fine finishing him like this. I want to give him whatever he wants, but he pulls me off of him, panting. I stand up. How do you want me? He roughly palms my breast. His eyes are black.
Careful asking a question like that, Viviana.
I bite my lower lip and repeat, how do you want me? He grips my chin and pulls my lips to his for a quick kiss.
You're the masseuse, you tell me.
Butterflies flutter in my stomach, but I fight to look more confident than I feel. I lay him on his back and crawl onto the table, stroking my finger over his oiled-up skin. I massage his pecs and his abs, trickling my fingers over every single ridge and valley. When I follow the trail of golden hair beneath his stomach, his cock twitches. I wrap my hand around him, making long, even strokes. You hold a lot of tension here. I can help with that. I straddle him backwards and slowly lower down onto him.
You're perfect.
He grabs my ass and thrusts into me, sinking in the rest of the way.
Fucking perfect.
The words pierce straight through my already flimsy armor. I thought I wanted to show Mihail I appreciate everything he's done for me. I thought I was in lust with vacation Mihail, and fucking him would clear my head. But I think this goes deeper than that. Mihail presses on my lower back and leans me forward, groaning as we find a new angle.
I'm so fucking deep in you,
he growls. You have no idea. I fall onto all fours, and Mihail quickly resituates and enters me from behind. He forces me down onto the massage table until my cheek is squished against the cushion. He drives into me harder and harder, and I'm grateful. When he's fucking me like this, I can't think about anything except taking him. Then, suddenly, Mihail slides out of me and flips me onto my back. I feel exposed in every way imaginable. like all he has to do is look down and see the thoughts running through my head. This isn't a business deal. I want everything you can give. I'm weak and pathetic, and I fell for you, even though I swore I never would. He hooks my legs over his shoulders and enters me slowly, watching my face to see how I react to every stroke. Tears well in the backs of my eyes, but I blink them back. I am not going to cry during sex. I am not going to cry during sex. He circles his thumb around my clit. There's no rush to his movements. He is content to take his time, but I feel like I'm cooking over an open flame. If I don't get out of here, I'm going to say something stupid. I'm going to tell him I love him. I clench every muscle I have, squeezing him. He groans, an eyebrow arching. Then he smirks. Do it again. I tighten around him and his mouth falls open. He tips his head back and I can see his pulse pounding in his throat. You're so tight. His thumb picks up pace and now the spasms are beyond my control. My pussy flutters around him. I paw at his chest. I'm close. His jaw is clenched with the effort not to finish first. Come around me, Viviana. I want to feel you. His words are lost to a roar as my orgasm tears me wide open, taking Mihail down with me. But as I cry out, tears pricking the corners of my eyes, I can't help but wonder what Mihail wants. I can't help but wonder if it's me.
Chapter 45. Mihail. I can see Viviana and Dante from the balcony of my bedroom when Raoul calls. How's the honeymoon? He asks through the phone. Phenomenal, confusing, a mistake. Careful, my friend. You're spending too much time with Anatoly. You're starting to sound like him. I just wanted to sound casual in case Viviana was around. He waits. So, is she around? No, she's on a walk with Dante. Viviana and I spent most of the night twisted in the sheets, but when I opened my eyes this morning, she was already gone, and she's stayed gone. She and Dante went with Stella to the store to pick up some snacks. They went for a mid-morning swim, and now they're walking hand in hand on the beach. I'd ask if she's trying to avoid me, but I'd have to be in the same room with her to do that. And when I'm in the same room with her, I can't think straight. I turn away from the view and walk into the bedroom. Are you calling with an update? I can't stay on vacation for fucking ever. I'm actually surprised you've lasted this long. Then don't test my patience, I growl. Have you dealt with it or not? Anatoly and Raoul have kept me updated with a few texts here or there, but otherwise it's been quiet. For the first time in years, I put my phone down and took a step back from work and the Bratva. It's been nice. That doesn't mean I'm not ready to get home and give Viviana the peace of mind she deserves. It's been dealt with, Raoul tells me. You can come home. Perfect. When Viviana and Dante get back from their walk, I'm waiting in the living room. Viviana's golden hair is wild from the wind and her cheeks are pink. She's shaking sand out of Dante's hair and laughing. That's what you get for trying to tunnel across the beach like a little mole. Now you have to take a bath. Dante starts to groan, but then he sees me, and his face lights up. I'm so fucked. It's all I can think as my son throws himself at me and wraps his arms around my neck.
Me and Mama saw a crab. It was red and walked on the sand on tiptoes like this.
He balances on his toes and walks in a clumsy circle.
Mama wouldn't let me touch it.
Because your mama is smart. That thing would have pinched your little nose off. I snap 2 fingers towards his nose, and he claps his hands over it and shrieks. Bath, mister, Viviana reminds him, swatting him towards the hallway. Then we'll have dinner. Dante rolls his eyes, but listens to his mom. A few seconds later, the bathroom door clicks closed. Dinner might be in the air, I tell her. She was heading towards the end of the couch to sit, but she stops and stares at me. On the plane? I nod. I think it's about time we headed home. You don't want to wait until morning? Dante can sleep on the flight, I point out, and I have some things to take care of. She tugs her lower lip into her mouth and nods absently. I can see in her eyes that she's 1,000,000 miles away. The 5 feet between us right now is almost too much to handle, so I can't handle the far-off gaze on top of that. I wrap an arm around her waist and haul her against me. Instantly, some deep, dark beast in my chest relaxes. With her sun-warmed skin against mine, I feel like I can breathe for the first time all day. You don't want to go? No, it's not. Well, yeah, she chuckles. Of course I don't want to go. It's gorgeous here. If you like the house, I'll build you one in the city. She smirks. Why do I think you're serious? Because I am. Because I'd do almost anything you asked of me without a second thought. God, I am so fucked. She sighs. It's not the house, it's everything. It's how I feel when I'm here and all the free time we have. Plus, you're different here. I twist a strand of her hair between my fingers. I'm not different. She gestures both hands to me, to us, to the way we're curled together on the couch, my hand in her hair, her head on my chest. You just seem more relaxed here. She nuzzles her cheek against my chest. I can feel her warm breath on my skin. I like seeing this side of you. I want to deny it, but there's no point. Things have shifted between us over the last few days. Whatever walls were up between us have been heavily damaged, if not destroyed entirely. I mean, she's stroking her thumb over my knee while I hug her to my chest. This feels more intimate than the sex. It's probably just that we're in a little bubble here. There's no one around except for us and Stella, but she has been making herself very scarce. Here, I'm not wrapped up in the politics of the Bratva. I haven't thought about Trophim's murder in days. Once we're back to normal life, things will go back to normal. Maybe that's why I announce we'll have to take more vacations, just the 3 of us. Viviana looks up at me with a smile. Really? You'd want to do that? No, fuck no. This is a business arrangement. I'm not going to get attached. I don't have time for Viviana to be in love with me, and I won't be the husband and father she wants. There's no point getting any closer. It will just fuck everything up. Sure. I press my thumb under her chin and tilt her head back for a kiss. She sighs into my mouth, and I feel it in my bones, in my balls. If I don't get up now, we won't be getting up for a while. I gently push her off and stand up. We need to pack. I'll call the pilot and we'll leave after Dante's bath. Viviana looks a little taken aback, but she agrees. Vacation is over. Within 2 hours, we're on the plane. Dante is on one side of me. He's wearing a flannel blanket like a superhero cape around his neck, but his head is resting on my arm. He fell asleep on the car ride to the airport and didn't wake up as I carried him onto the plane. Viviana tucks her feet up underneath and leans against my other arm. Her breath is warm and even against my shoulder. She smells like vanilla. Would it be so bad to let them both in? I could be the father Dante needs and the husband Viviana wants. This long weekend proved that. I can be there for them. But each time I get close to crossing the line, I imagine a life without them. I imagine standing over yet another set of graves. I imagine walking through my house and seeing signs of them everywhere, being reminded day in and day out that I once had everything I could ever want, and it was taken from me. I can't do it again. I won't. Once the plane lands, the vacation will be over for good. This person I became, whoever the fuck he is, will be dead and gone. Viviana readjusts, shifting closer to me and tucking her hand around my elbow. Her fingers dig in, squeezing tight. Just a few more hours, then it's back to business.
Chapter 46. Viviana. The plane touches down after midnight, and everyone is exhausted. That's what I tell myself, at least, as Mihail wordlessly gets out of his seat and grabs our luggage. The words run on a loop in my brain as he carries a still-snoozing Dante to the car and buckles him in. We're all exhausted beyond words, I think, as the ride back to the mansion is perfectly silent. Mihail is sitting in the front seat next to Piotr, while I'm in the back with Dante. He's an arm's length away, but it feels so much farther, especially after days of downright casual affection. Hands twined together under the dinner table, brushing my hair away from my face, stroking my hand down his arm. Touching him like that felt natural. Not anymore. Goodbye, Vacation Mihail, and your cuddles. You shall be missed. When we get to the mansion, Piotr takes our luggage inside, and Mihail comes around to my side of the car. He opens my door, and I think he's going to offer me his hand to help me out. Instead, he says, "I'll take Dante up to bed. Wait for me in the living room. We need to talk." Does anyone else hear a funeral march playing, or is it just me? What do we need to talk about? Later, is all he says. His mouth is pressed into a flat line, and he won't look at me. He won't look at me, but he wants to talk? Raging alarm bells layer in over the funeral march to create the world's worst symphony in my head. Mihail carries Dante into the house, and I slump along slowly behind them. The first day we arrived, walking into the mansion felt like walking into my own prison cell and locking the door behind me. Now, it feels like stepping into my own coffin. Mihail and I just had 4 of the best days I've ever had in my entire life. I'd naively hoped we were past the hot and cold part of our relationship, that every high didn't need to come with an equal but opposite low. Apparently not. Worst-case scenarios rip through my head on fast forward. He isn't just going to avoid me for the next few days. He's going to kick me out of the house. Mihail is going to annul our marriage, take custody of Dante, and boot me to the curb. He's going to sick bloodthirsty hounds on me and feed my body to vultures and make sure all of my favorite TV shows get canceled. Not necessarily in that order. The house is quiet. I assume it's because everyone is asleep. But when I walk past the kitchen, I hear hushed voices. "Didn't think you'd be back until tomorrow," Anatoly whispers. "Me either," Stella says. "Mr. Novikov changed our departure time. He wanted to leave as soon as possible." Mihail said he has business to take care of. Is it me? Am I the business? "You know how he gets," Anatoly muses. "He likes to nip things in the bud as soon as possible." "But tonight?" Stella lets out a long sigh, her voice dropping even lower. I lean towards the doorway to hear better. "Viviana is tired. He should let her sleep before he—"
"Did you forget something in the car, miss?"
Piotr asks. I practically jump out of my skin, yelping and stumbling into the doorway in full view of Stella and Anatoly. The 2 of them are huddled over the island. When they see me, they spring away from each other. Piotr is standing in the entryway, smiling and completely oblivious. "No, I didn't forget anything," I mumble before rushing down the hall to the living room. I try to sit on the sofa, but my body is buzzing. I can't relax. What was Stella going to say? Mihail should let me sleep before he murders me, breaks up with me, ties me up in the dungeon, and tortures me? The plausible options aren't great. What's even worse is that I'm not sure which one of them is the most terrifying. The possibility that this could have something to do with Trofim's murder isn't off the table, but I don't know how I'd ask about that without putting the idea into Mihail's head that I have something to do with Trofim's murder. When Mihail walks into the living room, I'm a bundle of exposed nerves. My hands are shaking and my stomach twists. I feel sick.
"Thanks for waiting," he says. "It's been a long weekend, and I know you're tired, but—"
"I should go to bed," I blurt. "We both should. I'm not in the right headspace to talk. We should do this in the morning." Yes, my life crumbling around me will feel better in the morning. He shakes his head.
No, we're doing it tonight. It's important.
My throat closes up. I seriously consider stuffing my fingers in my ears and singing la 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 until he goes away. Would that work? I guess you never know until you try. My fingers twitch towards my ears just as Mihail continues.
I have a gift for you.
I freeze. A gift?
It's why we went away for a few days,
he explains.
I needed to get things in order here.
I'm sorry. I shake my head. You're giving me a gift? Like a present?
Is there another kind?
I almost bring up the Trojan horse and ask him if this is anything like that, but I decide not to test my luck. I thought Mihail was going to break up with me, and now he's giving me a gift. This is a net positive for sure, though my anxiety hasn't seemed to have gotten that message. Where is it? He waves for me to follow him.
In the basement.
The basement? I've never been in the basement. I'm not even sure I know where the basement door is. Up until 15 seconds ago, I would have said the mansion didn't have a basement at all, so I have a hard time believing going into the basement is a good thing. Still, I follow Mihail on leaden feet. As it turns out, the reason I've never seen the basement door is because it's tucked into an alcove behind the pantry. I haven't cooked a single meal since we've lived here, so beyond grabbing Dante some fruit from the bowl on the island or sneaking a bag of Cheez-Its for myself, I've never been back here. Mihail pulls out a long key and unlocks the door. The stairwell disappears into darkness, but I can see every single one of the metaphorical red flags lining every inch of the path forward. 3 days ago, my horoscope told me the path ahead was murky. I applied it to my relationship with Mihail and thought, obviously, duh, when isn't it? But maybe I should have taken it more literally. Maybe it was trying to warn me about this exact moment. I freeze at the top of the stairs and Mihail reaches back for me.
The stairwell is narrow, but it opens into a large room,
he explains.
You won't be claustrophobic down here.
I'm actually not worried about tight spaces right this second. I'm more worried about being chained up down here and left to die. I say it as a joke, but every joke has a kernel of truth. Or in this case, a giant heaping pile of truth with a kernel of a joke. My heart is thundering in my throat and my breaths are coming to me in shallow gulps.
You'd have to do something pretty bad to deserve that.
It's annoyingly vague and potentially suggestive. Trofim's face flashes in my mind. Mihail hated his brother, but if he thinks I had anything to do with Trofim's murder, would he consider that bad enough to deserve imprisonment? Would he leave me down here? When we reach the bottom of the stairs, Mihail releases my hand and presses his palm to my lower back. He guides me down a narrow hall and stops in front of a metal door.
You told me the other day that things could have been easier for you if your father had killed the men who kidnapped you.
My eyes flick from Mihail to the door and back again, trying to understand what's happening. Unless there is a surprise party behind this door, which I highly doubt is happening at 1 a.m, I don't see how this is a gift for me. Yeah? I stammer. Yeah, I said that.
You needed closure. Someone hurt you and your family didn't do anything about it. That was wrong of them.
Mihail's eyes glow in the darkness. He looks more serious than I've ever seen him.
Family should look out for family.
He knows. Oh, God, he knows. Mihail thinks I had something to do with Trofim's murder, and now he is going to look out for his brother, even in death. He's going to throw me in this room, and I can't even think what he'll do. Maybe things will be better if I confess. If I tell him right now what my father made me do. If I explain that I was pregnant and desperate and out of options, maybe he'll take mercy on me. Mihail, I don't know what you... My admission goes stagnant on my tongue as the door swings open. The room is bare and damp. The light is muddy, and I have to blink into the darkness before I see the 3 men leaning against the far wall. Their hands are suspended above their heads by stainless steel chains, and I smell blood. The metallic tang burns my nose, and I stumble back into Mihail's chest. What is happening? Who are they? Other people who have crossed Mihail? Am I going to hang on chains next to them?
These were the men who kidnapped you,
Mihail explains calmly, as if he's describing a painting in an art gallery instead of the contents of an active torture chamber.
They worked for a small-time drug lord and made their money targeting the children of wealthy families. They built their fortunes ransoming little kids like you back to their families. And now, they are all dead.
Adrenaline is pumping through my veins, but I can't move, can't breathe.
Raoul and Anatoly found them while we were gone,
he explains.
I didn't want you or Dante to be in danger if they were part of a larger organization and decided to come back to finish what they started. But they were nobodies. Monsters who preyed on little kids to pay their bills. They deserved what they got.
This is the gift, I breathe. You tracked down the men who kidnapped me? I should be horrified. I should be disgusted and repulsed. Mihail tortured people and called it a gift. He had men killed and then presented them to me like a present.
You and I are married, Viviana. We are family now.
Mihail turns my stiff body towards himself, his warm hand stroking down my arm.
Which is why I'm going to look out for you.
Mihail found out something bothered me, and he took care of it. I had a problem. He fixed it. It's bizarre and bloody and horrifying, but it's him. It's us. I throw my arms around his neck and kiss him. After a beat of hesitation, Mihail hauls me against his body. He crushes his mouth to mine and carries me up the stairs to his bedroom. Chapter 47. Viviana. Mihail's room is dark, but silvery moonlight streams through the open window. Shafts of it slice across the bed as he lays me back and kisses my neck. He nibbles down my jaw and my collarbone. When clothes get in the way, we toss them off and find each other again. It's been days of this. Days of kissing and touching and fucking until we were exhausted. But this time feels different. This isn't vacation, Mihail. We aren't in some borrowed room with the sound of tropical bird calls and the ocean just outside the window. This is real life, which makes it so much better. I can't believe you did that for me, I pant, kissing his neck and shoulders while I try to catch my breath. Mihail slips down my body, his stubbled face scraping over my chest and my ribs. He kisses every inch of me, swirling his tongue across my stomach and toying at my hips with his teeth. I throw my arms over my head, crying out when he jerks my panties down and drags his tongue across my slit. 10 minutes ago, I thought the best-case scenario involved a divorce and a custody agreement. Now I'm gripping my husband's hair and riding his face to the world's fastest orgasm. This can't be real, I moan, exploding on his mouth. I'm still pulsing, desperate for something to contract around, when Mihail presses himself to my pussy and slides in to the hilt.
Fuck, he growls. You're still coming.
He pumps into me, drawing out the pleasure until I think I'm going to scream. I scrape my nails through his hair and hold him to me. I never want this to stop. I'm talking about him being inside of me, but it's layered. I don't want the sex to end because, well, obviously, but I also want to stay married to him. I want to live in this house with Mihail and Dante. I want to eat meals together and talk about our days. I want Mihail to be the person I fall asleep next to, the first face I see when I wake up.
I always want to touch you.
He sucks my nipple into his mouth, flicking the pebbled point with his tongue.
I think about it all the fucking time. I grab his face and pull his mouth to mine. Our lips crash together with bruising force, but that's okay, because I need this to hurt. I need to keep our lips sealed together. If I don't, I'll tell him the truth. I'll utter the 3 scariest words I've ever thought, let alone said, and I can't do that. Not when I have no clue how he'll feel about me in the morning. Not when he doesn't know the whole truth of how I escaped from my father and kept Dante hidden. If he was willing to slaughter the men who kidnapped me 18 years ago, there's no telling what he'd do to the person who killed his brother. Mihail spreads my thighs wider and splits me open. He buries himself deep inside of me, and I've never been so full. "Come for me again," he grits out through clenched teeth. He strokes his thumb over my clit. "Milk mine out of me, Viviana. Come." My release is instantaneous. It's like my body exists to obey Mihail. He tells me to come. I ask how hard. Well, I'm beyond the power of speech, but I come. "Mihail!" I wrap my arms around him, holding myself as close as possible to him as I explode. "I'm coming. Oh, God, He falls on top of me. His forehead presses to mine. His blue eyes are wide open and looking into mine as he twitches inside of me. I curl my palm around his cheek. "I feel you." His eyes close, and the words I actually want to say sit in my throat like a rock. "I love you." I squeeze my eyes closed to bite them back and ride the release instead, contracting around Mihail until I'm limp and sated, until he slides away and lies down on the bed next to me. We stay like that for a while, quiet and spent. Then I reach over and press my palm to the warm skin above his heart. "I can't believe you did that for me." He huffs out a laugh. "That wasn't just for you. It was for me too, Viviana." "Not the sex," I chuckle softly. "What you did, the gift. I can't believe you did that." He wipes his face clean and scowls. "It's what your father should have done 2 decades ago. I was just cleaning up someone else's mess." I've never known Mihail to be humble before, especially not after he went to so much effort. "You're right. My father should have done something about those men, but you didn't have to." I can feel his heart thudding out a steady rhythm against my hand. It's grounding. My entire life, I existed to be used by someone else. It was always what my dad wanted, and then what Trofim wanted. For 6 years, I was on my own, but even then, my life revolved around staying anonymous and protecting Dante. I think being here and not having as much to worry about made me realize how much the kidnapping still affects me. "So I brought up old traumas," he snorts. "You should be thanking me for that." I blow out a breath. "No, it's just being here with you has been healing. I feel safe, protected. I'd feel that way even if you hadn't killed those men." "I guess it was a waste of time then," he mutters. I lift myself up on my elbow and look down at him. It wasn't, because even though I feel safe here, I know how far you'll go to protect me. I'm grateful for that, Mihail. No one has ever cared about me enough to bother. He's been staring up at the ceiling while I talk, taking my gratitude reluctantly. But suddenly Mihail jerks off the bed. "I killed a few assholes," he snaps. "Don't read so much into it." The whiplash is jarring. I watch him retreat into the bathroom, retreat from me, and I can't do anything to stop it. The confession I've been holding tight for days feels pathetic now. I can't love him. I don't. Whatever I'm feeling is just a residual vacation high. It's exhaustion and relief that I'm not trapped in a dungeon somewhere. I roll over to face the wall. Hot tears slip down my nose and drip onto my pillow. My shoulders shake, but I fight to keep them still. This is why I told Mihail the night we got married that we couldn't have sex.
It complicates things. Sex makes me think I feel something for Mihail when all I really want is meaningless orgasms. The bathroom door opens and I catch my breath. I listen to his footsteps. Some naive part of me expecting him to grab my shoulder and apologize, to roll me over, kiss me stupid, and tell me he loves me too. When he settles silently into bed behind me, the tears come even faster.
Chapter 48. Mihail. The mattress shakes as Viviana sobs silently next to me. I want to drag her against my chest and hold her. I want to lick away her tears and fuck her slowly until she melts all over me, which is exactly why I wait until she is asleep before I scoop her into my arms and carry her back to her own bedroom. When I set her down, Viviana rolls onto her side and curls her arm around her pillow. Her hair is a mess of golden curls around her shoulders. Her lips are swollen from kissing me, and her eyes are puffy from crying over me. I can't look at that anymore without wanting to claw my heart right out of my chest. So I turn around and march out of her room. It's late, but there's no chance I'm going to sleep now. So I go down to the kitchen for a drink.
Ah, the prodigal son. I figured you'd be down eventually.
Anatoly is sitting at the island with a beer. Raoul is across from him. I drop down into a booth and hold out my hand. A second later, one of them, I don't know which, slides a beer towards me. I take a long drink and set it down empty.
Busy night?
Anatoly asks. Whatever crack you're going to make about us fucking, stuff it. I'm not in the mood. Anatoly holds up his hands.
No cracks. Got it. We'll all be moody and solemn.
And silent, I add. Raoul nods.
We'll be quiet, but you don't have to be.
Is this who I am now? I snort. I sit up with the two of you till sunrise and chat about my feelings? This isn't fucking therapy.
Thank God for that.
Anatoly retorts primly.
Some of the shit you've done would go way beyond doctor-patient privilege. They'd send your ass straight to prison.
I smirk despite myself and blow out a deep breath. Whatever version of me Viviana thinks she knows, it's not real. No one has ever cared about me enough to bother. I should have shut her up the moment she opened her mouth. No good has ever come from a post-fuck conversation. It's why I usually get out of there as soon as possible. There are too many hormones and emotions swirling. That's the only explanation for why Viviana thinks I care about her. I don't care about anyone. I spit, my inner thoughts bleeding out. People are either useful to me or they're not. The only reason she's here is because of Dante. If it wasn't for that kid, Viviana would still be in her shitty apartment. She probably wouldn't even be my personal assistant anymore. I add, she would have pissed me off too much and I would have fired her. Or brought her into my office daily to bend her over my desk and teach her a hard lesson. I take another pull of the dregs of my beer to wash the thought away before I go upstairs and do something stupid. Something worse than hearing one sob story from her childhood, tracking down the men responsible, and torturing them to death for ever hurting her. I didn't have those men killed because I care about her, I blurt. I did it because there is a certain way things in this world should be done. When people mess with your family, you kill them.
Amen,
Anatoly agrees. It's why I'm looking into who murdered Trofim, because he may have been a heartless bastard. Anatoly raises a finger.
I take offense to that usage of the term,
but he was blood, family.
Yeah,
Raoul draws, face screwed up in thought.
But you also want to make sure whoever killed him isn't going to come for Viviana and Dante too.
You were supposed to stay quiet. I jab a finger at him in warning. And sure, fine, that's another reason. I told Viviana I'd look out for her and Dante, and I will. It's what is expected of me as her husband. But I can't promise anything else. I don't want anything else.
Well,
Anatoly starts with a wince, but before he can finish his ill-advised sentence, little feet pad into the kitchen behind me. Dante shuffles into the kitchen, rubbing an eye with his pajama sleeve. In a second, I'm out of my chair, kneeling in front of him. "What is it, bud? What do you need?"
How did we get here?
He blinks around at the kitchen and Anatoly and Raoul.
We were at the beach.
"You fell asleep on the plane. You didn't wake up when I carried you to your room," I explain. He frowns.
So the adventure is over?
"Yes, if I know what's good for me. We'll go on plenty of other adventures, but yeah, this one is over." I scoop him up with one arm. "Say goodnight to Uncle Nat and Uncle Raoul." Dante gives him a sleepy grin and blows a kiss over my shoulder. "Goodnight, little man," Anatoly calls after him. We're only halfway up the stairs when he lays his head on my shoulder. I sigh and pause as we reach the landing. My bedroom door is wide open and Viviana's is cracked. Dante must have gone both places looking for me. "Why did you come all the way downstairs to find me?" I ask him. "Your mom is in her room."
I know.
I think that's the only explanation I'm going to get, until I lay him down in his bed and pull his covers over him. Then he chews on his lower lip, and I see so much of Viviana in him.
Mama looked sad.
My heart squeezes. "What?"
I went in her room, and she was red and puffy. It's the way she looks when she cries.
"Does she cry a lot?" "Only when men she trusts rip her heart out and stomp on it." He wrinkles his nose while he thinks.
Not so much as she used to. At her old house, she cried a lot. She said she didn't, but I could tell.
Why did she cry? Getting information about Viviana from Dante is low, but my snooping is balanced out by the fact that Dante is 5 and knows nothing. He shrugs.
I don't know. When I cry, it's because I'm hurt or because someone does something mean. But I never saw Mama get hurt, and I was never mean to her. Well, almost never.
That's good. You should be nice to your mom. One of us should be, at least.
I am. And you are too, right? That's why Mama likes living here so much?
Did she tell you that?
No, I can just tell.
That was before tonight. Before I muddied the waters and fucked everything up. This thing with Viviana could have been civil and clean. We could have taken care of Dante and lived together peacefully. Instead, I listened to my dick, and now everything is a mess. Before I can figure out what to say, there's a knock on the door. Anatoly pops his head in. I'm busy. I know. He gives Dante a tight smile before he focuses on me. It's important. It's about the Greeks. The grim look in his eyes tells me all I need to know. Retaliation. I expected it, but it still would have been nice if they'd chosen any other night aside from tonight. I have to get going, bud. I readjust the comforter around his shoulders. Are you okay now? His brows pinched together.
Will you be safe? Will you come back?
Nothing in the world has prepared me for this moment. For my son looking at me with worry in his eyes, afraid on my behalf. I smooth his hair back and press a kiss to his forehead. I'm always safe. I'll always come back.
Good.
He throws his arms around my neck.
I love you.
My chest aches. It's a physical pain, the way those 3 little words penetrate my heart. I love you too. It's easy to say. There's no denying it. Not the way I can with Viviana, the way I have to. I kiss Dante's forehead again and slip out of the room. Anatoly is waiting there, a gun on his hip. They launched an attack on the lounge. The guards are dead, and I'm waiting on a count of the waitresses, but it doesn't look good. Fuck the body count. I march past him down the hall. It changes nothing. They attacked us. I'll kill them all.
Chapter 49. Viviana. It takes me a few seconds to realize where I am. Within the last 24 hours, I've slept in 3 different rooms. First, the beach house in Costa Rica. Then Mihail's room. Now I'm waking up in my bed, alone. My head hurts from crying. My cheeks are still sticky from tears. I sit up and reach for a tissue on the nightstand, but I freeze when I see a shadow in the corner shift. I slam back against the headboard before I realize it's Mihail. You scared me. He's sitting in an armchair in the corner, his elbows resting on his knees. He's not looking at me. His eyes are fixed on the floor. You can't leave, he says without glancing up. It's the middle of the night, I point out. Where would I? You can't leave. He looks up at me and my throat closes. There's blood crusted over a slash on his forehead. More blood dried in the grooves around his knuckles. His hair is disheveled and there is pure hell in his eyes. I shove the blankets away and stand next to the edge of the bed, as if whatever bloodied him up is in the room. As if I can do something about it that Mihail hasn't already. What happened to you? I breathe. Are you? No walks, he interrupts. No work, nothing. You cannot leave. Do you understand me? He sounds haunted, raspy, mournful. Wherever he's been, he still isn't out of fight mode. Viviana, he says, rising to his feet. His shirt is ripped, and there's a dark stain on the hem of his pants. Do you understand me? This is an order. I thought I wasn't a prisoner here, I say softly. If you were a prisoner, I'd be keeping you away from the world. But I'm trying to keep the world away from you. His voice cracks, and he scrapes a hand over his jaw. I can't let anything happen to you. I can't. Can't what? What happened? Where have you been? I reach for his hand. My fingers barely brush his wrist before he spins away from me and paces across the floor. I can't focus on keeping my men alive if I'm worried about one woman doing something stupid and getting herself killed. The words are ice cold. Don't read so much into it. He isn't protecting me because he cares. He's protecting me because my death would be a distraction. I've managed just fine without you, I snap. If I'm such a distraction, why don't you just forget about me and focus on your job? I can't, he roars. Between one blink and the next, Mihail is looming over me. His chest is heaving and his jaw is set. There's something wild in his eyes I've never seen before. If I could forget about you, I would have done it by now, he hisses. I would have done it before I broke into your bridal suite that night. I would have forgotten about you the moment I saw you at your engagement party to my fucking brother. I can't breathe, can't move. If I do, I'll break this moment. This glimpse into Mihail's head will shutter closed forever. I never should have looked at you. He says it softly, like he's talking to himself and I'm not here. I hadn't looked at anyone for 3 years. Why should you have been any different? If he wants me to answer, he's out of luck. My throat is closed tight. I couldn't find the words right now, even if I wanted to. He drags a blood-crusted knuckle across my cheek. You smiled at me. You were the first person in fucking years to do that. Everyone else was too afraid. Afraid of me. Afraid they'd say the wrong thing and set me off. But you just smiled and introduced yourself. I remember. I'm your new sister. I had no idea what I was doing when I walked up to the handsome loner in the corner. Truth be told, I still have no idea what I'm doing. Mihail brushes his finger over my bottom lip. I can taste the blood. Whose blood is this? I ask softly. Are you okay? Maybe he's talking like this because he's hurt and confused. Even if that's the case, though, he ignores my question. When I looked at you, you smiled and I wanted you. Mihail drops his hand.
That's why I couldn't let you marry my brother. Not because I wanted to fuck you, but because he didn't deserve you. If you married him, you wouldn't have survived it. You would have ended up like Alona, and I didn't want to watch it happen again.
Alona. The name sparks in some deep, forgotten part of my brain. I heard it in passing a few times. Trofim and his father talking to each other, complaining about Alona and the baby, and how they fucked him up. I didn't know what or who they were talking about. Asking Trofim questions never got me anywhere I wanted to be, so I stayed quiet. But with Mihail... Who was she? I whisper.
My first wife.
Out of all the things Mihail could have said, that answer didn't even register as an option. My chest hitches, but I try not to make a noise. Mihail was married before, to someone else. I don't have any right to be jealous, but I am. Did she leave him and break his heart? Is that why he's so closed off with me? Because his true love is running around out there without him? Mihail sighs, and I can see the exhaustion written all over his blood-stained face. Maybe it's the only reason he's saying any of this. He's too tired to realize all of his walls are down. I don't want to make a noise and remind him.
We got married young. I thought I loved her, but I don't know anymore. I loved her as much as I could at the time.
He amends.
I was young and stupid. I thought I could take care of them.
Them? I ask before I can stop myself. Alona and the baby. I close my eyes, half wishing Mihail would refuse to answer. I don't think I want to hear this.
My daughter, Anzelina.
He has another kid. Mihail has another wife and another child. I'm just one in a long line. Alona, Helen, me.
She was only 3 months old.
His voice catches and every thought in my head disappears. Was, I rasp, echoing yet another word like some dumb parrot. What happened to her?
They killed her.
He croaks, eyes closed. A single tear carves through the smear of blood on his cheek.
Alona wanted me to stay with her and Anzelina. The fight with the Colombians amounted to no more than a turf war, and she didn't like how often my father sent me to the front lines. She thought I deserved some level of protection as the Pakyan's son, like Trofim. But I wasn't Trofim. I was just another soldier in my father's eyes. So, when one of our warehouses was attacked, he sent me to lead a group of men and take it back. But it was a distraction. The real target was the inner circle, the family. And since they couldn't get to my father or Trofim, they went after my family.
He's hurling the information at me so fast I can't process all of it. But I understand what's important. Mihail had a family, and he lost them. The room spins, but I fight to stay standing. If Mihail is still standing after everything he lost, it's the least I can do. Be here to support him. Mihail,
All the men had been pulled to the main house, this house, and there was only one security guard at the gate to my house. He didn't stand a chance. Alona took Anzelina into the safe room, but they pried it open. They dragged them out and...
He swallows hard.
I had the house torn down, and I kept the caskets closed at their funerals.
Silent tears pour down my cheeks, but I force back a sob and reach for his hand. Mihail, I'm so sorry. I had no idea I would have... What would I have done? Would I have let Mihail raise Dante to make up for the child he'd already lost? If I'd known his daughter had been stolen from him, would I have still kept Dante a secret? I don't know, so I don't finish the sentence. Turns out I don't need to. Mihail rips his hand away from me. When he looks at me now, I know he's seeing me. Wherever he went to dig up that story, he's back now. So are his walls. I stood over their graves and I swore I'd never let myself be that weak again, that I would never let anyone bring me that low. It's why I proposed to Helen. I was going to marry her to solidify my alliance with the Greeks. Then, he looks at me pointedly. He found me. We got married. We fell in. I found out about Dante. He finishes sharply, slashing through my naivete. I have the power and position to keep you and Dante safe, but I won't let myself be distracted with a family or childish notions of love. You two will be safe here. That's all I can promise. Hot and cold, up and down. I've cycled through every possible human emotion since being startled awake 5 minutes ago, and I can't stop the tears from pouring down my face. It doesn't have to be like this, I whisper. I hate that I'm begging. I don't know why I even bother. I know it won't do any good. We could be happy, Mihail. You and me and Dante. We could...
Stay inside and stay out of my way. I have enough to worry about.
He turns and leaves without even a glance back. My knees wobble. Everything in me wants to collapse into a heap on the floor and sob, but I can't. Not when I have Dante to think about. I need to figure out what is going on. The hallway is empty. I don't know where Mihail went, but I take the stairs down to the first floor. All I can think about is getting to the front door. I'm crossing the entryway when I hear footsteps behind me.
Everything is okay, Viv,
Anatoly says in a way that makes it sound like everything is absolutely not okay, and he knows it as well as I do. I ignore him and reach for the handle. It holds fast, and the wooden door thuds against the frame. I instinctively reach to turn the bolt, but it isn't there. Instead, it's a keyhole.
He just wants to keep the two of you safe,
Anatoly continues.
He's doing this to... He changed the locks.
I run my fingers over the smooth metal. Then I spin around, facing my brother-in-law.
He changed the fucking locks, Nat!
Anatoly winces.
It's not safe for you or Dante right now.
My chest feels tight. I focus on filling my lungs with air and blowing it out as I walk to the window. Part of me expects to find bars installed over the glass. Somehow, the reality is worse. Armed guards stand on the porch. I can see 2 men just outside the front door and 2 more stationed at the corner of the house. I don't need to run to the sliding doors out to the patio to know there are more guards there. We're surrounded. My breathing picks up. I inhale and exhale so fast that I can't tell the difference between them anymore. My lungs burn from the effort of working so hard.
Viv, it's okay.
Anatoly lays a hand on my back.
This is temporary. Mihail wants to take every precaution. He wants to keep you safe.
This isn't about me, I rasp before a sob steals my ability to speak. He doesn't want to worry about 2 more funerals. He just doesn't want to be distracted. Tears soak the collar of my pajama shirt, and I don't bother wiping them away. Finally, I drop to my knees the way I wanted to in my bedroom. Why not? It's not like there's anywhere else to go but down. I look around at the huge entryway and the high ceilings, but I might as well be back in that trunk. I can feel the walls closing in. Early morning sunlight streams through the windows, but my vision is going dark.
Viviana?
Anatoly's voice is far away. I can barely hear him over my racking sobs. I press my forehead to the cool tile floor. My heart is racing and my lungs are closed in a tight fist.
I'm right here, Viv.
Anatoly pats my back and tries to lift me up.
It's okay. I'm right here.
I know he is, but it doesn't matter. The problem is that he isn't. The only person I want to be here with me is the same person who trapped me here. So I squeeze my eyes closed and let the darkness wash over me.
Chapter 50. Mihail. Raoul is standing on the opposite side of the lobby. He's wearing a tuxedo, but anyone paying close enough attention would know he doesn't belong here. He's too rigid, his dark eyes scanning the theater-goers constantly for possible threats, for any sign that our plan has been found out and we should retreat. But there's no chance of a retreat tonight. I'd rather go down in a hail of enemy gunfire than spend another minute in the mansion. I haven't seen Viviana since early this morning, but I spent every single moment all day aware of exactly how far away from me she was. I could practically count how many steps it would take to go to her, how many seconds it would take for me to strip her down and do what we do best. But I know as soon as I empty my frustration inside of her, we'd be at the same fucking impasse. She'll still be a distraction I can't afford, and I'll hate myself for wanting her anyway. 2 chimes ring through the theater sound system, signaling the end of intermission. Everyone shuffles to the 2 sets of double doors that lead to the main theater. I look at Raoul and he nods. We follow the crowd towards the doors, but break away at the last second for a hallway that leads to the private boxes.
There's still time to change the plan, Raoul mutters under his breath. One call and someone else can pull the trigger.
He's been watching me closely all day. Raoul has a way of knowing when I'm at a tipping point. He's worried I'm about to go off the edge. He should be. Hell, maybe I already have. I shrug. Me, someone else, it's all the same. What does it matter? If Anatoly were here, he'd say it matters a hell of a fucking lot. He is pissed Raoul and I are doing this without him. But Viviana likes Anatoly. They have a bond. I want him there with her right now.
It matters because you have more responsibilities than you used to.
He's talking about the Bratva, sure, but I know what Raoul is actually thinking of, who he is thinking of. Dante, Viviana. What happens to them if I die tonight? I shake my head. This is my mess. I'm going to be the one to clean it up. He sighs.
Could you see if Helen was there?
I sat through the first act of the show, but I don't have a clue what it's about. My attention was on the private box closest to the stage, the box we're walking to now. No, but I identified our target. Even from the back of the theater, I recognized the man in the security footage from the attack on the lounge last night. Yanis Drakos is Helen's uncle and the head of security for his brother. But last night, he led the charge on a business that has been in Novikov control for decades. He murdered my guards and innocent waitresses. He started a war. So if Helen is stupid enough to be sitting next to him after what he has done on her behalf, she deserves whatever is coming. If Raoul disagrees with my call, he doesn't mention it. Instead, he checks his weapon as we mount the stairs and then sends a text to one of the men waiting in the audience below.
The security working the exits were disposed of just before intermission. Our guys have replaced them now. We have 15 minutes before the drugs wear off and the guards wake up. They're tied up, but the noise...
So we kill him before 15 minutes is up. If things go my way, this won't take more than 1 or 2. Raoul nods wearily.
You make the kill, and we move out before they lock the theater down. The police are on our side tonight. They've agreed to give us a small window to flee. We could shoot our way out in a pinch, but neither of us wants to do that.
As nice as a full-out fight would be for the tension crawling under my skin, I have no interest in taking out innocent bystanders. It's an execution. We get in, kill him, and get out. It's simple. It shouldn't be simple anyway. But just as we're about to round the final corner to Janos Drakos' box, I know something has gone wrong. There are voices in the hallway. I peek around the corner and see 2 men standing guard outside the door. There's the bulge of a weapon on one man's hip. Raoul freezes next to me. He's as surprised as I am. Janis has never had guards outside of his box before. They definitely weren't here during the first act either. He knows. Somehow, Giannis knows something is going on tonight and he's prepared to fight. Raoul is going to pull us out. He doesn't like the looks of this, and neither do I. If Giannis is expecting an attack, it means things just got 10 times more dangerous for everyone involved. But retreating now would be a sign to the Greeks that I'm intimidated. It would be like throwing open the gates of my house and telling them to take whatever they'd like. Letting them get away with an outright attack on the Novikov Bratva would be handing them Viviana and Dante on a silver platter. Because they won't stop with the lounge they destroyed. They'll keep coming until Viviana is out of the picture and Helen is stationed at my side. But that isn't going to happen, ever. Raoul reaches for my arm just as I whip around the corner. Before either of the guards can react, I grab the closest one and press my gun below his ear. Don't make a sound, or I'll paint this wall with your brains. Raoul curses behind me before he pulls his gun on the second guard. Don't move, cabron. I quickly think through logistics, but there's no way we leave these guards alive. They're a risk. I just don't yet know how we kill them quietly. Then the emergency exit behind me opens, and killing them quietly becomes a last thought in my mind. I pull the trigger half a second before Raoul does the same. The 2 guards drop dead, but 2 more charge into the hallway to replace them. If I had any doubt that the Greeks saw this attack coming, it's gone now. There isn't even time to wonder how they figured it out. There's only time to kill the newest threat in front of us. The guards seem shocked to have walked into the middle of an active fight, which gives us a 1-second head start. It's enough for Raoul to shoot the first man to walk through the door between the eyes. His friend ducks and fumbles for his gun, but I kick him in the stomach. He sprawls on his back, and I kneel down next to him. I press my gun to his neck. How many more of you are there? Before he can answer, I hear raised voices coming from the theater. So much for being discreet. Raoul's phone is buzzing nonstop, messages pouring in from the men stationed inside the theater. We have to go. I kill the man on the floor and stand up. Go if you want to, but I'm finishing this. He wants to argue. I can see it in his face. Then his expression clears and he nods. I'm with you. I kick open the door to the private box. Beneath us, the theater is in chaos. One performer is still singing, either trying to keep people calm or completely unaware of what is happening, but my focus is on the small space in front of me. 2 guards form a human wall between me and what I know is Giannis Drakos. Don't die for him, I advise them. Don't throw your lives away for this asshole. But a woman hiding in the corner of the box shrieks, drowning out my words, and the entire theater erupts in panic. One of the guards lunges forward, his shoulder catching me in the stomach. I slam back against the door, breathless for a second. Then I bring the grip of my gun down on the man's head as Raoul fires at the other guard. The man's arm loosens around my middle. I manage to kick him off and then land a second blow to the center of his chest. He collapses onto the other guard, who is clutching a gaping wound in his throat. At the same time, Raoul and I finish them. With his disposable guards wiped out, Giannis presses his palms together and drops to his knees.
Please, I ask for mercy, Mihail.
His mustache quivers with fear and sweat. We have to go, Raoul whispers. I haven't been keeping track of time, but we must be at least halfway through our 15-minute window by now, and the entire theater knows something is wrong. That window is closing fast. It's fine. This won't take but a second. I press my gun to Giannis's sweaty forehead. Even if I had any mercy, I wouldn't waste it on you. I pull the trigger. Giannis collapses in a limp pile of limbs as the woman in the corner screams again and again and again. She is sobbing and shaking, her heels scrabbling against the thin carpet in an effort to get even further away from me. The only way out for her is over the balcony. It's an idea. Then again, it's not always a bad thing to leave a witness.
I don't have anything to do with Giannis's business, she weeps. He tells me nothing. Please don't.
I wave for her to be silent. Tell Giannis's niece that she started this war. Her uncle's blood is on Helen's hand. Then I dip my chin in farewell and leave the woman to deal with the cooling corpse of her lover.
Chapter 51. Viviana. Someone knocks on my door, but I don't respond. I don't even move. Whoever it is, they'll come in if they want to. Actually, they'll come in if Mihail wants them to. That's what everyone around here does. Whatever Mihail asks. It's probably Anatoly or Stella. I swear they've drafted a rotating schedule. They've been in and out of my room all day, taking turns, trying to wear me down. Mihail is a good guy, Anatoly said the first time I let him in. I know he has imprisoned you in this house and isn't letting you or your son leave, despite the fact you have well-documented claustrophobia, but it's for your own good. Fine, maybe that isn't exactly what he said, but it's close enough. Stella focuses her emotional appeals on Dante. Dante looks to you to see how he should respond. If you seem happy, he'll be happy, she explained. You have the power to make this a fun adventure for him. It's genius, really. If I wasn't half a second from a mental breakdown, maybe I'd pull myself together and be there for my son. But Dante is the exact reason why I haven't left this room since my panic attack this morning. I've spent years of my life pretending things were fine when they weren't. But that well has run dry. I'm too exhausted to pretend. The best thing I can do for Dante right now is stay far, far away. There's another round of knocking, and I curl the blankets under my chin and stare at the door. As expected, after I don't answer a second time, the door slowly opens. I grab a pillow, ready to hurl it at the ginormous target that is Anatoly's head. But it isn't Anatoly or Stella in the doorway. It's Pyotr.
Hi, Viviana.
Mihail's driver practically lives in his black suit and white button-down. Mihail told me he doesn't enforce a dress code for the staff. Pyotr just likes wearing a suit. I've never seen him out of it. I stare blankly at him, making it very clear how much I want him in my room right now. He gives me a tight smile of acknowledgement and holds out a tray of food.
I brought you dinner.
I'm not hungry. I've been nauseous all day. Panic attacks always leave me feeling like I'm hungover. Usually a little fresh air helps, but, well, that's not an option.
You should eat,
he insists.
It will make you feel better.
I don't bother asking why Pyotr thinks he knows what is best for me. Everyone in this house acts like they know what is best for me. I'm tired of arguing with them about it. I can't believe they have you on servant duties, I snap. With the house on lockdown, I guess there isn't much for you to do. It's hard to transport people where they want to go when they are imprisoned. His mouth tightens into a thin line.
Stella was worried you weren't eating. I volunteered to bring this up. She said you haven't been especially welcoming.
Because they haven't been especially empathetic, I bite back. Everyone is so far up Mihail's ass that they can't see how absurd this all is. I'm trapped here, Pyotr.
I know.
You say that, but... I groan. If I'd known this is how things were going to go, I would have tried harder to run after Mihail brought us here. Actually, I would have stayed hidden. I would have kept moving again and again. Dante would have been miserable starting over at a new school over and over again. It wouldn't have been sustainable. Plus, even just the thought that these last few weeks with Mihail never would have happened makes my stomach twist until I think I'll be sick. No matter how bad things are, I can't bring myself to regret everything that has happened, just the way they've ended up.
What I can tell you, miss, is that no one is enjoying themselves right now.
It's the closest anyone on Mihail's staff has come to criticizing him, and it takes me by surprise. Careful, I warn. I'm sure even the walls have ears around here. He smirks.
If they did, I'd probably be fired by now.
I raise my brows. Are you telling me you aren't on the straight and narrow like you appear?
I wouldn't go that far.
He sits on the very corner of the bed, as far from me as possible.
But I have some feelings about what is happening to you right now. I've spoken my mind to a few people, but no one seems to feel quite as strongly about your situation as I do.
Since I moved in, Anatoly and Stella have been there for me. More than anyone in this mansion, I consider them my friends. Was I wrong to trust them if they won't help me now?
It makes sense.
Piotr continues.
They don't have the same background I do.
What background is that?
One much like yours.
He smiles, but there's so much sadness in his eyes that I reach over and take his hand. He squeezes my fingers gently.
My mother was forced into the mafia against her will. Her father was wealthy and married her off to the son of a Don. When I was 5, she took me and ran.
I frown. Then why are you here working for Mihail now? If she wanted you to get away from this lifestyle, why did you come back?
Because she died.
I gasp. Did they find her? Did they? I can't even finish the thought. I've spent enough nights dreading what could happen to me. First, if Mihail found me and Dante. Now, if I take Dante and run. I don't want to hear all of my worst fears confirmed.
It was a car accident.
I sag. Oh. He lets out a humorless chuckle.
A little boring, right? She ran from danger, but it found her anyway. It was an ordinary accident. The sun was bright and she ran a red light. A truck T-boned our car on her side. She died and I survived. So I went back to live with my dad.
The story is heartbreaking, but one detail still sticks out. I'm sorry, but why are you here? I repeat. I mean, your father was the son of a Don. How did you end up as Mihail's driver?
How did I fall so far from grace, you mean?
My face flushes. I'm sorry,
It's okay.
He waves me away.
It's a fair question. The answer there is a bit mundane, too, I'm afraid. My mother didn't just run from my father because of his connections to the crime world. He was also a mean drunk. The drinking only got worse after she left, and even worse after she died. By the time I was old enough to head out on my own, my grandfather had disowned my dad. We were living in a hovel on the edge of town without 2 pennies to rub together.
So you applied to work for Mihail? He shrugs.
My life taught me how to keep secrets, and even though I seem like I'm on the straight and narrow now, I have a decent-sized rap sheet. Mihail knew I would never say a word against him because I have no interest in being noticed by the police. It was mutually assured destruction that sealed our working relationship.
How romantic, I drawl.
I respect Mihail, and I like working for him, but...
Piotr lowers his voice like maybe the walls have ears after all.
That doesn't mean I agree with what he's doing to you, Viviana.
I give him a sad smile. Thanks. If only sympathy could get me out of here. He pauses.
Is that what you want? To get out?
I blink at him. Is this a test? It's not exactly a secret that I'm not happy about being trapped here. The panic attack this morning probably clued a few people in.
Being upset and wanting to leave are 2 different things.
He's staring at me with an intensity that forces me to stare back.
Think about it, Viviana. Think through all the possible benefits and consequences, and if you do that and still want to leave, I'll help you.
Why? I blurt. Why would you do that for me? He pats my hand with his.
I wouldn't be doing it for you. It would be for her.
Chapter 52. Mihail. The kitchen is busier than I've seen it in years. Dante is sitting on the counter, kicking his feet against the cabinet door below him as he helps Stella arrange cookies on a baking sheet. Anatoly is leaning across the island, tickling Dante's side every few seconds and sending him into a fit of giggles. Raoul is lounging at the table, disconnected from everyone but watching closely. I take account of each and every one of them in an instant. I also take account of the one person missing. Where is she? Everyone stiffens at the sound of my voice except for Dante. He's still giggling from the latest round of tickling. He turns back to me with a smile.
Mama is sick.
For a split second, I believe him. Viviana is sick. No one told me? Why the fuck am I just hearing about this now? Then I see Anatoly's face. I storm out of the kitchen and am halfway up the stairs when Anatoly catches my arm.
I think you should let it go, Mikhail. She isn't doing well.
It's been 2 days, I growl. She can't stay in her room forever. Though, now that I say it out loud, maybe it's not such a bad idea. Out of sight, out of mind. It didn't work the last 6 years, but might as well give it another go, right?
It won't be forever. She just needs some time.
I hate that Anatoly thinks he knows Viviana better than I do. I hate even more that he might be right. It's easy for him to get close to her and Dante. He doesn't have as much to lose if something happens to them. He won't spend the rest of his life feeling like he failed them. Not like I will, at least. We don't have time, I spit. The Greeks are on our asses. There was another attack last night, only hours after we took out Giannis. If they attack here, I need her to be ready.
Viviana is always ready to fight,
Anatoly says with a sad smirk.
But she had a panic attack.
I frown. When?
After you left her room yesterday morning, she was...
He drags a hand over his face.
It was fucked, man. I've never seen her like that.
My immediate thought, it should have been me. I should have been the one to find her, to comfort her. Not Anatoly. Me. I don't care if she's mad about the safety measures. They're for her own good.
She wasn't mad, he corrects. She was terrified. When she realized you'd changed the locks, she felt trapped.
She's trapped in a mansion, poor girl.
With locked doors and guards watching every window, even a mansion can feel like a cell when you can't escape. The walls started closing in on her, and she was hyperventilating. I mean, she crumbled right in front of me. She collapsed, and I thought I was going to have to call the doctor. Thankfully, she passed out and started breathing normally again.
Guilt burns through me hot and fast, but I shove it down. I did what I had to do to keep her and Dante safe, just like I always will. Anatoly nods.
I know. Deep down, I think she does too.
Very, very deep down, maybe.
But she needs time, he says again. Give it another day and I'll talk to her. I'll see if I can.
I don't need you to talk to my wife, brother. Anatoly looks down at the floor. I didn't mean she's coming to dinner tonight, whether she likes it or not. I walk back down the stairs, brushing past Anatoly on my way. Since you two are so close, I'll let you make sure she shows up. He sighs behind me, but wisely doesn't respond. 15 minutes later, he walks into the dining room with Viviana trailing behind him. I don't have time to be pissed that she listened to Anatoly and came downstairs, because it's the first time I've seen her face in days, and she looks worse than I imagined. Her skin is pale and her lips are cracked and dry. Her eyes are red-rimmed. If I didn't know any better, I'd think she really was sick.
Mama!
Dante jumps out of his chair and hurls himself at Viviana's legs. The force of it sends her stumbling back half a step.
Are you all better?
Viviana's eyes flick to mine for just a second before she quickly looks away and hugs Dante to her.
I'm better, baby.
Her voice says the exact opposite. It's a husk of itself, hoarse and ragged and broken. He drags her to the table by her hand.
Sit with me, Mama.
Anatoly moves to the other side of the table to make room for Viviana, and Stella brings out a plate for her. Dante wedges himself between me and his mom with a bright smile. He's the only person in the room who can manage one tonight.
Did you know hat and cat are rhyming words?
Dante asks the table.
Also gat and dat? Those last two aren't words,
Anatoly points out. Dante hits him with narrowed eyes.
But they rhyme.
Anatoly holds up his hands in surrender.
Too true, little man.
The entire meal is stiff and awkward except when Dante quizzes us with everything Mrs. Steinman has been teaching him during his tutoring sessions. He asks Raoul if he knows the Muffin Man, and almost falls out of his seat in delighted shock when Raoul sings the song along with him. Seeing my usually somber second-in-command sing children's nursery rhymes should be enough to break me out of any funk, but it doesn't so much as touch the dark cloud over my head tonight. mostly because Viviana hasn't so much as touched her dinner. I interrupt the third round of singing by pushing Viviana's plate closer to her. You need to eat. She juts her chin out but doesn't look at me. I'm not hungry. Considering you haven't eaten all day, I don't think that's possible. She had some lunch, Anatoly offers in her defense, but he closes his mouth when I glare at him. Eat, I demand. Slowly she turns to me. Her cheeks look sunken in. I didn't think that was possible after only a few days, but Viviana looks gaunt, skeletal. I did that. This is my fault. Without breaking eye contact, Viviana lifts her fork to her mouth and takes a bite. She chews slowly, and I swear I can see her turning green. It takes visible effort for her to swallow. How's that? She asks coolly. A good start. You need to keep your strength up. We don't know what is coming for us. Something is coming? Dante looks up at me, a purple juice mustache on his upper lip. Viviana smooths down his hair. Her nails are bitten down to the skin. Nothing is coming, bud. Mikhail is just talking silly. You have nothing to worry about. He does, I counter. I bend down to Dante's level. We all do. There are people out there who want to hurt us, and we have to be ready. Mikhail! Viviana hisses at the same time Anatoly knocks my knee under the table. He deserves to know what is going on, I tell them both. He needs to understand why I have to send him away. All at once, the air sucks out of the room. I can hear my own heart beating in my ears. I'm going away? Dante's voice wavers. It's better for him to be upset now than to be unprepared. I'm doing him a favor. You wanted to go back to school, didn't you? That's where I'm sending you, to school. Viviana gasps. But I thought you didn't want to. In Russia. Viviana moves so fast I almost don't see her. In a second, she's out of her chair with a protective arm wrapped around Dante's chest. Like hell you are, she hisses. Stay away from him. You aren't sending him anywhere. Raoul shoves away from the table, poised to take action wherever it might be necessary. Anatoly just looks exhausted. He isn't safe here. I tell her as calmly as I can. He needs to get out of the city. No one knows about him yet. If I send him away, we can keep him anonymous until I've cleared up. This will never be cleared up. There will always be danger, she cries out. It's why I didn't want to come back here in the first place. Now you expect me to stay trapped in this house while you send him halfway around the world? Absolutely not. No. We can talk about this like adults, Anatoly suggests, rising out of his chair. We should all sit down and think this through after Dante goes to bed. There's nothing to talk about, Viviana growls at him. You can't take my son away from me. Suddenly, Dante darts out of Viviana's arms and runs down the hall. I hear his little feet scampering on the steps. I start to follow him, but Viviana steps into my path. Let him be. He wants to be alone. A door slams somewhere upstairs. You don't know that. I do, she insists. He is hiding in a closet right now because he knows I won't follow him in there. He knows I don't like feeling trapped. The casual mention of her claustrophobia is a reminder as much as it is a challenge. She's driving the knife of guilt in a bit deeper. All of this is my fault, and she wants me to know that, as if I don't already. I'm not doing this to hurt him. That doesn't mean you aren't hurting him anyway, she spits. You're hurting all of us. The knife in my gut twists and saws. We're in the middle of a war. Do you think I should let the two of you wander around in the yard and pick flowers when any minute a fucking army could tear down the gates? I think you should give us a choice, she fires back. I think you should talk to me. We are both his parents. You told me that we would work together. I also told her I wouldn't send him away. But that was before we landed in the middle of a war. Things have changed since then. How about, for right now, we work together to get my son out of a fucking closet, I snarl. Let's focus on that. None of this is resolved, but this is an issue we can both agree on. Viviana grudgingly follows me upstairs.
Chapter 53. Viviana. It takes 20 minutes and a king-sized chocolate bar to lure Dante out of Mihail's closet. I couldn't even blame him. I wanted to crawl in there right along with him, to be honest. Claustrophobia be damned. Now he's in bed, nibbling on the top of his chocolate bar and looking reproachfully at the two of us, like we might snatch him up by the collar and haul him out of the house at any second. I would never do that. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Mihail.
You're safe here for tonight,
Mihail tells him.
Nothing will happen to you while I'm with you.
Then why do I have to leave? Why can't I stay here?
Because I can't always be here with you. Sometimes I have to leave.
Dante flings a hand at me.
Mama is here. She's always here.
Against my will, but the kid does have a point.
Mihail sighs. Listen, Dante. I should have found a better way to tell you about your new school. If it helps, I think you'll really like it.
Fat fucking chance. It doesn't help, I mutter softly enough that only Mihail can hear me. His shoulders stiffen, but he keeps talking.
Let's put a pin in this for today.
Dante wrinkles his nose.
What?
It means Mihail wants to talk about this another day, I explain. He and I are going to think this over and talk more about it. Nothing is decided, okay? It's not a lie, not really. Mihail's mind might be made up, but that doesn't mean for a single second that I'm going to let him take my son away from me. Not when I've worked so hard to keep us together. Dante's lower lip wobbles, but he nods.
Okay, Mama.
Mihail reads him a book about dragons throwing a taco party, and Dante laughs when Mihail pretends to breathe fire all around his room. But as soon as the book is over, I see the worry crease between my baby boy's brows. I hate that he is wrapped up in this. I hate that Mihail dropped this stress on his shoulders. I hate that there's nothing I can do to make it better. By the time I kiss his forehead and step into the hall, whatever malaise settled over me the last 2 days is gone. I don't want to lie in bed and cry. I want to breathe fire. Mihail closes Dante's door, and I'm there in an instant, jabbing a finger into his chest. You're a liar! He sets his jaw.
Let's do this somewhere else. I don't want Dante to hear.
Oh, now you think about Dante? You weren't thinking about him when you announced at dinner that you were planning to ship him off to the middle of nowhere.
Russia is hardly the middle of nowhere.
It's not here with me, I snap. That's all that matters. Do you understand that he is only 5 years old? You can't rip him away from his mother.
Mihail snatches my finger out of the air and hauls me against his chest. My heart gallops. The smell of him wraps around me, and I have to fight the instinct to lean into the warmth of his body. Despite everything, pressing myself to him like this is the only thing I've thought about the last 2 days. I want to lay my cheek over his heart and breathe in time with him. I want him to comfort me the way he's always been able to. Except the man I want to comfort me isn't the man standing in front of me right now. Hell, maybe that man never existed. For all I know, this has all been a trick to get to this moment. Mihail stealing my son. Mihail peers down his nose at me.
If I don't rip him away from you now, someone else will, and in a way that's much more permanent.
I rise onto my toes, ready to fight him tooth and nail. But as our bodies slide together, Mihail's facade cracks. His throat bobs. His eyes flicker across my face. For the first time, every thought in his head is plain to see. He wants me the same way I want him, probably against his will. More than that, he doesn't want to send Dante away. I remember what Piotr said the other night. No one is enjoying themselves right now. Instead of arguing with him, I go for a gentler approach. I press my palm to his stubbled cheek. You aren't the same man you were back then, Mihail. He stares down at me, unreadable and unrelenting. You're different, I continue. You understand the risks, and you've done everything to account for them. When he understands what I'm saying, he jerks away.
Don't!
He spins around and pushes through my bedroom door. I follow him across the hall. Don't what? Don't tell you the truth? I ask. Don't tell you that I trust you to keep us safe? Don't act like you understand anything. I'm not Alona, Mihail, and Dante isn't. Don't! He roars, rounding on me. I gasp and fall back against the closed door. Mihail freezes, regret flickering across his face, before he can hide it. He drags a hand through his hair and spins away from me. If there is something I don't understand, then tell me, I beg. Fill me in. I'd love to be right there with you making decisions. That's what a marriage is. He snorts derisively. This has never been a real marriage. If I hadn't already spent the last 2 days sobbing, I'd probably cry. As it is, I'm all dried up. No, I guess not, I breathe. But it could be. If we let ourselves feel what I know we're both feeling, then this could be the realest thing I've ever... I clear my throat, choking down a sob. Mihail is a statue in the middle of the room. His shoulders rise and fall with his breathing, but he doesn't move, doesn't speak. I take a step closer and reach for him. My fingers whisper across his shoulder blade. We'll never be a family if you send him away. Mihail jerks to life. He spins to face me, blue eyes wild. We won't be a family if Dante is dead. He'll be safer in Russia. That's all I want. Trofim wasn't safe there, I point out, swallowing down my nerves. Someone found him. This is different. I don't see how, I lie. It's very different. For one, I'd never hurt Dante. But I lift my chin and meet Mihail's eyes. I don't let him see the anxiety brewing under the surface. We'll talk about this later, he says, stepping around me. When you're being rational. I am being rational. You're the one not being... But the door closes and Mihail is gone. Again. I'm alone in my room. Again. I stand there for a few minutes, waiting to make sure Mihail won't change his mind, turn around, and come back to apologize. The fact that part of me still expects him to is more pathetic than I know what to do with. So when the hallway stays quiet and the door stays closed, I slide the lock home, pull a duffel bag down from my closet, and start stuffing things inside. I don't want to leave. I can admit that much to myself. Despite everything that has happened between us, despite the fighting and the lies and the kidnapping, I still want him. But what I want has never been a factor where Dante is concerned. I have to do what is best for my son. Always. When I finish packing the bag, I tuck it deep under the bed and shove some extra rolled-up blankets around it for camouflage. I hope I don't need it. God, I really don't want to need it. But I've already lost my heart to a man who will never love me back. I won't lose my son to him, too.
Chapter 54. Mihail.
I toss my third, or shit, I don't know. It could be my 4th, 5th, or 10th drink back, but I don't even taste it. There's no familiar tingle in my extremities, no warmth flow in my gut. Despite the alcohol, I feel ice cold inside and out, numb. Maybe that's why I don't flinch when my office door flies open, and my father is standing in front of me, practically frothing at the mouth. "What in the fuck are you doing?" he snarls. I hold up my glass. "Having a drink, or I was having a drink. I just finished it." "You're drunk." He swipes out to bat the glass out of my hand, but I pull it back with plenty of time to spare. I'm wasted, but even still I'm faster than the old bastard. "Not drunk," I correct, placing the glass safely on the corner of the desk that used to belong to my father. "Just drinking. Now what the fuck do you want?" A deep, angry growl squeezes out of his throat. "I want to know why you're sitting here kicking your heels up while we are being attacked.
If you're talking about the assault at the lounge, I've responded to that. He snorts. Yeah, by killing Jonas Drakos in front of an entire theater full of witnesses. No one who matters saw me. Even if they did, they won't breathe a word. It doesn't matter either way. If you don't end up in prison, you'll be in the grave. The Greeks aren't going to stop until you pay for humiliating Helen. Helen humiliated herself, I drawl. She fell in love with me without any encouragement. She let her feelings get in the way of what should have been nothing more than a solid business deal. Which is exactly why I won't do the same thing with Viviana. I don't care that I can still feel the way her breasts pressed against my ribs. It doesn't matter that I've been half-cocked since she pressed her hand to my cheek. It sure as fuck doesn't make a difference that she all but admitted she loves me. I won't make this shit any messier than it already is. Helen isn't the one who let her feelings get in the way of things, son. He snaps. That was you. You let this woman turn your head and make enemies of the Greeks. This isn't about her, it's about my son. He rolls his eyes. The bitch probably got pregnant on purpose. You destroyed her wedding to Trofim right when she was banking on a connection to the Novikov Bratva. She needed to tie one of you down, and beggars can't be choosers, eh? I remember everything about that night in vivid detail. Neither of us were thinking with enough clarity to manipulate anyone. The draw between us was magnetic. I couldn't have pulled out of her even if I'd wanted to. And Viviana still doesn't want anything to do with this world. That's my wife you're talking about. Yeah, she's your wife, he agrees. She's also your brother's murderer. Even if I was drunk, that sentence would have sobered me right up. My blood runs cold and I sit tall. Explain yourself. My father tosses an envelope onto my desk. It's all in there. I pull a flash drive out of the envelope. What is this? Play it and you'll... I don't want to play it, I bark. I want you to tell me why the fuck you are accusing my wife of murder before I kill you for insulting her. My father has the audacity to smirk. I wouldn't have thought I'd know more about this than you. I don't have an army of men at my command and doing my bidding anymore. It seems you've gotten distracted from your investigation. Does Vivian have anything to do with why you haven't found who killed Trofim? Viviana has everything to do with why I haven't really cared that Trofim was killed at all. He hurt her. He was going to make her miserable for the rest of her life, so fuck him. The only reason I cared in the first place is because I thought the same person might come after Viviana or Dante next. There's a good reason why he died 6 years ago, and I'm just finding out now. I've been looking into it. Raoul says there's reason to believe Trofim hired a prostitute, or he brought some random woman home and she killed him. Either he owed her money or he pissed her off, maybe both. His smirk spreads. The prostitute theory might not be so far off. Careful, I warn. That's twice you've gone too far. I won't allow you a third. Or maybe my theory holds some water, he retorts. My thought is that Viviana knew she was pregnant and wanted to make sure that her child's father was guaranteed to be Pachan. The easiest way to do that would be to kill Trofim. I was going to be Pachan whether Trofim lived or not. I won it from him. It was over. I wave him off. Get out of here with your bullshit theories against my wife. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm not. But that doesn't mean I don't have evidence against her all the same. He points to the flash drive. If you do watch that, you'll see your wife walking into the house where Trofim was staying, and then walking out half an hour later covered in blood. The next time anyone sees him, he's dead. There were no cameras. Raoul checked. Trofim didn't even know they existed. I had them installed without his knowledge. He lifts his chin. You may have tossed your brother to the wolves, but I wanted to keep an eye on him.
Then where were you 6 fucking years ago? If you had these tapes, then you knew Trofim was dead. Why didn't you say anything?
I didn't know he was dead, he argues. I thought he fell off the map, which was understandable after you embarrassed him so publicly. I didn't remember the cameras and dig up the tapes until I heard he was gone.
Who told you? I ask.
Not you, he says through gritted teeth. I may not be Pochan, but I'm still your father. I'm Trofim's father. I deserve to know he died, and you kept it from me.
I roll my eyes. I don't have time for his sob story, especially when I'm still trying to process the fact that Viviana might have something to do with all of this. Why didn't you tell me you thought Viviana was his killer when you saw her at dinner the other night? You recognized her.
I don't think anything. I know she killed him, he corrects acidly. And when I was last here, I didn't know Trofim was dead. It wasn't until I recognized Trofim's ex-fiancée sitting next to you that I decided to call him. When he didn't answer, I did a little digging. It was easy enough to piece it all together.
I run a hand through my hair, trying desperately to clear my head and think. What does this mean? Why would she do it? Why wouldn't she tell me? You're sure it's her on the tapes? I ask.
Positive. She's very identifiable.
There's a suggestion in his tone that I should kill him for. Maybe I would have 5 minutes ago. But now, my wife killed my brother. The woman has been a distraction since the moment I first saw her. She's thrown my life into chaos and consumed way too many of my thoughts. I made excuses for her before. I told myself it wasn't a problem. But now, this is different, isn't it?
Well,
my father charges.
What are you going to do?
I know what you're going to do. I stand up and wave him away. Leave now. If you tell anyone what we talked about here, I'll kill you.
You'd kill your father over the woman who murdered your brother?
He spits. I don't answer because the truth is, I have no fucking idea. But I'm going to find out.
Chapter 55. Viviana. My bedroom door flies open like the lock doesn't exist. The wooden frame shatters, spraying splinters across the floor. I have enough time to wonder if this is the attack Mihail was warning me about. He was right. Someone is coming for us. I need to get to Dante. Then the thoughts disappear like smoke because it's Mihail himself stalking across the scattered shards. What the hell are you? He rips the comforter away where I had it clutched to my chest and presses me back into the headboard. His hand is an iron choker cinched low on my throat. His thumb drives painfully into my collarbone. I whimper and stretch away from him, but he doesn't give me an inch. I want to say something, but the look on his face makes it impossible. I've never seen him like this. Rage is rippling off of him like a physical force. The heat of him soaks through my thin nightgown. Does he know about the duffel bag I packed? Does he know about... Before I can even cement why I should be afraid, Mihail crushes his lips to mine. He closes the distance between us in a second, and then he's everywhere. I can tell myself that I don't want Mihail until I'm blue in the face, but all it takes is one touch for me to melt. Need throbs between my legs. I moan against his mouth, and Mihail hauls me against him and lifts me off the bed like I'm no more substantial than a rag doll. His arm tightens around my lower back until I'm struggling to breathe. His hold and his mouth are relentless. I have no choice but to give what he wants. As stars begin to speckle my vision, Mihail drops me onto the mattress. I fall sideways with a gasp. I'm still a mess of limbs trying to make sense of what he's even doing here. when Mihail grabs the hem of my nightgown and shreds it straight up the seam. That's not difficult to interpret. "Why?" I rasp. With the way we left things, I didn't expect him to come back tonight. I certainly didn't expect this.
"Because you're mine."
It's the only answer I get before he opens the ruined shreds of my nightgown and crawls over me. He slides up my body slowly. I feel his erection hard and insistent over my ribs and between my breasts. I'm dazed from the surprise of him being in my room, doing this, and from the intensity of how much I want every second of it. He unzips his pants and his cock rests against my skin, hot and velvety soft. I press my breasts together, creating more friction as he slides between them. Then he swats my hands away, grabs a handful of my hair, and drives himself into my mouth. My throat bobs as I take him. He tips his head back and groans when I swirl my tongue around him and suck him deeper. The last few days have been hell for both of us. I'm pissed at him, but that doesn't mean I don't understand that he's under stress too. If this is how we both choose to burn off some frustration, I'll take it. I dig my fingers into his muscled ass and pull him deeper.
"Fuck, Viviana!"
He thrusts and holds. Then, in a blink, he's gone. He rips my hands away from his body, slides off the bed, and with one jerk, flips me onto my stomach. I barely have time to register what is happening before he drags my hips to the edge of the bed and sinks his cock into me. "Oh my God!" I arch off the bed, gasping as my body quickly adjusts to him. It's like pressing on a muscle you've overworked. It hurts in a way that makes me want to press harder. I lift my hips, taking him deeper. Mihail moves like we're in a hurry. Are we? Is there a clock counting down somewhere I can't see? He wraps his huge hands around my waist and slams into me. I cry out, falling face first into the mattress. The bed rattles on the frame, and the sound of our bodies slapping together echoes around the room. My body flutters around him, desperate to grab onto something. But he's coming and going so fast. "Mihail!" I gasp, struggling for purchase on the bed. Heat is building low in my belly, but it's happening too quickly. I didn't spend days thinking about this for it to be over in a minute. I want to feel every inch of him inside of me. "Mihail, we aren't in a rush. We can—" Suddenly his hand wraps around to muzzle my mouth. I'm so shocked that, for a second, I'm frozen. Then I open my mouth and clamp down hard on his finger. He spits a curse in Russian, his hold loosens, and it's enough space for me to crawl away from him. He slides out of me, his cock twitching in the air between us. "You're treating me like a fucking sex toy. If you want to pound a fleshlight, check your bedside drawer." He grabs my ankles and yanks me to the end of the bed. His thumb strokes over my slit, dipping inside of my wetness.
"Why would I, when you're here and ready?"
I bite my lower lip, swallowing down a moan. "I'm not your prostitute. I'm your wife." Mihail rotates his wrist and slides a finger inside of me. He curls against my walls, stroking the words out of my head and every bit of resistance out of my body. I part my legs for him, my knees wilting on either side of his hips. He slips a second finger inside of me, and I fall against his chest.
"I know you're not a prostitute,"
he whispers against my temple.
"You open your legs for free."
"Hey!" I shove off his chest, but his thumb circles over my clit and my breath hitches. The argument stutters out of me. "You can't talk to me like—"
"I can do whatever the fuck I want with you."
My face burns. I try to shove him away, but he holds me steady with one arm while he slides a third finger inside of me.
"Are you going to tell me to stop?"
he growls. His blue eyes are practically black. Whatever version of Mihail is in front of me now, he isn't here to apologize or find some relief. He's here to fight. I have no idea what this is about, but I'm more than happy to oblige. I claw my nails down his abs, drawing a groan from deep in his chest. Then I wrap my hand around his cock. He's still wet from being inside of me, and I stroke him from root to tip. His breath catches. I know he's just as helpless here as I am. Whatever it is that draws us together, it's got a tight hold on us now. I don't want you to stop, I purr, twisting my hand around him. I want you to fuck me. Hard. If you actually want to punish me, you'll have to walk away. He swallows, debating it. Debating leaving me on the bed, throbbing and desperate. It really would be a cruel and unusual torture. The problem is, it would torment him, too. There are no winners in this little game. Mihail seems to realize that at the same moment I do. We surge towards each other, lips crashing together so hard it hurts. I scrape my nails through his hair and tug at the strands, angling his head to give me better access. He rips his hair out of my grip and pins my arm to my side. With his other hand, he presses his cock to my pussy. He drives into me in one stroke, but I'm more than ready for him this time. I take all of him, gasping against his mouth. He moves slower this time, letting me feel him, but I don't have any illusions that he's doing it for my sake. Mihail wants to feel me, too. I tighten around him and he growls. He moves like he's going to lay me down on the bed, but I hook my leg behind his knee. He stumbles back, barely managing to catch us from tumbling across the carpet. "What the fuck, Viviana?" he snaps. In answer, I plant my feet on the floor and grind down against him. I ride him into submission, pressing him onto his back. He could have us both on the bed in an instant if he wanted, but he stays down. I plant my hands on his chest and let the frustration and anger and confusion that has been building in me for days funnel into this one act. Maybe, finally, I'll be able to let him go. If I can fuck him into the floor and take what I want, maybe I can prove to myself that Mihail isn't special. I'll ride him out of my system and be done with this toxic roller coaster we've been on. It's hate fucking. Toxic, violent, turbulent hate sex, pure and simple. "I'm close," I murmur, my nails biting into his skin. I move faster, riding him until I'm panting. I clench around him, wanting nothing more than to take him down with me. Mihail must have the same idea. He grits his teeth and growls. "Come for me like my pretty little whore, Viviana." He grips my thighs and pulls me against him again and again. When I'm close enough, he sucks my nipple into his mouth and his teeth clamp down over sensitive skin. And I can't fight it for another second. I need this. "I'm coming," I cry, leaning back to let him find a new angle in me. "Mihail, I'm..." falling. I yelp as my back hits the floor. My body is convulsing around nothing, achingly hollow as Mihail looms between my legs. He's stroking himself fast, his top lip curled back like he's disgusted with himself. "I'm doing what I should have done that night in the bridal suite," he growls, pumping his cock with his own hand faster and faster. I lie there in shock as he comes with a muted groan, coating my stomach with the hot, sticky splatter of his release. Even dumped on the cold floor, I'm still riding my orgasm. My pussy pulses weakly around what should be Mihail while my head is spinning. What is he talking about? Once Mihail empties himself on me, he stands up like it's a race to see who can get dressed first. He's zipping his pants when I manage to get to my feet. I grab his arm. "What the fuck was that?" He jerks away from my touch. The force of it sends me back onto the bed. I bounce on the mattress. "What is this? What are you—"
"I know what you did."
I start to ask what he means, but when I look in his eyes, I realize I already know. Chapter 56. Viviana. He knows. He knows I killed Trofim. I have no idea how he knows, but he knows. I knew this moment would come. I just didn't think it would happen while I was still flushed from an orgasm and sticky with Mihail's cum on my abdomen. "How did you find out?" I whisper. He doesn't answer, Maybe he can't even hear me. Based on the scarlet flush creeping up his neck, he might not be hearing anything but the thundering of his own heart. I can't even blame him.
Were you planning to kill me, too?
He growls, leaning forward to spit each word in my face.
Maybe you can take out both Novikov heirs and wind up with Anatoly. Has that been your plan all along? If so, you've picked the most pleasant of the bunch, I have to admit.
Mihail being jealous of my friendship with Anatoly would stand out as important on any other day. Today, it isn't even a footnote.
No, I cry. No, I don't have a plan. There was never a plan.
You flying to Russia and tracking down Trofim was an accident. That's what I'm supposed to believe?
Some desperate part of me still hoped this was a misunderstanding, but that confirms it. He knows everything. I can't hide it anymore.
It wasn't an accident, but I didn't want to do it. Please, Mihail.
Tears are rolling down my cheeks, dripping onto my bare chest. I've never been more vulnerable than I am right now.
Please.
Is this how it went? Did Trofim beg for his life as you murdered him?
I squeeze my eyes closed. I can still feel his brother's blood on my hands as I walked out of his house, the way the blade glanced off of bone.
I didn't want to do it,
I repeat, gasping for breath as tears I've buried for 6 years come pouring out.
My father didn't give me a choice. I didn't have a choice.
Mihail doesn't move, but I feel the shift in the air. He's listening now, alert.
What did your father do?
I know what he's asking, but I have to start at the beginning. If there's any hope of Mihail understanding, I have to start at the very beginning.
I was going to marry another man, years before Trofim,
I explain as quickly as I can.
He was poor, but he loved me, and I loved him.
I don't want to hear about.
My father murdered him, I blurt. He found out that I was going to marry Matteo, and it would have made me useless. He couldn't use me as some political pawn if I was married to another man. So he kidnapped Matteo, tied him up, and made me watch as he murdered him.
Some nights, when I'm running through the empty darkness of my nightmares, I can hear Matteo's screams. I can hear him begging for mercy. He never gets any. Neither do I.
My father would do anything to make sure he didn't lose control over me, including killing Dante.
I look into Mihail's eyes, begging him to believe me.
If he thought being pregnant with your child would be a risk to our family, he would have never let me keep him.
He stares down at me, his expression unreadable. That's okay, because as long as he's standing here, there's hope. As long as he's listening to me, there's a chance I can fix this.
So I did what I needed to do to make sure that Dante would survive.
I plow ahead.
I did what I needed to do to make sure Dante would be the son of a Pakyan, because that's what my dad wanted.
My father's theory wasn't so far off then,
Mihail mumbles. I have no idea what he's talking about. Before I can ask, he commands,
Tell me what happened. All of it. Now.
Okay.
I nod and try to speak through hiccuping sobs.
After you told me to get out of the hotel and away from this life when I still could, I went on the run. My father tracked me down after a few weeks. The same day I took a test and found out I was pregnant. He was going to take me to get an abortion and put me straight back on the marriage market. Trofim didn't work out, but he had the next rich asshole lined up for me to marry. I felt like a pig at market. I felt
trapped.
Mihail finishes. I swipe the tears from my cheeks.
Yeah. So I told him the baby belonged to you. I knew that would mean something to him. But things were still so up in the air with your family. No one knew if Trofim would come back and fight for the crown or if your father would stand up to you. Being pregnant with your baby only meant something if you could hold on to your position as next in line to be Pakyan. So my father told me he would let me go if I killed Trofim.
Mihail opens his mouth to respond, but I need to get this out. All of it. Right now.
He probably didn't think I'd agree, but there was no other way out. Not that he was actually giving me a way out either. I knew it was bullshit. I knew as soon as Trofim was dead and my plane landed, my father would be there to drag me back home and sell me to the highest bidder. But getting on that flight to Russia was my best chance at making a run for it. I had a new identity lined up. I just needed to get far enough away from my father to put my plan into action. You didn't have to kill Trofim.
Mihail narrows his eyes.
If all you wanted to do was escape, you could have taken the flight and ran.
I shake my head. I know what happens when lineages get messy in our world. If Trofim took back power, he could have come looking for me. If he found me, he never would have let Dante live. Even if Trofim didn't get power back, he could have killed Dante out of spite. I drop my face into my hands and blow out a deep breath.
I struggled over what to do for days. I weighed the options back and forth, and I decided the best way to keep Dante safe was to kill Trofim. So I went to Russia. I showed up at his house, and I manipulated him.
Mihail paces away from the bed. His body is tight, his hands balled into fists at his side.
The same way you're manipulating me.
What? I breathe.
No, I didn't. Raoul said they found a woman's hair clip in his bed.
He snatches my golden claw clip off the nightstand and flings it at me.
I bet it looked a lot like this.
My eyes close to hold back the hot tears.
I didn't touch him, Mihail.
As soon as I got there, he was on top of me.
He thought you'd sent me to live in exile with him. He thought you were trustworthy.
Mihail hisses. This isn't about Trofim, I know that. Mihail knows who his older brother was. After what he did to Anatoly's mother, after what he would have done to me, there's no way he actually feels sympathetic for how his brother's life ended.
Trofim practically herded me to his bedroom. He was drunk and muttering about finishing what we'd started. If I hadn't had the knife strapped to my thigh, I wouldn't have been able to fight him off. He would have... Enough!
Mihail roars.
At least when I kill a man, I'm honest with myself about it. I have a good reason. Dante is a good reason, I yell. He's my only reason. And if you could forget about your wounded pride for half a fucking second, you'd see that.
Mihail's hand is around my neck in a heartbeat. He angles over me, pushing me back into the mattress.
If you think I'm going to let you manipulate me the way you do everyone else, you're very fucking wrong.
I can't breathe, can't move. Mihail is clenching my throat too tight. For the first time, I'm not sure he's going to let go. Finally, just as black begins to creep into my vision, he throws me back on the bed.
You're my wife in name only. This arrangement between us exists only to protect Dante and ensure no one questions his parentage.
Mihail, I plead. Let me explain everything, please, just...
Give me a reason,
he barks.
Why should I give you another second of my time?
Because you... A few minutes ago, I thought I knew the truth. I thought Mihail and I were both fighting back the same feelings. But looking into his cold face now, I'm not convinced Mihail has any feelings. Still, I say it anyway. Saying it out loud will make it true.
Because you love me!
He laughs. Actually laughs. His face is twisted into a cruel mockery of a smile.
I don't love you, Viviana. I don't even fucking know you.
You do know me! I've told you everything now. There are no more secrets. Please. I can't see him through a haze of fresh tears. Mihail, please, let me explain. I didn't even...
Dante is my responsibility now, and I'm going to send him away. I'm going to keep him safe from my enemies and from you.
He turns towards the door. The tears run unchecked down my cheeks. Are you going to kill me? I ask weakly. I know how these things go. He might keep me around for a little while, but eventually he'll get tired of me. If Mihail really hates me as much as it seems like he does, I don't stand a chance. His back stiffens.
I don't know yet.
Then Mihail pulls my ruined door closed behind him as I drop to the floor and sob. Chapter 57. Viviana. I open my eyes and see a figure standing next to my bed. I jolt awake, my heart slamming against my ribcage as my spine slams against the headboard. This is it. He's here to kill me. Mama? The little voice scatters the cloud of panic. I blink and see Dante staring up at me, wide-eyed. I'm sorry, he blurts. His eyes are shiny like he's been crying too. Mama, I didn't mean to. Shh, don't be sorry. I slip my hands under his arms and scoop him up the way I used to when he was a toddler. He learned to stand on a toy box to open his door. Then he would pat my mattress and call for me, too small to see over the side of my bed. That was back when I could carry him anywhere I wanted without a second thought, before he grew too big to fit comfortably in my lap. I curl my arms around his sleep-warm body and hold him to my chest. I'm glad you're here, baby. I missed you. He nuzzles his face into my neck. I don't want to go away, Mama. You're not going anywhere, I whisper. You're safe here with me. I still have the duffel bag under my bed. I can get him out of here. Not now, though. With all the guards around the premises and eyes on me, I'll need help. I hope Piotr's offer is still good. Dante sits up. He's frowning, and he looks so much like Mihail. It still hurts, but not the way it used to. Now it's the ache of a missing limb, the pain of losing something vital you can never get back. I squeeze Dante's hand. I won't lose him, too. What is it, bud? What's wrong? Call Mihail, he whimpers. Tell him I don't want to go. We can talk to him later, maybe in the morning. I tried talking. It didn't do any good. He isn't in his room, he says. I went there first. I was going to ask him to promise to let me stay, but he's gone. I don't want to think about what it means that Mihail isn't in bed in the middle of the night. Is he too worked up to sleep? Or is he too busy planning my punishment? He'll be back, I assure him. And when he comes back, we'll talk to him. I'm sure we can convince him to let you stay. Mihail's voice is still echoing off the walls of my skull. Dante is my responsibility now, and I'm going to send him away. I'm going to keep him safe from my enemies and from you. He didn't leave any room for doubt about what he wants to do. I don't think I'll be able to convince him to do anything, but maybe Dante can. Just call him, Dante begs, shaking my arm. He has to listen to you. Why do you think that? Because you make the rules, he says. The innocence shining through his absolute certainty that I am the ultimate power in this house brings tears to my eyes. I hug him close. Please call him. Just try. Please? I know it won't do any good, but I reach for my phone on the bedside table. I'll call, but I don't think he'll answer. Actually, I know he won't. If I thought there was any chance Mihail would answer, I wouldn't even try. Dante does not need to be present for whatever hellscape that conversation would turn into. My son looks at me, hopeful as the phone rings and rings. I give him a tight smile, doing my best to look upbeat, hopeful, just like him. Part of me is still hopeful. There's still Piotr and his offer. It's the only bright spot in this long tunnel of darkness. There's still a chance we get out of here. After 30 seconds, the ringing stops and the call goes to voicemail. Sorry, Dee. I toss my phone onto the mattress next to him. I'll talk to him tomorrow, okay? He sags. What if tomorrow is too late? It would be a lie to say the same question isn't burning in the back of my mind. I have no idea when this little world we've built could come tumbling down, or when Mihail will pull this rug out from under me. The only thing I do know is that Dante is here right now. We both are. It won't be too late. We have time. I wrap my arm around him and smooth his hair out of his face. We have nothing but time. We fall asleep like that, Dante snoozing next to me. It reminds me of the years we spent in our tiny little apartment. There were so many nights when he had nightmares, and I would crawl into his toddler bed with him. We'd wake up smashed together, his knees in my spine and his elbows in my ribs. Those were good nights. When I blink my eyes open, the bed is empty. I can see the nest of blankets where Dante was curled up, but he isn't there anymore. Dante? Boom, boom, boom. The walls start to shake. I duck down, my first thought going to gunshots. When the sound stops, I turn to the door. It's closed. The frame is still splintered and cracked on the inside from when Mihail tore through it last night, but somehow the door is locked. The banging starts up again, and I realize it's a hammer. Someone is pounding on the other side. I leap out of bed and yank on the doorknob, but it doesn't budge. Somehow it might be sturdier than before Mihail broke it. "Leave it be, Viv," Anatoly sighs. He sounds weary. "You aren't getting through this." "What are you doing?" I jerk on the handle, but the door doesn't even rattle in the frame. Whatever Anatoly is doing, it's solid. "Are you locking me in here?" "Please don't," he sighs again. "You'll get out soon, okay? Mihail just needs some time." "Time to decide if he's going to kill me?" I spit. "He won't do that." Anatoly sounds sure, but I'm not. As I crawl to the wall and slide down it, I can't even find the energy to panic over being trapped in this room. All I can think is, it's too late. There's no way out of here. Even Pyotr can't help me now.
Chapter 58. Mihail.
I finished with her door. Anatoly leaves a hammer on the corner of my desk. What did you do to it anyway? It looked like the Kool-Aid man had been in there.
I grimace up at him. I try to ignore Anatoly on a good day, and after everything that happened last night and less than an hour of sleep, today is not a good day.
What the hell are you talking about?
He mimes crashing through a wall and rumbles in a fake deep voice.
Oh yeah!
You're talking about a damn commercial. I drag a hand over my face.
No, I'm talking about you tearing through Viviana's door like it's a banner and you're the home team at a football game, only to have me bolting her inside 6 hours later.
Is there a question somewhere in there? I'm not in the mood for a word puzzle.
Why?
Anatoly kneels down so he can meet my eyes. I stare back at him.
You know damn well why.
He groans and spins to standing, pacing across the room.
So she killed Trofim. Who the fuck cares?
Raoul opens my office door, a steaming mug of coffee in his hands. I'm reaching for it before he even makes a move to hand it to me.
She lied about it, Raoul says, picking up on what we're talking about as if he never left the room. She should have told him.
Why? Anatoly snorts. So Mikhail could have pulled this Annie Wilkes bullshit even earlier?
Enough with the fucking references, I growl.
You're just mad because you don't read and aren't as cultured as I am, he fires back. And I'm mad because no one in this room ever liked Trofim. So why do we care that Viviana killed him? I think we should throw her a parade. I mean, honestly, raise your hand if you cared for 1 single second what happened to Trofim.
To no one's surprise, all of our hands stay down. Anatoly throws up his own hands like he's made his point and then flops down into a chair.
This isn't about Trofim, I snarl. This is about Viviana. She killed our brother, didn't tell me I had a son, and is now my wife. If I don't stop and consider what the fuck all of that means, then I don't deserve to be Pachan. It doesn't mean anything. It means that fate brought you both together, Anatoly says, like either answer is completely acceptable. Viviana isn't some mastermind working this all to her benefit. She would have kept hiding forever if you hadn't bought Cerberus.
I've almost forgotten about Cerberus. Not that the board members are upset about that, I'm sure. They're probably hoping I'll never show up to another meeting so they can quietly reclaim their company. If the Greeks don't want peace and I lose shipping access along the eastern seaboard, they might as well. Taking over Cerberus will have been for nothing.
She told you her father made her kill Trofim, Raoul points out. Do you believe her? I shrug. We all know Agostino is a piece of shit. I wouldn't put it past him to threaten her. I wouldn't put it past him to kill Dante either. Viviana had good reason to be worried about what he'd do. Imagine asking your daughter to do your dirty work. Anatoly sneers. What a coward. Agostino threatened her, but Viviana chose to follow through. She chose to kill Trofim rather than take that flight to Russia and disappear. Because she was worried that our psychopath of an older brother would come after her for revenge, which she absolutely would have. Anatoly argues. Viviana was right. She didn't have another choice. I was the other choice. I shout. I drum my fingers around the steaming coffee mug in my hands, watching the ripples move across the dark surface. She could have come to me. I would have protected them both. The room is quiet, and I know instantly I've said too much. Raoul and Anatoly know me better than almost anyone else in the world, but they still aren't used to getting this kind of peek into my head. Anatoly slides to the edge of his chair, getting as close to me as he can without actually standing up. She'd just watched you beat Trofim to a pulp the night before her wedding. The two of you had sex, and then you told her to leave. She probably didn't know coming to you was an option. Also, I told her it wasn't. Viviana wanted to know if I was there in her bridal suite that night to replace Trofim as her groom. I assured her it would never happen. Why don't we sort out what is going on with the Greeks, and then come back to handling this? Raoul suggests. We are fielding attacks all over the city. We can't deal with what's going on inside the family until we deal with the shit from the outside. I shake my head. If we don't deal with Viviana soon, there will be an uprising on the inside once the men find out. Then no one can find out, Anatoly offers. The same way we weren't going to let anyone find out about Trofim's murder? I snap. Our skeletons don't stay buried, brother. The men rallied behind me when I exiled Trofim, but if they find out my bride killed him, they'll think the same thing father does, that it was to ensure Dante had a clear line to power. I'll look weak, like she manipulated me. They'll doubt my leadership. No one gives a flying fuck about Trofim, Anatoly shouts as he jumps out of his chair. Literally, no one. They may not care about Trofim, but they care about honor. Killing a man to protect your child is honorable. What Viviana did under that kind of stress while pregnant, no less, is badass. If you weren't the one she lied to, you'd see it too. Anatoly even sounds like Viviana now, almost word for word. I hear her voice echoing in my head. If you could forget about your wounded pride for half a fucking second, you'd see that. The only thing I'd see is that you've taken a strong interest in my wife. I spit. Anatoly glares back at me, refusing to take the bait. Dante and Viviana are family. I'll always defend my family, even from themselves. A slow clap from the doorway draws all of our attention. My father is standing on the threshold, a smirk on his face as he applauds Anatoly.
That's very sweet. Unfortunately, while you're sitting in here defending your family, the Novikov Bratva is being dragged through the mud out there.
He turns to me.
I assume you know about the latest attack.
I don't. Raoul's subtle glance in my direction is enough for me to know that my second is handling it. We are more than capable of defending ourselves, I tell him icily.
I know that, he says. But if you take the deal I just secured, you won't have to.
I want to slam my office door closed and tell my father it's a closed meeting. He had decades to lead the Bratva the way he saw fit. All of that culminated in him poised to serve it up to Trofim on a silver spoon. Unfortunately for him, I don't trust his judgment. Unfortunately for me, I'm not in a position to turn down ideas right now. I wave him in wearily. Explain yourself. He closes the door behind him and saunters towards my desk, stopping in front of Anatoly.
My half-brother, to his credit, refrains from shoving our father out of the way. Instead, he stands up and shifts into the corner. Even a few feet away, he's a looming presence. He practically casts a shadow over Achetz, who stretches his neck as long as it will go. I know for a fact that Yakov Novikov hates that his bastard son stands a foot taller than he does.
I was able to get the message to the Greeks. Helen's father is willing to stop this war in its tracks if you marry Helen as promised.
He's already married, Raoul interjects dourly. The only thing my father hates more than Anatoly towering over him is Raoul being my second. He offered Raoul to me as a slave. I put him in a leadership position. If today wasn't already fucked beyond belief, his double helping of annoyance would bring me a lot of joy. My father ignores Raoul and focuses on me.
You're married to Viviana now, but that could change, especially if you do what honor demands. Everyone here seems to care a lot about honor after all.
Not that you know anything about it, Anatoly mutters. Our father snaps his attention to Anatoly.
I know that my son was murdered, and I deserve retribution.
He turns slowly back to me.
I deserve to kill her.
Fuck no, Anatoly growls. Trofim was already in exile. That lessens the severity of what she did, Raoul posits. It's rare for him to interfere in a conversation with my father. If he's doing it now, that means something. He wasn't just in exile, Anatoly argues. Trofim was sent away for being a sadistic, worthless fuck. Mihail sent him away and would have happily let him die in squalor. The only reason we're having this conversation now is because Viviana did the world a favor.
That's my son you're talking about,
my father bellows. And you're talking about killing my sister, Anatoly fires back. Viviana is more my family than Trofim ever was, so fuck you, you're not killing her. I wave a hand at Nat. Relax. He spins towards me, eyes wide. You can't be considering this. Also, you can marry Helen and have access to a few ports. Take them some other way, Mihail. You don't need to do this. This isn't for Helen. I don't care about Helen, I explain. It's about Dante. Don't lie to yourself and me. Dante needs his mom, and you know that. He won't need anything once he's dead, which will happen if we stay in this war with the Greeks. I shake my head. I'm not having another funeral for my child. I won't do it. Mihail, Anatoly's face breaks. On the day I buried Alona and Anzelina, Anatoly was the only person at the funeral with me. I told him not to come, but he showed up anyway. I never told him how much that meant to me. I meet his eyes, holding my gaze steady. There's no way to save Viv. She made her choice. Now I have to think of Dante and what he needs. We need to end this war with the Greeks if anyone is going to be safe again. Anatoly frowns, but my father steps in front of him, grinning.
I knew you'd see reason, Mikhail. Where is she? I'll take her off your hands and you...
She's still the mother of my child. When I stand up, he stumbles back a step. I'll decide how and when she leaves my house. When that time comes, I'll let you know. Anatoly drops his head in defeat, staring down at the floor, but his hand is clenched on the arm of his chair. This fight isn't over. Not by a long shot.
Chapter 59. Viviana. I'm half awake when I hear the door open. I don't think I've slept at all in hours, or maybe days. I have no sense of time anymore. Ever since Anatoly barred my door, I've been in a timeless purgatory, waiting for Mihail to decide if I should live or die. For that reason, I should probably be on edge when a shadowy figure appears in my doorway, but I'm not. I blink through exhaustion, watching as the shape grows closer. Has he decided? I rasp. My voice is hoarse. The last person I spoke to was Anatoly when he barred my door shut. Come on, get up, a deep voice says. Strong hands wrap around my elbow, tugging me out of bed. I pull away from whoever it is. It's not Mihail. That's all I know. It's the only thing that matters. The smell is wrong and the voice is deep, but it doesn't send shivers down my spine. Or maybe I'm too far gone for spine shivers. This is what hopelessness feels like, I think. I'm too numb to feel anything at all, even the things I thought I'd have to be dead to forget.
Viviana, the voice hisses in my ear. Get up right now if you want to live.
I blink again, and it's like I'm coming out of a dream. It's like a filter has just been ripped away from my eyes, finally letting me see the world in front of me. Anatoly is kneeling next to my bed, his square face etched with solemn lines. It's nothing like the wrinkled smiles and joy I'm used to from him. What are you talking about? He shakes his head and keeps tugging me out of bed.
There's no time to talk. We only have time to move. Now!
My feet hit the floor, but I don't trust myself to stand. Meals have shown up every few hours while I've been here, but I haven't felt like eating much. The only time I've actually stood up has been to run to the bathroom and heave. My teeth feel soft, and my stomach churns at just the thought. Are you taking me to Mihail? Is he going to kill me? Anatoly starts tossing things from my closet into a trash bag.
Mihail would regret killing you. Trofim wasn't the kind of man anyone should mourn. You killed him, but you don't deserve to be punished for it.
I'm frozen by the side of my bed, trying to sort through the muddy soup of information in front of me. Mihail doesn't want to kill me, so he sent Anatoly to take me away. Why can't I just stay here in the house? I ask. Mihail said we would have a marriage in name only. If he isn't going to kill me, doesn't that mean I'll stay here?
If you stay here, you're dead.
The finality in his words splashes over me like a glass of ice water. For the first time in, I have no idea how many days, I feel wide awake.
But you said Mihail would regret if he... Yakov wants you dead,
Anatoly explains, shoving handfuls of random clothes into the trash bag. I see him scoop up a bikini and a winter hat in the same fist.
The only way to end the war with the Greeks and keep Dante safe is for Mihail to marry Helen, but Yakov demanded that we give you to him as an honor killing.
Anatoly is telling me that Yakov wants me dead, but all I can focus on is Mihail is going to marry Helen? Anatoly grabs my arm, peering into my eyes.
If we don't move now, you aren't going to get out of here alive. Be sad and jealous later. Right now, you need to live.
I am nowhere close to understanding what is happening here, but I trust Anatoly. So I bend down and yank my duffel bag from under the bed.
Leave the trash bag here. You packed a bunch of nonsense. I've had the essentials packed for days.
Despite it all, Anatoly smirks.
I knew you had some fight left in you, Viv. Now, let's go.
He looks both ways in the hallway and then heads for the stairs. I freeze in my doorway.
Dante!
Anatoly hesitates, checking to make sure we're still alone.
He's already downstairs in the car. I carried him down asleep.
Dante is a heavy sleeper. Last December, he slept through the back half of a Christmas orchestra concert and for the entire train ride home. Hopefully, he stays asleep through whatever comes next. The house is dark as Anatoly and I make our way down the stairs and across the first floor. I keep expecting someone to pop out of the shadows to stop us, but the house is silent. Even Stella seems to be in bed for the night. I look around, wondering when I'll see it all again. Somehow, this mansion became home. The people inside of it, even more so. I don't want to leave. But Anatoly holds the garage door open and ushers me inside. The garage is as dark as the rest of the house, but I don't dare turn on a light. Your car? I assume, nodding to Anatoly's green Jeep in the farthest parking space from the door. Anatoly shakes his head and points to the black sedan in the center.
We're taking Pyotr's car? He comes and goes all the time, Anatoly explains. No one asks questions.
Who would be asking questions? The guards? Mihail? I lug my duffel bag towards the car and notice a blanket-covered lump in the back seat. I toss my duffel bag into the passenger seat and move to open the back door. "Where are you going?" Anatoly asks. "I'm going to sit with Dante." I pull open the back door, but before I can slide inside, Anatoly is behind me. He grabs my shoulders and hauls me back. "What?" I hiss. "I won't wake him up." "That isn't Dante." Anatoly holds out a hand to keep me back and peers into the back seat like he's waiting for the lump to explode. "What do you mean it isn't Dante?" My heart is like a jackhammer against my ribs. "He's supposed to be here." Isn't he? Or was it a lie? Anatoly doesn't answer me. Instead, he grabs the corner of the blanket and whips it back. "No!" The cry that comes out of Anatoly is guttural. It's dripping with enough shock and horror that I don't need to see anything to know that something is horribly wrong. The blanket settles at my feet, a bright red stain oozing across the fabric in the center. "No!" I squeeze my eyes closed, too afraid to look. When Mihail told me about the moment he found Alona and Anzelina dead, I couldn't imagine how it must have been for him. How the sight of your child, limp and lifeless, must haunt your every second for the rest of your life. I thought I wouldn't survive it. That's what I'm positive is about to happen to me when Anatoly backs out of the car and lays Stella's limp body over the stain. I'm mortified by my own relief that it isn't my son. Then I take in her white skin, her eyes rolled back in her head. "Stella!" Anatoly smooths her hair away from her forehead and falls over her body. He presses his ear to her chest, listening for a heartbeat. I don't need to test it to know she doesn't have one. "She's dead," I whisper in horror. Anatoly shakes his head, pumping both of his hands into her chest. Her entire body spasms with the effort, but it's useless. She's been gone for a while. I grab Anatoly's shoulder. "She's dead, Nat. She's gone. We have to—" I don't know what we have to do. Who did this? Why? "You can't be gone," Anatoly moans. He presses his forehead to her body. "Please, baby, come back." My heart cracks and shatters for him, but another horror is dawning over me. I look in the car, but it's empty. Just a bloodstain where Stella was dumped. "Where's Dante?" I try to jerk Anatoly away from Stella, but he's so much stronger than me and lost in his own grief. "Nat, where is he? Where's Dante?" "Don't worry, Viviana. He's safe." The third voice finally snaps Anatoly out of it. He lets Stella go and sits up, just in time to watch as Pyotr raises a gun and shoots him directly in the chest. Smoke swirls from the gun in Pyotr's hand as Anatoly topples back over Stella's body. I can't even scream. I'm so shocked, I just stand there. My hands are clapped over my mouth. My heart is a useless, clenching fist in my chest. Then a shrill scream slices through the air. Pyotr struggles to keep hold of the small body plastered against his leg, but he manages to grab my boy by the collar and hold him back. Dante is weeping, lunging for Anatoly's motionless body on the cement floor, and my heart bleeds. Nothing else matters except getting to my son. I reach for him, but Pyotr turns the gun on me.
"Don't move until I tell you to, Viv."
His voice is a cruel sneer, nothing like the kind, soft-spoken man who was in my room the other night, offering me tales of his own sorrow and promises of freedom. None of this makes any sense. I have no clue what is happening. "What are you doing? Why did you—" I look down at Anatoly's body on the ground and I can't even say the words. "Why did you kill him?" "Was Anatoly telling me the truth?" I ask, trying to make sense of this. "Was he saving me, or are you? Is this your plan? I would never have agreed if I knew you were going to do this." "I want Mihail." The thought pangs through me with bruising force. "Mama!" Dante weeps. He's clinging to Pyotr's leg because he's 5 and he needs someone to hold.
He shouldn't be seeing any of this. I should be the one comforting him. I want to protect him, but I can't. I don't know how. Let him go, I beg Pyotr. Pyotr starts to open his mouth, but behind me, the garage door slides open and yet another figure joins the fray.
I wondered if you'd try to escape your fate,
Yakov says with a sigh. His hands are in his pockets, oddly relaxed given the scene in front of him.
This is why I like to handle matters like this in person. If you want someone killed right, you have to do it yourself.
The last person I expected to see here tonight is Mihail's father. Then it hits me. He's Trofim's father, too. Whatever this is, I beg, let Dante go. Take me instead. A smile twists across his face.
Actually, I think I'll take you both.
Chapter 60. Mihail. Raoul and I left the mansion hours ago. I wanted plausible deniability on our side for anything that went on there while we were gone. Plus, the Greeks have caused enough havoc to our businesses across the city that we had a few fires to put out. Raoul is still out securing some of our more important holdings just in case this peace my father brokered with the Greeks doesn't pan out. But I couldn't focus on work, not when the rest of my life is still raining down like volcanic ash around me. When I pull into the garage, I'm surprised to see Pyotr's car in its usual space while Anatoly's car is gone. The plan was to take the black car and fly under the radar in a way Anatoly's radioactive green Jeep isn't capable of. I wouldn't have assumed Nat would be back already, let alone have had time to be back and then leave again in his own car, especially since he hasn't called me with an update yet. I checked my phone and, sure enough, nothing from Nat. Given my life experience, I'm accustomed to anticipating the worst-case scenario. It's the first place my mind goes when something is out of the ordinary. Someone has betrayed me or someone is dead. There's rarely another option. Still, I try to shove that idea down and stay calm. Anatoly and I reached an understanding about the Viviana situation, but that doesn't mean he's not still pissed at me for not jumping for joy when I found out my wife killed our brother. I wouldn't be surprised if I walked inside and the asshole was wearing a Team Viv t-shirt he'd made by hand. He called her his sister. He considers her family. I made a bigger mess of this whole situation than I ever could have imagined. I'm not the only one tangled up in it either. I took everyone else down with me. I climb out of the car already texting Anatoly. Get back here and meet in my office. I want an update. I send the message and instantly hear an electronic ding coming from the corner of the garage. I stop short, listening. The garage is quiet, but that doesn't mean it's empty. I place my hand on the gun on my hip as I call Anatoly. His phone starts to ring. I hear it in my ear, but I also hear the chime echoing off the cement floors and metal walls, bouncing the sound all over the place. It's hard to track, but I follow it around Pyotr's car and stumble upon the worst-case scenario. I drop to my knees. Anatoly! I grasp my brother's arm and flip him over. Blood is bubbling slowly out of a hole in his chest and his eyes are closed. His blood is flowing. That's a good sign. But there's so much of it, not so good. I shake him, but he doesn't stir, doesn't even seem to register that I'm here. Then I see Stella beneath him. Her body is twisted at unnatural angles, and her skin is mottled, pale, cold to the touch. The only good news is that I don't see any other bodies in the garage. Viviana and Dante aren't here. I grab my phone and dial Raoul as I feel for Anatoly's pulse. It's faint against my fingers, but it's there. Raoul answers on the first ring, music playing in the background. He was headed to the lounge to check on the security situation there when I left him. Hello? Send the doctor to the mansion now, I hiss. Anatoly is down. What the fuck happened? Raoul barks, pure shock laced in every word. I have no clue. Vivian isn't here. Stella is down too. Stella is dead. But I can save that reveal for later on. There's nothing anyone can do for her now anyway. Fuck! I should have come back with you. I should have called the doctor and have an ambulance ready. I bark. That's what you can do now. Raoul blows out a shaky breath, but I hear him tapping away on the other end of the line. He's no doubt sending a message to the Bratva doctor. Anatoly needs more than what Dr. Sidorov can offer out of his little black bag of tricks. But at least Dr. Sidorov can get him to an emergency room without raising suspicions. The last thing anyone needs right now is a team of first responders crawling all over the mansion, especially when I still have no idea who shot Anatoly to begin with. The mansion is dark and quiet when I get inside. I search each room, moving slowly, anticipating a gun in my face at every turn. But there's nothing. Dr. Sidorov is on his way, Raoul tells me over the ongoing call. I'm going to meet them at the hospital. I don't answer. If anyone is nearby, I don't want to lose the element of surprise. But there isn't anyone nearby. I make it upstairs, and Viviana's door is unlocked. The only person who had the key is Anatoly, so he must have gotten that far into the plan at least before he was shot. The room beyond is empty, clothes scattered haphazardly across the floor. Dante's door's closed, and I hesitate outside of it for a few extra seconds. I cling to the bliss that is not knowing what I'm going to find on the other side. For a few more seconds, I can pretend he's perfectly safe and asleep in his bed. Then I push the door open and discover the ugly truth. His bed is empty. Dante was supposed to stay. No matter what happened with Anatoly and Viviana, Dante was supposed to be here. If he's gone, I can only imagine what happened. I need every available set of eyes on the lookout for Viviana and Dante. I snarl into the phone. I don't want them getting far. Dante's gone too? Raoul asks. I grit my teeth and jog through the house back to Anatoly. Viviana must have taken him. She must have. I get back to the garage to find Anatoly still lying on the floor, unconscious and bleeding. Could she have done this? I backed her into a corner. I made her feel like she didn't have another choice. She already killed one of my brothers, why not the other? Viviana must have shot Anatoly and escaped with Dante. I tell him, I want her found and brought back to me, now. She isn't getting away with this again.
Chapter 61. Viviana. The world around me is darkness. No light. No shadows. There's no variation in the absolute blackness around me. I try to lift my hand in front of my face, but my arms are heavy. My limbs are sluggish and cold. I look down, but I can't see my own body. Help! My voice is a dry rasp, paper thin and weak. Pain sparks in my joints with every movement. It radiates behind my eyeballs, and I groan. A sound echoes and builds, builds, builds. Soon the floor is vibrating. My teeth rattle as the hard floor at my back splinters and cracks open. A faint light creeps from inside the crack, just enough that I can see a hand reaching for me. I twist away from the fingers inching towards me, but I can't move. My legs are lifeless, and my arms flop across my chest like bags of wet sand. Mihail! I don't mean to cry for him, but I can't help it. It's instinctual. Mihail, help me! More hands protrude through the ground and claw at me. Shattered nails leave long gouges in my skin that weep blood. This is it, I think. This is how I die. One more hand, cold as the grave, erupts next to my head and clamps down over my mouth and nose. I sit up, gasping. The room around me spins, and I have to work to blink it back into focus. Not that there's much to focus on. It's a bland room, concrete floors, white walls, a metal door. I stare down at my body, relieved to see I'm not covered in claw marks. That nightmare, at least, isn't true. Though I'm pretty sure I've woken up from one nightmare just to find myself in an even worse one. I drop my face into my ice-cold fingers and try to remember what happened. It's a blur of blood and fear, especially since I'm 98% positive I was drugged. It would explain the small red pinprick on my right bicep. Someone injected me with something. I have to forage through my scrambled head for every thought, but all at once, my head is clear. All of my energy funnels into the only thing that matters. Dante! I know he isn't here with me, but that doesn't stop me from spinning around and checking the floor around me. It's the same way I used to wake up in the middle of the night when he was only a baby, patting the blankets around me like maybe I lost him between the sheets. He was always in his bedroom, safe and sound in his crib. But this time, that thought isn't a comfort. We aren't in our little apartment in the city. Dante isn't safe and sound in his crib. We're in a waking nightmare, and I have no clue where my baby is. I crawl to my feet and lunge for the metal door. I don't even make it a foot before my body is jerked painfully back. My tailbone cracks against the cement, the wind whooshing out of me. That's when I hear the rattling of chains. That's when I feel the frigid metal wrapped around my wrists and ankles. My skin is already so cold I didn't notice it before. "Hello?" I scream, not even stopping to think if it's a good idea. I have no idea who is on the other side of this room, but if there's even a tiny sliver of a chance that it's my son, I'm going to scream with everything I have. "Hello!" My dry throat aches, but I yell as loud as I can. "Who's there? Help me!" A key slides into the door. Metal tumblers click and turn painfully slowly, giving me too much time to imagine who might be on the other side. Maybe Mihail is here to save me. He's going to get me and Dante out of here and avenge Anatoly's murder. Then the door opens, and a man I've never seen before is lurking in the threshold. His face is half in shadow, but the yellow glint of his smile is hard to miss. "Help!" he mocks, his voice shrill and cruel. "Who's there?" "What do you want with me?" I spit. There's a single yellow light above the door. It casts ghoulish shadows across his face as he steps further into the room. "I want to find out what's so fucking special about you," he says in his normal voice. "The woman who started a war." Is this guy one of the enemies Mihail was trying to save me from? Is Yakov Novikov working for the other side? I didn't start anything. I have nothing to do with any of this. That's not what I've heard. First you were engaged to Trofim. Now you're married to Mihail. The Novikov men are fascinated with you. He clicks his tongue, eyeing me appraisingly. What I want is to figure out why. Slowly, the man pushes the door closed behind him. The room is small, but with him towering over the only exit, which I suspect is now locked, I feel like I'm being buried alive. With every inhale, there's another shovelful of graveyard dirt weighing on my chest. Less oxygen to take in, less room to move, less hope of getting out alive. Please, I rasp, clinging desperately to reality. If I let myself fall apart in front of this man, I don't know what will happen. My father, he has money. If that's what you want, I can get it to you. I haven't spoken to my father in 6 years, so using him as a lifeline is a stretch, to say the least. Even if I called him right now and told him what was going on, he'd probably let this man do whatever is swirling around in his sick head as punishment for disobeying him. No one is coming to save me. His mouth curves into a smirk. I don't want your money, darling. A shiver moves down my spine. With every step he takes towards me, I feel myself slipping out of my body. With every passing second, I'm further and further away from this room. When I close my eyes, I see the beach house in Costa Rica. I see Dante and Mihail building sand castles on the beach, the turquoise blue water stretching out forever behind them. I can feel the soft sheets of our bed and feel Mihail's warm bulk against my side. When we were there, I imagined a different future for all of us. I could see us becoming a family, growing together and carving out something like a normal life amidst the chaos. So I go there now as the man wraps a clammy hand around my arm.
I won't hurt you.
His words grate against my eardrum, ripping me out of my fantasy world.
Just stay quiet.
A whimper forces its way up my throat as he forces me down to the floor and presses a knee between my legs. Just as he tried to pry my locked thighs apart, I hear another key in the door. Lovely. That must be more of them. An audience to watch my torture. Except the man on top of me freezes. He looks back at the door, confused. He clearly isn't expecting anyone else. Then the door flies open so hard it bounces off the wall and the man springs away from me like I'm on fire. The fear disappears in an instant, replaced by a stupid, stubborn, blinding hope. I'm saved, I think. Someone's here to save me after all.
Chapter 62. Mihail. The hallway is dark, save for the lone light above me. The hospital hallway groans and clicks and twitches with noises from the rooms lining the corridor. I pace back and forth, and the light overhead flickers with me, like the energy radiating from my body is fucking with it. Have you found anything? I ask the second Raoul answers his phone. I'm looking. Everyone is looking, he says. There's nothing yet. The security cameras. Off, he growls, every bit as frustrated about yet another setback as I am. Someone turned every single camera between Viviana's room and the garage to stand by. The one at the gate showed Anatoly's car leaving, but it's too dark to see inside it. Could that have been Viviana? I wouldn't have thought she knew where the security cameras were or how to work the system. Then again, I also wouldn't have thought she'd be capable of killing Trofim and lying about it, or shooting Stella and Anatoly in the chest. That'll teach me to underestimate people. My hand tightens around the phone until I'm sure I'll crush it like a can. Keep looking. We need to find them. How's Anatoly? Raoul asks. Unconscious, but stable. When he wakes up, he'll be thrilled to know the surgeon credits his barrel chest for why he doesn't have an exit wound, which probably would have caused him to bleed out. The bullet will stay inside of him until the day he dies, but that day won't be today. It's a win. Call me with updates, Raoul says. I'll do the same. I want to be out there looking for my son, but someone has to be here with Anatoly. Maybe he heard where Viviana was going before she fled. He might be able to give us some insight about what happened and where to look for her. I just need him to fucking wake up. I drop down into an uncomfortable plastic chair and comb my fingers through my hair. Maybe I should have let my father kill Viviana the way he wanted. Would Dante be safe in bed if I had? Would Anatoly be uninjured? Would Stella be alive? Would any of that change my mind? The thought of a world without Viviana makes me wonder if I don't know what it's like to be shot in the chest after all. Even after everything she's done, letting her be killed would fucking hurt. Why can't I just let her go? I let her get inside my head even after I swore I wouldn't. I took risks I shouldn't have, and for what? This entire night proves why love is the worst kind of parasite. You let it in and think it's good for you. Somehow you convince yourself that whatever shit comes your way because of it, it was worth it. Inevitably, though, at the end of it, you're used up, miserable, and alone. But I won't make that same mistake again. My head is still in my hands when I hear a crash from the hospital room behind me. What in the... Another crash echoes into the hall. Where the fuck am I?
I'm on my feet and in the room before any of the nurses can even get around the nurses' station. Anatoly is standing next to his hospital bed with his IV pole on the floor. The bags are leaking across the floor. Not that it matters because he's actively ripping the IV out of his arm. "You better leave that in, brother, unless you want to die." He looks up at me. He's deathly pale, but his usual smile spreads across his face.
"It'll take a hell of a lot more than a shot to the chest to kill me."
Not much more, I want to say. The nurse in charge of Anatoly disagrees too. "Lie down," she barks, shoving him back into bed while simultaneously calling for a maintenance team to come take care of the mess. "You've been unconscious for hours, and the first thing you do when you open your eyes is jump out of bed and start tugging on tubes?" She shakes her head, inserting another IV into his arm with a little more force than strictly necessary. "Stay in bed before you do something stupid and collapse your other lung." Anatoly isn't scared of anything, but he looks cowed by this fierce middle-aged nurse. He apologizes softly and dips his head in respect as she finishes her work and leaves. Once she's gone, he peeks up at me.
"I think I'm in trouble."
"You're almost dead. You've been unconscious for hours." His eyes go glassy. I can tell he's deep in his head, reliving the moments before he was shot. "Do you remember anything?" I ask. His jaw flexes and his eyes narrow, and when his voice emerges, it's a feral growl like nothing else I've ever heard from him before.
"I remember everything."
I nod solemnly. "Good. The more detail you can give me, the sooner we can find them." I lay a hand on his shoulder. "I know you care about Viviana, but she isn't going to get away with this."
"She?"
Anatoly frowns.
"What are you talking about?"
"I'm talking about you getting shot in the chest, brother."
"Did you check the cameras? Did you watch any of the footage of what happened?"
"They were all offline. I don't know how she did it, but she must have—"
"She didn't do anything,"
he interrupts, explaining it to me the way he explained electricity to Dante last week.
"Viviana had nothing to do with this."
I shake my head.
"But if she didn't, who—"
"Pyotr." The heart rate monitor behind Anatoly's bed spikes. If he doesn't calm down, the nurse will be back in here with a stern warning for him, I'm sure. Though one look at the murderous grimace on Anatoly's face might be enough to scare even her off.
"I don't know who he's working for, or why he did it, but it was Pyotr."
I drop down into the chair next to Anatoly's bed, physically unable to stand.
Viviana didn't do this.
Viviana didn't do this. It's the only theory I've had for hours, and this new information doesn't compute.
"Tell me everything," I rasp. "Every single detail. I need it all."
So Anatoly does.
"An hour after you and Raoul left, I went to Viviana's room like we planned. She asked about Dante, like we both knew she would, and I told her he was waiting for us in the garage. I knew once she saw Dante wasn't down there that she'd throw a fit, but I figured I'd rather explain it to her there than in the hallway outside of his bedroom. I was going to give her the old, it's either leave without Dante or die in the hands of Yakov ultimatum. I figured that would knock some sense into her.
Unfucking likely, I mutter.
But we never got that far, because as soon as we got into the garage, Viviana saw something in the back seat. She thought it was Dante. Hell, for a second so did I. I thought maybe he was hiding under a blanket or something. It was small enough that it could have been."
He squeezes his eyes closed, blowing out a tight breath.
"It was Stella. She was already... I don't know when he did it, but Pyotr shot her too."
A tear rolls down his cheek. I reach out and squeeze his shoulder. Love is a parasite, but that doesn't mean I don't feel bad that my brother got bit by it too. He thought he was being covert, but I've known about him and Stella sneaking around for months. Now she's gone. I know how deeply that pain hurts.
"I'm sorry," Anatoly croaks out. "I was so focused on Stella that I didn't even see Pyotr coming. I looked up and he shot me."
He shakes his head like he still can't believe it.
"I didn't even hear the door open. I was fucking lost.
Then suddenly I was down and I don't know what happened after that. He took my family. That lying fucking Mudak stole my wife and child. That's what happened. Pyotr took Viviana and Dante. I tell him icily, Dante is gone? Anatoly slams his fist into the thin mattress. Fuck! I'm sorry, Mihail. I should have what? Been faster than a bullet and taken Pyotr out before he could get away? I finish for him. Yeah, that would have been nice, but since we're all human here, let's just focus on what comes next. Anatoly sighs. Yeah, okay. He didn't count on you surviving and was probably hoping he'd have a few more hours before we figured it out. That's why he took your car instead of his. Anatoly gasps. He took my car? I'll get you another one, I snap. Help me find Viviana and Dante, and I'll get you whatever lime green monstrosity you want. I'm not mad he took my car, you idiot. Anatoly twists around, looking on either side of the bed. Whatever he's doing, I know his nurse wouldn't like it. Where the fuck is my phone? I spot it, grab it off the desk behind me, and hand it to him. I'm not mad he took my car, Anatoly repeats. He turns his phone around to show me a little flashing dot in the center of the screen. I'm thrilled, because the asshole doesn't know about the tracker I keep in the glove compartment. Anatoly is tapping away. I'll send the live location to you and Raoul now. My phone buzzes a second later. And Mihail, Anatoly calls as I'm already halfway out the door. Before you kill him, tell Pyotr I sent you. I nod. I'll make sure he hurts, Nat. I'll make sure he knows why.
Chapter 63. Viviana. It only takes a second after the door opens for all of my naive hopes to die.
Fuck off, Lukian.
Yakov Novikov barks.
Leave the woman alone. She's been through enough.
The guard, Lukian, apparently, I won't forget that name, gives me one last look before he slouches out of the room like a puppy who just got a good swat on the nose. Yakov saved me from whatever vile things Lukian had planned. The trouble is, whatever Yakov has in store might be worse. Actually, I'm positive it is. I scoot away from him until my back is against the farthest wall. He watches me with dark eyes, his face unreadable.
This cell is horrendous,
he remarks after a long, pained silence. I blink at him, waiting for the other shoe to drop, waiting for him to grin and tell me he's thrilled I'm finally in hell where I belong. Yakov Novikov leans through the door to my cell and looks in each corner like he's physically repulsed.
Honestly, this is deplorable. Inhumane.
I know better than to get my hopes up at this point, but it's hard to keep the human spirit down. I can't stop myself from asking, "Are you going to let me go?" He laughs.
Of course not. You're a murderer. But that doesn't mean we should treat you like an animal.
He angles around to talk to someone in the hallway.
Get her a mattress or something. She'll be here for a while. We might as well make her comfortable.
How long will I be here? I blurt. What are you planning to do with me?
That is the question, isn't it?
He muses as he turns back, drumming his fingers together in thought.
If you'd stayed in the mansion, Mihail probably would have overseen the whole thing. He wouldn't have let me have too much fun. He would have forced me to make it quick. But now...
He grins, and I'm forced, for the first time, to see how much Yakov looks like Anatoly. They have the exact same smile. My heart breaks for my friend.
Now, I get to do with you as I please. I plan to take my time making sure your punishment is just right.
I force down a shiver. I don't want him to see one single shred of my fear. Did you even care about Trofim? You don't seem to care about Mihail. You don't seem broken up about the fact that Pyotr killed Anatoly while kidnapping me. I shrug. I don't understand how you could look at your 3 children and decide Trofim is the one to fight for.
Trofim was my true heir,
he roars, launching himself into my room. I fly back against the wall so hard I see stars. Yakov blows out a breath and seems to steady himself, stopping a few feet short of me.
Mihail is a strong leader, but he has never been able to manage that soft heart of his. He isn't a monster the way his brother was.
You want your son to be a monster?
I want my family to survive in this world,
he corrects testily.
I want my children to build empires and rule them. If they have to be monsters to do that, then so be it. Heroes get themselves killed. Heroes bleed out on a garage door because they tried to help their brother's killer escape. Heroes are useless to me.
Anatoly was a better man than you'll ever be.
Perhaps, he shrugs. That doesn't count for much now, does it? He's dead and I'm still here.
Without thinking, I lunge at him. I throw all of my energy into reaching for his neck so I can squeeze the life out of his fat throat the way he deserves. But once again, the chains jerk me back. Yakov looks startled, at least, as he backs towards the door.
Careful, Viviana. You'd hate to scare the boy.
I don't know what he means, until Dante appears behind him. His head is down, chin to chest, golden brown hair covering his eyes. His shoulders are shaking. My heart drops into my stomach as I plummet to my knees. Dante! He glances up at me quickly and then looks away. I watch a tear roll down his nose.
What did you do to him?
I growl. If Yakov thought I wanted to kill him a second ago, he has no idea what I'm thinking now. If he so much as hurt a hair on Dante's head, I'll skin him alive. I'll shred the meat from his bones and feed it back to him. My hands shake with rage.
What did I do to him?
Yakov repeats, like the idea is absurd. Like he didn't just abduct Dante from his bed and shoot his favorite uncle in front of him.
I didn't do anything to him. I would never hurt my grandson.
I snort in disgust. Too late for that. He's traumatized. Yakov looks down at him, assessing.
So it appears. But unfortunately, that is what it takes. If he wants to make it in this world, he has to be prepared to see things he doesn't like, to do things he doesn't like. Mihail never would have trained him up properly.
He'll kill you, I warn. As soon as he realizes Dante is gone, he'll kill you. There's no need to specify who I'm talking about. Yakov already knows. Mihail may hate me, but he loves our son. That's the only thing I know anymore.
He'd have to find us first.
Yakov smirks.
Besides, I'm sure he's busy planning the funeral for his bastard brother.
Yakov starts to leave and I panic. Right now I can see Dante. He's safe and alive in front of me. That's better than the unknown. Please, I rasp. Let Dante stay with me. I'll take care of him.
I'm not sure you're in the best position for that right now.
Yakov demurs. He pulls Dante close, forcing my son to hug his side.
I'll take the boy under my wing. Don't you worry.
That's exactly what I'm afraid of. I ignore Yakov and focus on Dante. I give him a smile, my best approximation of one anyway. I'm okay, bud, I tell him. I'm okay, and I'll see you soon, all right? Dante nods, but he still won't look at me. It's probably hard for him to see me chained up like this. I fold my hands behind my back to hide the shackles and blow him a kiss. I love you, baby.
I love you too, Mama,
he mumbles through another sob. My heart splits wide open, spilling out onto the floor in front of me. Then Yakov shuts the door and he's gone. The room feels even smaller than it did before. The silence is painful. I may never get out of this room. I've made my peace with that. But the only thing I can cling to as I curl into a ball in the corner of the cell is that Mihail won't abandon our son. No matter what has happened between us, I have to believe he'll do what's best for Dante. It's the only hope I have left.
Chapter 64. Mihail. The entire time I'm flying across town, I'm sure I'll find Anatoly's abandoned car idling along some curb, the driver's door thrown open with Pyotr nowhere in sight. He has to know I'm coming for him. He has to know that by crossing me, he's signed his death warrant. He killed Stella, tried to kill Anatoly, and kidnapped my wife and child. Even if he has already fled, he can never get far enough away. When he dies, which he will, it will be by my hand. And my God, it will fucking hurt. When I reach the beacon location, I do find a neon green Jeep that can only have belonged to my brother idling along the curb, but it isn't empty. As I edge down the sidewalk, I hear Pyotr's voice coming from the rolled-down window. Idiot. His death is going to come even sooner than I hoped.
It's me, again,
Pyotr growls, a phone against his ear.
I held up my end of the bargain, and I'm waiting for word from you. You have what you want. Now I need what you promised. I know you're good for it, Yakov, but you need to call me back.
I knew I'd come to regret not killing my father the same night I exiled Trofim. I should have suspected he was involved from the very beginning, but even as the rage deep in my gut burns and grows, I want to laugh. Pyotr betrayed me, thinking my father was going to keep whatever bullshit promises he made. I almost feel bad killing the fool. Actually, I don't. He deserves whatever is coming to him.
I'll wait here another 10 minutes, but any longer than that isn't safe, Pyotr continues. Please call me before.
The words die in his throat when I press the muzzle of my gun to his temple. Hang up the phone, I growl. Pyotr clings to the phone for another second. It's like he's waiting for my father to pick up, like maybe some lifeline will appear on the other end of the phone and save him. But there's no salvation coming for him. Now. Finally, he hangs up and drops the phone in his lap. He raises his hands into the air. They tremble in front of him.
Mikhail,
He swallows nervously. Get out of the car.
Let's just talk about this, he pleads. I want to explain myself to...
I cock the gun so he can hear it. How about that for an explanation? Do you understand my side of things now, Pyotr? He nods and reaches slowly for the door handle. He slides out of the car reluctantly, his eyes locked on mine. The street is dark and deserted. The only street light working is at the far end of the block. We're shrouded in shadow, but I'd like to be somewhere a little more private for what I have planned. I tip my head towards the alley behind us. Start walking. A cross between a growl and a whimper works out of his throat.
Mikhail, you have to understand.
The only thing I need to understand is that Anatoly will be pissed if I get your brains on his upholstery, I interrupt. But I'm sure he'll understand I didn't have a choice if you don't start walking. Pyotr marches slowly to the alley. He looks up and down the road, but there's no one in sight, just the two of us. The stupid suit jacket Pyotr insists on wearing blends into the darkness of the alley. All I can see is the white of his neck peeking over the collar. So that is where I aim. I snatch Pyotr up by the back of his scrawny neck and slam him against the brick wall. The air in his lungs gushes out in a single huff. Where did you take Viviana and Dante?
It was your father, he rasps. Your father organized everything. I was only the transportation. It's my job to...
It's your job to do as I tell you. You stopped working for my father 6 years ago and you fucking know it. I spin him around and crack the gun across his face. A gash opens across his cheekbone, spewing blood. He scrambles to shield himself from another blow. Tonight didn't happen because you were confused about your duties. Tonight was you starting a war with me. Now I want to know why.
You're going to kill me either way, he says, spitting blood onto the pavement. Might as well get it over with.
I wedge the gun under his chin, leaning in close.
I'll kill you if I'm feeling merciful, if you earn it. Keeping you chained in the basement until Anatoly is well enough to get his own revenge is another option I'm toying with. His eyes flare with panic. He's seen firsthand what Anatoly is capable of. Do I need to remind you that you killed his girlfriend? Something like regret flashes in Pyotr's eyes.
I didn't know they were... Anatoly must have told Stella his plan. She saw me messing with the car you loaded with supplies and tried to stop me. It was his fault that she was in my way.
Go ahead and tell him that when he comes to find you in the dungeon. He'll love hearing how it was his fault that you murdered his woman and shot him in the chest.
I don't know why I'm surprised, he mutters. Anatoly fucks up, and you still can't find fault with him.
I choke him with the barrel, crushing his windpipe against the wall. He didn't fuck up. He got shot by someone he trusted. Our only mistake was calling you a friend and letting myself get distracted. Maybe if I hadn't been so preoccupied with Viviana, I would have noticed that Pyotr was a spy. Pyotr chokes out a laugh.
A friend? Do you treat all your friends like servants? I've worked for you for 6 years, and I've never been invited to a family dinner. You're happy keeping me under your foot. I was never going to move up the ranks.
I blink at him. This is about jealousy? You're mad that you and I aren't best fucking pals? He juts his chin out, looking every bit like an oversized child.
Considering you are the spare son who claimed the title you wanted, I'd expect you to resonate with my circumstances. I didn't plan to be a driver forever.
So you ask for a fucking promotion, I snap. You don't kidnap my wife and child.
Yakov promised that he and I would reclaim the title. I was going to rule in Dante's stead until he was old enough, and then...
I laugh in his face. You thought my father was going to let you lead? God, it's even more pathetic than I thought. You're a fucking idiot.
He was lonely, Pyotr spits. He lost all of his sons for one reason or another. I became a substitute of sorts. On long drives he confided in me. We became close. He and I both agreed that Trofim was the right choice, and that Yakov should reclaim his position to save the Bratva. We just didn't see a way to unite the men behind an aging figurehead when you had already fucked everything up so much. Then Dante came along. I was actually the one to suggest the idea, and Yakov...
My father made you feel like a special little boy, I sneer. He played you for the fool you are and made you believe that he would reward you for betraying me. You did his dirty work. Now he has my wife and son, and you are being hung out to dry. There's no world in which you were ever going to be even a temporary pachan. Pyotr sags against the wall as realization dawns. You might as well pay him back and tell me where he took Viviana and Dante.
He tricked me,
Pyotr whispers to himself. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I wouldn't usually check messages in the middle of an interrogation, but Pyotr looks like he's going to be sick. I'm not worried about him running away.
I found them. He's holding them at your old house. Finish up and meet me there.
I force down the rage, stowing it away for later, and lower my gun to Pyotr's stomach.
Wait, he gasps. I'll tell you.
I don't need anything from you anymore. I pull the trigger and he hunches over, screaming as hot blood coats my hand. That's for Anatoly. I step back and shoot one kneecap, my ear still ringing from the first shot. That's for Stella. As he clutches one leg, I take aim at the other. That's for Dante. He sinks to the ground weeping as his ruined legs splay wide. I aim directly between them and fire. Once the screaming dies down, I say, and that is for touching my wife. Pyotr falls sideways onto the damp pavement, blood pooling around him. Usually I'd stand here and enjoy the sight of him bleeding out in abject agony. But he's screaming so much that I'm worried about drawing too much attention. Ultimately, I don't care why you betrayed me, I tell him, even though I'm not sure he's in much of a listening mood.
The only thing that matters is that it's the last thing you'll ever do. He lifts his bloody face just as I pull the trigger. The light in his dark eyes fades and he crumples into the alley, like the pile of wasted potential he is. In a lot of ways, I'd count this as a mercy. Pyotr's pain lasted 5 minutes when it should have lasted years. Lucky for him, I have somewhere to be. Chapter 65. Mihail. As soon as Alona and Anzelina died, I had the house destroyed. I could have repaired the bullet holes and replaced the bloody carpets, but I never would have walked the halls of that house without seeing their bodies, without smelling gunpowder in the air. The house had to be razed into non-existence. But while the building was reduced to rubble and carted away, the property itself remained in Novikov control. For the same reason I couldn't live in the house, I didn't keep up with what happened to the land. It's not like I wanted to go for picnics on the ground where my family had been slaughtered. My idea of a relaxing afternoon wasn't strolling alone around the lawn where I once imagined my daughter growing up. While I was busy blocking that nightmare from my memory, my father decided to make good use of my tragedy, and apparently he has a sick sense of irony. The wrought iron gates are rusted, the hinges barely clinging to the rest of the fence. It doesn't look like anyone has touched them since I tore down the driveway and left this place in my rear view almost 10 years ago. I'm sure that's what my father wanted people to think anyway. Raoul is already inside the gates. I can see him and a few other men pacing around a concrete dome rising out of the ground. As I get closer, I see the metal door set into the concrete. It's a cellar. It was all Anatoly, Raoul tells me as soon as I get out of the car. After he left the hospital, he looked at the history of the tracker from his car. He could see everywhere Pyotr had been. The idiot left the mansion and drove straight here. He didn't make any stops or try to evade detection at all. I'm not surprised. We're talking about a man who thought Yakov was going to let him lead the Bratva. Raoul's eyebrows rise. You're kidding. We'll laugh about it later. Actually, I doubt I'll be laughing about any of this anytime soon. Right now, I want to get inside. Since I'm guessing Viv and Dante weren't with Pyotr when you found him, they have to be down there. I just don't know who else is down there, Raoul admits. I wanted to wait for you two. I'll go in. I check my gun. There are only 2 shots left, but it's more than enough for what I have planned for my father. I don't want to waste my time on torture. I just want him dead. Raoul looks nervous, but he doesn't try to stop me. He knows better. My men lift the hatch, and I step down into the darkness. A steep, narrow stairway leads down into a maze of hallways lit only by yellow emergency lights lining the corners of the low ceilings. Clearly, whoever built the hatch utilized the pre-existing basement. The space is sprawling, but it's broken down into a web of tiny rooms with metal doors. Cells, I realize as I clear empty room after empty room. They're prison cells. I shove aside thoughts of what my father had planned for this place. Was he going to trap everyone who wasn't loyal to him down here? Would I have found myself in one of these cells one day? The hypothetical doesn't matter. What matters is that my wife and son are in these rooms, buried in the ground beneath where I already lost one family. I won't lose another. I shove aside the possibility that I'm too late. I have to assume there is time and that this time I'll save them. But as I turn the last corner and find a dead end, I don't have to work to clear my mind. Every thought in my head, except for one, disappears as I see a small, shivering figure curled up in the hallway. Dante? His head pops up and I know instantly it's my son. Dad? He croaks, sniffling back tears. Then he's on his feet and sprinting towards me. He throws his arms around my neck and I'm too stunned to move, to speak. Dad.
He called me Dad.
I knew you'd come for us, he cries, squeezing me tight. Pyotr is bad and hurt Anatoly, but I knew you were good.
He saw Anatoly get shot. He was there for all of it. I suddenly regret not taking more time dispatching Pyotr. He deserved so much worse. I scoop Dante up and carry him with me down the hall. Where's your mom? He points a shaky finger towards the last door on the right.
The man left, but he didn't unlock her door. I can't get her out. She's crying, but I can't help her.
He hiccups, trying to control his sobs while he's talking a mile a minute.
The man scared her. I could tell. He scared me too. I told him to let her go, but he wouldn't. The chains are big, and now he's gone, and he chained her up, and they're big. I can't break them. Even you can't break them. Is she going to be stuck here? Is she going to die?
Hush now, son. No one is going to die, I assure him, and I realize I mean it. It's why I told Anatoly to get Viviana out of the mansion in the first place. I wasn't going to let my father kill her. She may have lied to me about killing Trofim, but she is still my son's mother. That alone is a good reason to keep Viviana alive. Whatever else I might feel for her isn't important. It turns out my father didn't leave a key behind because the door is already unlocked. It's just heavy enough that Dante can't open it on his own. As to why Viviana isn't trying to open it from the inside, I don't want to think about that yet. I lower Dante to the floor and he instantly clings to me. His fingers dig into the collar of my shirt, holding tight. I'll be right back, but I have to go make sure your mom is all right. His blue eyes are panicked.
Is she okay?
Fuck, I hope so. I'm sure she is, I tell him, but I need to go in there and check on her. I want you to stay right here, okay? He nods, his chin dimpling with the effort not to cry. Good boy. I kiss the top of his head and then turn to face the door. I didn't feel a thing walking down into the bunker, but now facing a door I know Viviana is behind, my heart jolts. I don't want to parse out why. I don't want to think about what she's been through. I don't want to do anything except to get her out of here and figure out what happens next. As soon as I open the door, I hear the rattle of chains. Viviana is huddled in the corner, her arms coiled around herself to protect from the cold concrete and damp walls. She looks up as the door opens, and she is half wild. Her face is pale, and her green eyes are circled in purplish bruises. Her hair is a matted tangle over her shoulder. She looks hollow and sick. But when she stands up with hands fisted at her sides and her mouth set in a firm line, all I can think is, I want her. After everything, I still fucking want her.
Mihail,
she rasps. Her excitement isn't as genuine as Dante's. For good reason, she doesn't trust me the way she once did. That goes both ways. My father is gone and Pyotr is dead, I inform her. Dante is in the hallway. She blinks, processing it all in a second, less than.
Anatoly,
she whispers, like saying his name out loud might jinx it. The only good decision my father ever made was choosing Viviana as a bride for his son, I think. She's tough enough for the title, that's for sure. She looks like she could collapse at any second, but she's staying on her feet and assessing the situation. She's a warrior at heart. Alive, he's the reason I found...
Thank God,
she sobs. Then she hurls herself at me, but I'm just out of reach. The chains jerk at her wrists and ankles. She's frozen in front of me, arms extended. If the chains weren't there, I'm positive she'd be face down on the floor right now. Her face is crumpled with exhaustion and relief and fear and a million other emotions I can't even begin to name, even though I know I shouldn't. I step forward and close the gap between us. She falls against my body with a sigh. She smells like damp and dirt, but under it all is the sweetness I'm used to. The vanilla honey scent that I'd have to burn my mansion down to get rid of.
Mihail,
Viviana sobs my name like she's still trying to convince herself that I'm real. She holds me tighter, burying her face in my neck. I let her hug me. I let her soak the sleeve of my shirt with tears as I pat her back. I can feel her heart thumping in her chest, and I count each beat. She's alive.
feeling the proof eases some clenched part of me. "Mama?" Dante peeks his head into the cell and Viviana cries harder. She reaches for Dante but doesn't let me go. She pulls me into the hug until we're all huddled on the floor. This is for Dante, I tell myself. I'm doing all of this for Dante. When they're ready, I break apart the chains and let them both out of the bunker and straight into the backseat of the car Raoul is driving. Within minutes, Dante curls into his mom's side and falls asleep. Viviana's cold fingers have been folded in mine since we were still navigating the hallways of the bunker. "This isn't how I thought today would end," she whispers, looking up at me. When I frown, she squeezes my hand like that's explanation enough. Nothing with Viviana has gone the way I thought it would. Since the moment I saw her at that engagement party, she has surprised me at every turn, which is exactly why she has to go. "The day isn't over," I say coldly. She stiffens next to me. "What does that mean? Aren't we going home?" "Dante and I are going home," I explain. "But when we get back to the mansion, you're going to leave." She tries to pull her hand away, but I snatch her wrist. "Don't wake up Dante and cause a scene. This will be easier if he stays asleep." Her eyes flick from our son to me and back again. She shakes her head. "You aren't going to make me leave. You just saved me twice." "Anatoly wanted to save you. It's not a lie, it's just not the entire truth. I told Anatoly to save her, but admitting that doesn't change what needs to happen." "He wouldn't have helped me escape without your permission," she protests. "You don't want me to die, Mihail." "I may not want you to die, but that doesn't mean I want you." I lie through my teeth, every word ripping out of me in burning agony. "I thought being with you would keep Dante safe. Now I'm in a war with the Greeks, and the truth is, you're not worth it." The blow lands exactly like I thought it would. She gasps, and a tear slips down her cheek. "You expect me to leave and let you take my son from me?" "I'm keeping Dante whether you make a scene or not. You aren't letting me do anything. Your only choice here is deciding what Dante's last memory of you should be. Do you want it to be cuddling in the backseat of this car, or screaming and crying as you're dragged off my property?" Raoul would hate to drag Viviana away, but he'd do it if I asked. She stares at me in disbelief as tears flow silently down her cheeks. I didn't know it was possible for someone to look so beautiful while they cry. She looks broken, shattered. The fire I've always seen in her eyes dims. "You aren't going to change your mind?" It's not a question, but I explain myself anyway. I say the one thing I know she can't disagree with. Ending this war with the Greeks is how I can keep Dante safe. People in my own Bratva are pushing back against me. I won't fight on two fronts, not when it could put Dante at risk. I'm going to do everything I can to keep him safe. "So, you're going to marry her?" she asks softly. "Helen?" "That doesn't concern you." "As long as I have this ring on my finger, it concerns me." I hold out my open palm. "Then give the ring back. You hate that fucking monstrosity anyway." She jerks her hand away. "I made a vow. Until death does us part. This ring is staying on my finger." A couple days ago, I would have loved hearing that. I would have taken her home and showed her exactly how much I loved hearing it several times over. Now it's too late. I slide my matching ring off. Viviana's name is indented in my skin thanks to her smart-ass addition on the inside of the band. I toss the ring into her lap. "Then take mine. I don't need it anymore." Her chin dimples, but otherwise she tries not to react. Slowly she pockets the ring and then wraps her arms around Dante. The rest of the drive is silent as she softly cries into his hair, kissing his temples as he sleeps. She holds him like it's the last time, because it is. I wait for her to change her mind and rail and scream against my decision. But when I carefully pluck Dante from the car and hand him to Raoul, Viviana doesn't say a word. She doesn't speak again until Raoul and Dante disappear inside the mansion. "You promised me that you'd let him be a little boy first and an heir second. She sniffles, her breath hitching with stifled sobs. If there's any vow you keep, please make it that one.
I don't owe you anything, Viviana.
But you owe him, she spits. You owe your son a real father since I won't be.
Since he won't have a mother. Since she won't be with him. I promise, I growl, cutting her off. She has cried more than enough tonight. I can't take any more. None of it changes what I need to do. I'll remember.
Viviana holds my gaze, seconds skew and twist until I'm not sure how long we've been standing here. I'm still waiting for her to argue that she should stay. Part of me wants her to. Maybe she'll make a good point and change my mind. She doesn't. And I can't waste any more of my time or energy on her. It's what got us into this mess in the first place. There's a car waiting for you. I gesture towards the garage. Purtur's car, actually. It's the one Anatoly was supposed to take you in tonight. The car is yours to keep. Am I supposed to thank you? I ignore her. You can go wherever you want, but I suggest you go far. This isn't about what I want, she mutters. Then she clears her throat. I don't have any money. I didn't have much savings before, and I haven't been to work in weeks. There's money in the car, enough for you to get started, plus the rings. She frowns. What about the rings? Pawn them. They're fucking hideous, but they're expensive. Yeah, I guess so. She nervously works the gaudy ring around her finger with her thumb. You know, for a second there, I thought we were going to make it work. Make what work? Pain flickers across her face. She shrugs. You, me, us. For a second it seemed like we might be happy. This was never about being happy. It still isn't. Because if it was... I shake my head. This is a business deal. It's about what benefits me. And I don't benefit you anymore? She asks softly. The problem is that I don't benefit you, Viviana. Being close to me is a promise of death. I'm saving you by sending you away. You'll hate me for it, but it's the only thing I can do to keep you safe. No, I say simply. You don't. She swipes at her cheek, brushing away a tear I can't see. Well, I guess I should leave while I still can. It's what I told her the night we spent in that bridal suite. Only back then I actually wanted her to leave. I wanted her to get out before Trofim or her father dragged her back. Now she needs to leave while I have the strength to let her. Otherwise, I'll drag her back inside the mansion and bar the doors. Goodbye, Viviana, I say as I'm already turning toward the house. I need to walk away and end things here, keep it short and sweet, but I can't stop myself from adding, take care of yourself. She releases a shuddering breath. Goodbye, Mihail. I don't watch her get in the car or pull down the drive. I can't. Even when I hear the security system chime, alerting me to the gates being opened, it takes all I have to sit in my office and not tear down the driveway after her. I have to do what's right for the Bratva and what's right for Dante. After 6 years and a lifetime of chaos, Viviana Giordano is finally gone for good.
Chapter 66. Viviana. Yakov Novikov is chasing me. It's what I tell myself again and again as I drive away from my son in Pyotr's car. I'm being chased by a powerful man who is going to be even hungrier for revenge now than he was before Mihail stopped his plan in its tracks. I don't know that I'll be able to protect myself from Yakov, let alone Dante as well. He's safer with Mihail. As much as I wish it wasn't true, it is. It's also the only reason I can drive away from Dante without falling apart. Though, 10 minutes away from the mansion, I do in fact fall apart. I manage to pull the car along a curb through a haze of tears. Then I press my forehead to the steering wheel and cry and cry. I weep until there's nothing left, until all I can do is sit back in the seat gasping for breath. This car may have belonged to Pyotr, but the citrus and cedar smell of Mihail is practically woven into the upholstery. Each breath is like burying my face in his neck. It's like being back in his house, back in his arms. I need to get away from it. I throw the door open and stumble into the grass. By the time I drop to my knees, I'm already heaving. There wasn't much in the way of food in Yakov's bunker, but my body tries desperately to empty itself anyway. I want to blame my nausea on the stress and the grief. I pray it's because of the stress and the grief. Deep inside, though, I know better. When I'm finally done, I flop back on the grass and stare up at the black night. The sky is overcast and gray. The city lights paint everything a dingy orange. I lie there until the early morning dew soaks through my shirt, and my body is grumbling at me to either eat something or throw up some more, or both. I climb back into the car and drive until I see the glow of a 24-hour pharmacy. The girl behind the counter is young, and she doesn't look up from her phone as I raid the shelves for supplies. She checks me out without hesitating over anything I place on the belt. I'm sure she's seen it all, especially at 2 a.m. Then I make my way to a motel. Running is oddly familiar to me. Dante and I lived in the same apartment for years, but the mindset of being on the run never quite left my system. It's only in the last few weeks that I let myself consider the possibility that we would settle down somewhere. Naively, I thought Mihail's mansion could become home.
I may not want you to die, but that doesn't mean I want you.
I block out the echo of Mihail's words. I can't dwell on them now. Not when my survival depends on me staying sharp and being ready for anything. Curling into the fetal position and nursing a broken heart isn't an option right now. I look around at the faded couch against the water-damaged wall, at the threadbare comforter tossed over a bed too many people have slept in. Then, finally, I force my gaze down to the pregnancy test sitting on the rickety table. I expected the 2 pink lines, but still, nothing could have prepared me for how quickly they appeared or how vibrant they are. I'm not just pregnant, I'm really pregnant. Forget Plan B. Forget Plans C, D, and E also. I'm deep in the alphabet, scrambling for what in the actual fuck I'm going to do now. I've been here in this exact position before, but this time is different. This time Mihail has Dante, and Yakov is out for blood. The odds aren't just stacked against me. I'm being slowly crushed underneath them. In a sign of just how desperate I am, I grab my phone out of my bag and dial a number I haven't used in years. My father answers on the second ring.
It was only ever a matter of time before you came crawling back on your knees.
I close my eyes, fighting through a wave of nausea that might have nothing at all to do with being pregnant. Aren't you going to ask where I've been?
You don't think I already know?
He snorts.
You've started a war, girl. Then again, if you're calling me, I'm guessing that means Mihail has done the smart thing and ended it before it could begin. Now, I'm in a war with the Greeks, and the truth is, you're not worth it.
I hate that my father is right. I hate even more that I can't afford to hang up on him. This isn't about Mihail. It's about Yakov, I explain. He's coming for me because of what you made me do.
I didn't make you do anything. You had a choice. And if you'll remember, you didn't uphold your end of the bargain.
My end of the bargain was to risk my life killing Trofim and then hand you my son. It was a shit deal, and it was never really an option.
Is the bastard boy with you now? Or am I right in assuming he's with his father while you're in some rat-infested motel?
I don't answer, but I don't have to. He laughs.
You stabbed me in the back and lost the boy anyway. Now you're on the run and desperate. It's just like the last time I came and scooped you up off the pavement.
He has no idea how right he is, down to the positive pregnancy test sitting in front of me. I won't survive this time. Every cell in my body wants to lie and tell my father I'll make it on my own, but I know I won't. My choices over the last 6 years are catching up with me. I tried, but it just wasn't enough. I wasn't smart enough or brave enough to make it. Dante's face flashes in my mind. I can still feel his head heavy on my shoulder, his soft breath against my neck. I squeeze my eyes closed, willing myself not to dissolve into more tears, not in front of my father. Please, I beg. The word is bitter, but appealing to my father for help is my only choice. I'll do anything. He hums as he considers, and I can hear the amusement. He's loving this far more than he should. Then his answer comes as swift as an executioner's axe. No. I freeze. What? No, he repeats. You have a current and a former Novikov Pakyan after you, all because you turned your back on me and ran. Dad! I was willing to help you before, even after you ran the night before your wedding. I was willing to pick up the pieces of your broken promises, but now you need to face real consequences, Viviana. You need to understand what it's like when I'm not playing the hero and cleaning up your messes. If I wasn't so panicked, I'd laugh. My father has never been the hero, not once. But I can't even formulate coherent thoughts, let alone words. Good luck, he says into the stunned silence. I'm sure I'll see you soon. The line goes dead and I throw my phone against the wall. It leaves a dent, but it's just one of many in the trashed room. You won't see me once I'm dead, I shriek. I swipe my arm across the table in front of me, sending the pregnancy test and half of the supplies I bought from the drugstore flying across the room. The anger fuels me for another 10 seconds before I collapse on the floor and start gathering up the mess. I have no idea where I'm going to live, how I'm going to get more money, or where my next meal is coming from. I can't afford to throw a fit. I stack the non-perishables and water bottles on the table, and then drop to my hands and knees to find the pregnancy test under the bed. I don't need it anymore. I already know what the result is. But I have to stare at it some more to convince myself this nightmare is real. I'm pregnant with Mikhail Novikov's second child. I'm on the run. I'm all alone. I press my hand to my stomach. Maybe not all alone. I'm about to sink down onto the bed and let myself slip into a few blissful hours of unconsciousness when there's a knock on the door. I groan. I'm sure someone called about the shouting and banging, but given the grunts and groaning going on next door, I don't think my neighbors have any right to complain. I'm sorry about the noise, I call through the door. I'll quiet down. No answer. After a few seconds, there's another round of knocks. I look through the peephole, but it's been painted over, because of course it has. 3 of the 4 walls in my room are patched over with different shades of faded yellow, but the doors have a fresh coat of paint. Makes perfect sense. I'm sorry, I repeat. All is good in here. More knocking rattles the cheap door in the frame. I jerk the chain out of the lock and fling the door open. I told you I won't cause any more trouble. Go on back to... The words die on my lips when I look up into the very last face I ever expected to see. I want to believe you, but I'm afraid you're nothing but trouble, Viviana. Trofim Novikov smiles, his face curving into vengeance incarnate. Then he pushes me inside my room and kicks the door closed behind him.
This has been a Podium audio production. If this audiobook fulfilled your fantasy, we would love for you to rate and review it. The audiobook might be over, but the heat isn't. Check us out at podiumentertainment.com and join our newsletter for your next love story. Also, don't forget to stalk us on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook. We hate to watch you go, but love to watch you leave. Until next time. You have been listening to Ivory Ashes, Book 1 of Novikov Bratva, produced by Mitch Rains, written by Nicole Fox, performed by Laura Horowitz and Walker Williams. Text copyright 2024 by Nicole Fox. Production copyright 2024 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.